Good morning, my beautiful friends. How are y'all doing this Friday morning, Friday lunchtime? Whatever time it is in your zone, happy Friday. Are we all ready for the weekend? Um, I'm gonna relax. Hold on, checking something real quick. So can you guys hear me okay? We doing good? Let me, sorry guys. Okay, we're good now. Let me get the chat pulled up so I can see what's going down. Welcome into my mod team as usual. Thank you for being here. Simi Sharp, Forrest, and Rachel. Um, Marissa, welcome in. And yes, ma'am, we're going to get to that. We'll see who all comes in. Morris Dog Mom, good morning. How are you doing? You're still doing chores? I know you were over in Andy's this morning getting busy on your chores. Well, thank you for joining and listening. Shaboogies, my girl. We we got to talk about some things. I'm finally getting all this shit around here squared away so I can do more. All right, guys. Oh my lord. I would like to start out by introducing myself. My fake name is Salty Sleuth. My channel is called Salty Sleuth Investigates. It might become slash media slash lady on the internet. I'm not sure yet, but I am, well, I don't care if my age is told. I'm 59 years old. I'm a mother of 4. I live in Florida. I have been married. I've been divorced. I've worked most of my life. I've done all kinds of things, lived a lot of life experience. Just want to give you guys a background on my training and experience. Life is my training and experience. I don't have a big fancy college degree to slap on the wall and tell you I'm a journalist. I don't have a badge and a retired cop thing hanging up behind me here. I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a crime scene technician. I'm none of those things. I'm just like you guys. And the average people in America are critical thinkers. They know how to think for themselves. Thank God. And they bring a lot of things to the table outside of professional training and experience that you guys the ones that have all that training and professionalism and the big backgrounds and all the things to hang on the wall, those don't impress me. They never have. You will impress me over your diplomas and whatever's, all that, your hour-long CV that I need to sit through so we understand you're smarter than the rest of us, right? Because that's what happened on the interview room when they started out their show. But we'll get to those guys later. We got more pressing things to talk about first. Yeah, those things don't impress me. Look, if I've always said when I roll up to the red light and there's a homeless guy on the corner with a sign begging for food, and I look to the other side and there's a guy in a BMW with the window down winking, I'm going to get out and go talk to the homeless guy now and see if he's hungry. You and your BMW can roll away now, right? That's the way I don't care about your shiny toys. I really don't care about your shiny diplomas. And your track record. When you want to talk about your experience and your training, and let's go back to your track record. But we'll get to that. And I'll drop a link in the chat into the comments there for you guys to go watch something on your own and make up your own minds, because I'm only here to share information and talk to you guys. I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you I'm better than you, smarter than you, and you, by God, better listen to me. That's very off-putting to come out of the gate with that. I know, and I made a little shady fun about that sketch that this alleged sketch artist made of the porch guy because he played with some lighting and a screenshot of a picture he took from his computer. That's real technical. That's real advanced information there. By God, the FBI should hire him. Right? I mean, come on, that's amazing work. And I kind of threw shade at it because how we all played with the lighting and the pencil sketches and all that was done months ago, right? But all of a sudden, this guy's, so then because I kind of threw shade at that, I'm assuming, I don't know, we were told that, he's a real artist. He sells paintings. So that's supposed to sell me on the fact that his sketch of Porch Guy is accurate? Because it didn't do anything for me, but go, oh, the arrogance continues. You are not a legitimate artist. How dare you throw shade at his pencil sketch? Well, I did, and I'll do it again. I cannot. Lord, I'm gonna try to maintain myself today and be I'm not gonna be fake because that's not who I am. So it is what it is. Hey, the Sparky pilot, good to see you. I've been missing one of our chatters, 83 Socket. Don't know where you've been, but man, you showed up in a comment the other day, and I told you I've been thinking about you, wondering where you've been. So if you're around, we hope to see you soon. And thanks for the comment the other day. I appreciate that. Um, I feel like, some people don't understand why I say the things I do sometimes. They're just like, she's going off half cocked. I got accused after our last live stream that I did for my kitchen table because the air conditioner was broke, whatever. I did it. And so I guess I kind of ranted. I don't know. Call it what you will. But somebody come in and said, don't be ranting over there about, you're misquoting the interview room and all that. So we'll make sure we don't misquote going forward. We don't want to be accused of bullies and misquoting things and making it all up because we don't like to make shit up around here. I don't live in make-believe land. I can't stand people who do. I'm like, wake up, get out of your dream state. This is real, right? The Sparky pilot, thank you, because I made that post because I could absolutely tell I was being thought of as just some lady with an attitude. Like, no, there's a reason why I feel like I do about the interview room and what I see happening right now before my eyes. And when we go when we go join live streams, tearing down Lauren Matthias because she is incompetent at her job, because she's not a good journalist, because she uses victims. Guess what just happened on the interview room? By a journalist. I'll show y'all in a little bit. Let's get to some more pressing stuff right now. Troll, I know, Simi, you troll smole. You know what I mean? I'm a grown ass woman. Troll. It's such a made up. I'm gonna make up a new word for these people. It's called it's no longer trolls. It's, I don't want to say idiots, that's too harsh. Uninformed. I don't know, I'll come up with a good description because trolls just don't cut it. No, that's just dumbasses playing games, right? That's why I see trolls. In fact, one tried to say hi to me in Jay's chat, forgetting that I'm not stupid. Buddy. Hey, Salty. Hey, you went MIA after my stream was attacked by trolls. That motherfucker dipped as soon as I made that comment. I see you, Bubba. Try again. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As always, please be kind and hit the thumbs up to help direct others to the stream. And thank you very much. And thank you, Forrest, for always reminding us of that. Appreciate you so much. Stop it. Stop it, my little feral friend. Don't hurt yourself. Thank you for running in and frazzled and sweaty. Girl, you busy this morning, aren't you? It is hot as fire out here in Florida. The humidity came back with a vengeance. Thank God our air conditioning has got this place super cool. I'm like, I will no longer make fun of my son for keeping the house like Antarctica. Every winter, every summer, I'm like, dude, it's Antarctica in this house. But it's okay, I'll deal with it for now. I would rather be cold in the house than burning up. All right, everybody. So let's start with this. I'm not going to make a huge deal about it. I tried so hard to talk about these damn ransom notes, the first two, because they were so separate than south of the border guys. And every time I tried to have the conversation, it was, blown away. We don't believe it. It's TMZ, it's all the things. So I let it go. But then the Kalela stuff, and the south of the border guy. I had one person that was willing to deep dive and talk to me about the south of the border guy, and that was my buddy Dolphin. And we did it months ago, offline. That's what we do a lot of times. We'll chat about a case and we'll unpack stuff together and see what we come up with. And we found two little things the guy said that it kind of contradicted itself. That doesn't mean they weren't authentic letters sent by somebody, right? Obviously, somebody is sending them. We didn't know who. We were just trying to figure it out. And since nobody wanted to do it online with me, I was like, I'll do it myself. Now, all of a sudden, what I wanted to talk about months ago is relevant again. And I don't know how come when Savannah made her post, we understand, and they just wanted to pay to get her back. Why nobody believed that lady, or why people thought, oh my God, poor Savannah, she's fallen for it. We're all smarter. We never saw it, but we know it's all fake. Because I think an FBI retired person or somebody came online and said, that's not authentic. They wouldn't send it to TMZ, bypassing the fact that it was not sent to TMZ originally. In the first place that put it out didn't tell the public about it, and this person that wrote it wanted the public to know, right? I've already explained. 11 hours later, the second TV station got their note, and an hour later, TMZ got theirs. 12 whole hours after the first one went is when TMZ received their first one. But, because TMZ got involved, it's stupid shit. Well, y'all all go watch Harvey all the time, so quit calling him stupid. It's weird. Why would you watch somebody you think is putting out fake information and doing it themselves, and they're stupid? But all the other stuff they do is fantastic. That's weird to me, and I don't understand how we even do that and how we get there with that. It's crazy wild. So we're going to go back to TMZ now, because TMZ got another letter this morning. Then we're going to unpack some other stuff. Oh, and by the way, I do not know why, since all this is broke, since Howard Bloom and his apology, which, duh, I've known for months the second note was not an actual I'm so sorry, because everybody's hung up on the tone of an apology. It wasn't like, I'm so sorry your mother died. We didn't know her heart was that bad. We can't provide proof of life, blah, blah, blah. It was obvious. But all Savannah's videos on her Instagram are gone, except for the one she has pinned. I'll show you that. Let's start there. Why? We're not allowed to throw shade at Miss Savannah at all, because the interview room's out there telling everybody. I don't know why this little thing keeps popping up. I can't get it to go away. I had a document uploaded and it's stuck there. I'll fix it later. Y'all ignore it. Actually, that's going to bother me because I don't know what the hell that is. I think it was Alex's document. See, it's going to do it. God. I ain't trying to study him today. Fuck. They got enough going on over there. Y'all give me a second. I'm having an issue. Okay. So look. There's the one, right, that she posted. Where are the ones with her and her brother and sister? They're gone. I don't know what that means. I don't know the significance of it or why she would do it or feel the need to do it. It's odd. Is there something going on that we don't know? Why remove them when they've been out there all this time and everybody's got copies of it, right? So I don't know why they're deleted. I won't even pretend to understand it. That's silly to try to understand why. I could speculate 1,000 ways to Sunday, but I honestly have no thought as to why she would do it. Do y'all? Do you think she's tired of people going over there and clipping her sister? That's been done, right? They're going to continue to do that. Obviously, the interview room will. So I don't know why they're gone and what it means or doesn't mean, right? This case has gotten so out of hand at this point. I don't know if the FBI should come in and demand to take absolute over everything, not just the ransom notes they're involved with, because let's be real, that's all they're involved with. They told us that in the press conference, but I don't know if people were listening. Pima County Sheriff, he's in charge. He's got to ask for the help. He's got to ask for this and ask for that. All the FBI's done is scratch some video and got us a video. They didn't do it. Google did it. They just took their fancy little subpoena in there and said, do it. With their partnership with the private sector and all they got going on under the President Trump's blah, 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 whatever that was. Cash can tell you all about it, and so can Maureen O'Connell. So literally that's all they've done so far, and try to figure out where these notes came from, and they can't figure that out and haven't to this day. which has bothered me beyond, y'all can't even imagine how bad that's bothered me. Because why can't you find them? It shouldn't be that damn hard. We got a bunch of internet people out here solving cases every day. They done solved Nancy's. They done got all sketches going. And, according to Chris McDonough, y'all should probably turn to the internet to solve Nancy Guthrie's case, because he's done sicked some boots on the ground people out there to the homeless encampment asking questions now. I don't know if they took that sketch with them or not, but they're out there passing out water and cigarettes, trying to get anybody and their brother to talk to them. And now with $1 million on a table, oh, maybe I do know something. How many false tips are going to come in now from YouTubers who are boots on the ground because there's a homeless person desperate for some money? I don't know. There's a million ways that could go down, right? I tried to review because Chris was like, oh, so-and-so's out there, boots on the ground now doing the work. I was, well, let me go review that real quick and see. All I saw was the ground and a homeless guy talking about some weird shit. I didn't see no work going down, just a bunch of walking around and talking. So whatever, maybe if a homeless guy knew Porch Guy, because Porch Guy is apparently not an idiot, neither are the letter writers, according to people who have read them. He happened to know somebody brilliant and smart that could pull off a kidnapping for Annie Guthrie. I'm not sure what, or whoever the main cook may be today. I don't know. I know, TC. Trust me, I've not taken Annie and Tom off the table, right? I don't have the tunnel vision. But I don't see any real proof they've done anything but people in their weird feelings. So I find it odd to come out as a retired law enforcement officer and try to fit a narrative to suit your feelings without any evidence or proof. Because the second they show me something that could tell me that these two are suspicious, guess what? I'm all over their ass. I'm not above going after a family member if they hurt their loved one. Right? He better start showing some real proof other than a feeling. And how dare you go out there and say, because Annie works at this shop in this area, look what Annie surrounds herself with. Unlike my wife and Savannah, who are real journalists who hobnob with world leaders. Look what Annie surrounds herself with. Well, fuck, do you got video of Annie out there frolicking at the homeless camp? Sir? Where's your evidence that she's down there surrounding herself with bad people? From my understanding, where the shop was, they do an outreach program, sir. And I thought that was the thing to do, right? People like outreach programs and stuff. Sir, what are you doing? Odd. I guess just because where you live now makes you a suspect in something. Y'all better be careful out there. I promise, something happens in your life and you don't live in the right area, you may be frowned upon because you surround yourself with low-level people. I don't know. I need more evidence. Why is that showing? I'm supposed to be showing. I see me on my screen, and you guys see Alex's damn thing. Hold on. I have got to try to get that fixed. If it's going to delete me if I delete that, and then I don't know what's going to happen. Hold on. I thought I fixed it. Sorry, Alex. Is that your incident report? I'm not trying to blast you. Y'all got enough going on. Y'all trying to find lawyers, and the juice over there deleting the very end of his video with that hot mic talking about money. Yikes. What was that all about, sir? At the end of the month, I got to get that extra hour in. Okay. You do you, boo. Do you, boo. Hey, Faye, welcome in. Good morning from Colorado. Keith says they're in for a rude awakening to find out how much the vagrant population just minds their own business and doesn't mess with people. Amen, sir. Also, they generally are unobservant. They may know something, right? They might know a guy who knew a guy. But who the hell in the homeless encampment's going to know Porch Guy, right? And some elaborate letter writers. It's weird. Obviously, Chris McDonough, I am no idiot, and I understand Investigation 101. And I would have thought months ago, the Pima County Sheriff's Department would have had boots on the ground, especially if they sensed this person may be from the Tucson area. Wouldn't it make absolute sense to hit the ground running and go to those places? I know to do that, Chris McDonough, and I'm just a lady on the internet drinking her coffee, shooting the shit with her friends. And I know cops should be out there pounding the pavement, as you put it, asking the questions. Somebody asked me in one of my comment, what about the sheriff? What about him? We've done numerous shows on this disgusting sheriff. Am I going to go live every day and just run them? I will get bored going at Chris Nanos every damn day. Pima County knows what they got on their hands. They got a recall. They can't even get enough votes to get the guy out of there. That's their problem, not mine. Wake up, Tucson. It's all so odd. So let's get to see what Harvey said this morning. Let's start there. Let's start with Harvey. Some people love him and some people hate him. And then we'll get to all those conflicting FBI sources. Y'all need to calm your ass down. Kash Patel, rein in your boys, man. We had this happen, just a few months ago. My sources tell me all this conflicting information from all these unnamed sources, and they're at it again. Calm down, dudes. I take a little, I have concern when we got FBI agents out there revealing sources willy-nilly. Y'all can't even come out and tell us about this case. You want to look at the sheriff like, he's in charge. We scratched a video, you guys. That's it. Maybe they're working secretly behind the scenes to try to catch south of the border guy and trying to figure out where the hell the person who wrote those first 2 notes was at all this time. All right, I think it is, let's see, this one. Yep. Let me get it to where we need it. Hold on. No, I pulled up the wrong one. Hold on. This is the one where they break down the me. I'm like, it was beautiful to watch them 2 discussing the sequence of the first 2 notes and what Savannah's video actually meant. I'm just sitting here going, damn, y'all finally got there. Finally got there. All right. Oh, hang on, guys. I have a guest joining me. We have a guest today. Oh, look, now we got both. Hold on. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. I'll try. Let's do this. Let me see if I can. Y'all, I do not have a Grayson. I'm sorry. I do not have an executive producer.
Oh, yeah, you need a Grayson.
Yeah, I don't have. Oh, look, we just get Dolphin and the scary cat, the pissed off cat.
Yeah.
Now I'm gone. Hold on. I don't know what to do. Let's get. There I am. Let me get this gone. Wait, can this do it? Haha, we're cooking with Crisco, maybe. All right, let me do this. Yay! I didn't need a Grayson after all. I figured it out. Thanks for coming in and rolling with the Hot Mess Express. How are you, ma'am?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Did you get some rest last night?
Yeah, I did. And I woke up really sore, so
Oh no.
am I coming through okay? Because I'm on this hotel Wi-Fi for starters.
You are. You're not breaking up at all. So
Okay.
yeah. Dolphin's coming to us from a hotel, guys. She had a fire in her house, so she's been displaced. And it's been how long now, Dolphin?
Since the 7th, so what,
Yeah,
2.5 weeks, almost 3 weeks.
almost 3 weeks. Man,
Hmm.
I know we were talking about it yesterday, so hopefully they'll continue to get the ball moving so you can continue the process.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
Y'all send her all the love. She's got to have been going through it for sure. It's no joke to be displaced from your home. So And I've been there with these hurricanes, so I feel you, and I just hope it all works out very soon. Chat says, "You sound good, Dolphin."
Thank you. Awesome.
Coming in loud and clear. How's the pip squeak this morning? Gotta ask about the dog.
She is behind me, chewing on this little chew that I gave her, so she's making a bunch of noise, and she's starting to feel better, so I
Oh,
just
good.
gave her meds and everything. Thank you,
Good deal.
Simi.
Good deal. I got the puppy kenneled. She and the big dog were going at it playing earlier. So then my grandson has this little laser light. Well, there's two of them. One's blue and one's
Mhm.
red. This puppy just loves to play with that thing with him. Like he'll point it at the ground, she'll see the little dot, and she's just bouncing off the walls, chasing it. It's crazy. So he wore her out, and she's down for a nap. So I'm not trying to deal with the animals. All right. So we're going to take a look at Harvey Levin's video that they put out
Oh,
earlier.
okay.
Um, the one from where he got the new note this morning. So the what Harvey received this morning is going to be another communication from what we call south of the border guy.
Mhm.
Not related to the first two notes, guys. Please keep that in mind. And whether you believe these notes are real or not is totally up to you, but I'm going to cover what's happening with it. Just because I tried 2 months ago and now it's back up again. And it all started because of Howard Bloom, saying it was an apology, but we knew it was an apology all this time, just not an actual "I'm so sorry" kind of thing. Um, Let me pull up the right video. Just 1 second, guys. Faye, thank you. Have coffee on me. I will, ma'am. I'm about to refill my cup in just a second.
Oh, that's sweet. I don't have hot tea, but I have, I think, a bottle of iced tea in this fridge, so I may have to break that out.
I bet you're missing being able to make your tea. Just
I
go
am
ahead.
missing a lot of things because
I
I
know.
there's a coffee maker here, but I know better than to touch a hotel coffee maker. So because I saw a video a long time ago that said foreign travelers will
Mm-mm.
do their underwear, wash their underwear in those
What?
because it's like super hot water and everything. And when they clean the hotel rooms, they don't really bother with the coffee makers.
Oh my
So
God. Oh,
I
hell
won't take
no.
anything out of a hotel coffee maker.
Mm-mm, don't be fuxing with my coffee pot like that. What? I'm already
That
freaked
and well,
out about
I don't like
hotels.
coffee, so
Yeah, you're not a
yeah.
coffee drinker. I already get weirded out by hotels. I'm like, I don't want to touch anything. You know, I get, of course, if you're in a nice place, it's not that bad. But yeah, we don't want
Mhm.
to mess with the crazy coffee pots.
Yeah.
Freaks, quit washing your underwear in the coffee pot. Take enough with you. Fuck. Why you got to wash your underwear? Lord, I always take extras. You don't ever know.
Mhm. You can always go by Target or Walmart and get like a six-pack
Right?
of
The
these
Dollar General,
in a
man. Get some.
pinch. Yeah.
Right. You need some extra undies, stop by the damn corner store and get you a pack. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. Well, Rachel just said she's always traveled with her own coffee maker for years.
I don't blame you.
I
Like
don't
instant.
blame her.
Hey, I'll drink instant, nasty instant over having to take somebody's weird coffee. But
Mhm.
my niece posted a picture the other day, and Waffle House has iced coffee in cans now. It's like, well, I
Oh.
love me some Waffle House coffee. Like, I would just like go to Waffle House just for the coffee, me and my sister.
Mhm.
We got this nice old Waffle House coffee cup collection. Anyway, let's get with this TMZ. So this was out on their podcast this morning, but it's got Harvey talking about what happened. Now, interestingly enough, now south of the border guys added a little extra something into his information, including the fact that he may have a video of Nancy Guthrie with her abductor, the main abductor. I don't know if the main abductor is male or female. The jury's still out on that for most people. Harvey, quit spinning. Stop it. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
It was. Let me get the video up.
Let's see if that works. There we go.
Got it there. Yeah. Okay. That and we don't need to see all that business.
Got it. Today is
Now,
Friday,
guys,
June 20.
it wasn't very loud, and I don't know why. I've got everything turned up, so I'm sorry if you got to jack that volume all the way up. I don't have a fancy sound booster thingy. I'm not even sure how to do all that. Like
Mhm.
I need tech support so bad. And Dolphin knows when we're in Discord watching something together like we did last night, I am so bad about using my soundboard in there. And I need one for the live stream. I do. I got to figure that out. More. Thank you for your donation, Moore's Dog Mom, $5. Thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah.
Jet, welcome in. Yeah, I know you're on the bus and cannot tag. Yeah, when I'm on my phone, I can't tag people. All right, so here's
I know, they need
they
to
do
fix
need to
that.
fix it because you're like you want to. It's like you're being rude and you're not trying to be like. Everybody says it too. We're sorry, guys. On my phone, can't tag. We all understand, but they sure need to
Mhm.
fix it. Well, they need to take our advice, don't they? All right, so Harvey gets a new communication from south of the border guy this morning. Um, and he claimed he was south of the border and that's where he saw everything, so that's why we call him that. But does that mean that whoever took Nancy actually went south of the border, right? And that's where he saw everything. We don't really know. It's all still confusing. But let's see what Harvey has to say.
I thought that's what he said a long time
Yeah, that
ago, that
he was
was
south of the
and
border.
he saw her.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So, which makes logical sense that if you need to get out of here with her quickly, without in the dead of night, that's the easiest way to go. Everybody's like, who's going to put her in the
Mhm.
car and drive for hours with her bleeding and taking her like toward California or toward New Mexico or wherever? It's the fastest escape is south of the border. And when you cross that border, you're in a whole ass other country at that point. That's complicated right then and there. So it always made sense they could have traveled that way. And they could have not been far across the border because if they got their payment, their mule would have took Nancy right back across the border. That's
Mhm.
that's the easiest and most uncomplicated way to pull this off if it was a legitimate kidnap for ransom. It's
Right.
just, and y'all saw how Brian Enton just walked right through the turnstile into Mexico without an issue, none whatsoever. So don't say it's not a possibility because it's always on the table.
6, and we have
I can
received
barely hear this shit.
another email
The volume on
from
the
the
video is all the way
man
up?
who says
Yeah.
he knows
Oh, wow.
who Nancy
Maybe I gotta
Guthrie's
hope we might
kidnappers
find
are
another one. Can y'all
and
hear it at
can
all?
lead the
Yeah.
FBI to
Okay.
those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be
Let
a
me see if I can
female.
find another
The
one too.
person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there, and then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email that he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He has said that before. In this email, which by the way we have sent to the FBI, he says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. That's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit.
Do what? It's on a phone on the video's on a phone, the phone is turned
Mhm.
off, and he's got it in a safe location, but it would
Mhm.
be easy to that way he can just tell the FBI, "Go find this phone and see
Go
the
look
video."
for it here. Mhm.
Fucking genius. If real.
Mhm.
bucks, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password. So he did not. This is clearly the
Oh,
guy
screenshot that
who has
shit.
been sending us these
Hang on.
emails.
Last time Harvey showed his nose, he
Yeah.
forgot we could see through it. And
Mhm.
his co-host is like, "Cover that up, cover that up." Too late, because the area code was from Canada on the phone number. Too
Uh-huh.
late. I got it. Yeah, Harvey, I was waiting on you to slip up and show me that shit. You can't do that to armchair sleuths. You can't do that.
Because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working. And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does match what we saw previously,
I
and we
want that
never reported
address.
that. He gives a new Bitcoin address, and and he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, um, then go to wherever that phone is and get a screen grab um, of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody who is.
What happened?
So yeah, I mean it's crazy because
Oh,
I have had my
Dude,
is this the podcast and not just the
yeah,
standalone video?
right. There's not one up that I can see. Now, I think,
Yeah, I watched one,
let's
just
see.
Harvey,
Where did
and
you
that was louder.
Okay,
Uh,
let me see. Let me look for it here. It's gotta be
it's gonna be about an hour ago, and it
okay,
was under
yeah,
videos.
TMZ.
So, mhm.
Okay. Let's see. I just received another ransom. Yep, here it is. Got it. Now it's there. Gotcha.
And it's a
Thank
short
you.
one. There you go, like 4
Gotcha.
minutes. Mhm.
Mhm. Alright, let me get this back over.
And that should be louder because it was,
I think it was. I tested
loud
it.
and clear on that one.
Okay, cool. This one, let's see.
Have received another email from the man who says he knows who Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are and can lead the FBI to those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be a female. The person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there.
Question mark, female is good. So this, okay.
And then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email that he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He has said that before. In this email, which by the way we have sent to the FBI, he says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a
Is it in a Faraday bag? Word of advice, south of the border guy, get a Faraday bag,
Mm.
stat.
location easy to find if you know where to look. And that's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit box, but
Easy to find if you know where to look. Well, they'll know where to look once you get your Bitcoin and you
Mhm.
tell them.
Mhm.
Boots on the ground, guys. There's a phone out there that needs to be found.
he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password. So he did not, this is clearly the guy who has been sending us these emails, because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working. And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does.
That no longer working. No,
Mhm.
that's not how that works. It doesn't just stop working.
Yeah, that's
It's
by
a new
design.
Yeah, that's by
Mhm.
design. He's got a new that's what he means to say. Okay.
Match
Mhm. Because he knows
what
they were trying to
we
track the old one.
Exactly, and they're so confused on how Bitcoin and wallets even work, it's unbelievable.
saw
Mhm.
previously, and we've never reported that. He gives a new Bitcoin address.
Well, I guess it's not unbelievable because not everybody's into crypto or knows anything about wallets or how they operate. I've got 3 crypto wallets. I
And he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, um, then
Dolphin LM is Lauren Matthias. we That's LM. Anytime you see LM, it's Lauren Matthias.
Okay, gotcha.
Hey, what are you saying? Silver platter. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that interesting how these journalists, Lauren, we can't even with Lauren Matthias today. I got to compare Karen McDonough to her.
go
Oh
to
god.
wherever that phone is, and
Not to that extreme. Lauren Matthias gets under my skin. I can't sit for hours discussing her because, like, what am I going to do? Talk about her lack of integrity and stuff? I'll do that all day. But she ain't the only one out there wreaking havoc and running amok in true crime. She's not the only damn one. And it's time we start calling them all out and not just the cash cow.
get a screen grab of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody who is trying to inflict more pain on the Guthrie family. If you've got something, send it. I mean, you've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster. We'll obviously send that on to the FBI. But if you have that information, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. So, whether this south of the border guy is legitimate or not, he's watching TMZ. Wouldn't you? Whether
Oh yeah.
you would be watching it to see what they're saying, right? So now it's
Mhm.
out there. It's on that guy now to make the next move, you know? Um, but if he is not careful, he's going to trip up and the FBI is going to be knocking at the door. And don't think they're not trying to find this person. Even if they are convinced it's a fake fraudster, you know, just trying to scam, they still better be looking for this person. Because at this point, we have no clue where Nancy went, who took her, anything. And if there's even a slightest chance this person is telling the truth, why not try to go there?
Mhm.
I don't That makes no sense to me as a cop, why cops would blow that off and just go prove it's fake. You have to go do that, I thought.
that they would play ball with you. But send us something because there are a lot of fraudsters out there. And we have been open and we were allowed to say this. We know the FBI is still looking for you and they believe you might be real, but they must have enough doubt that they haven't paid you the money. And it's clear you're frustrated, but the question is, are you a fraudster? And send us something. Send us a screen grab of something that would allow authorities to say, this guy's the real deal, and maybe they will deal with you.
Now, if there's a screen grab that he can send them of the video of Nancy, that won't look like any other pictures on the internet. So everybody can say, oh, they're going to fake that picture and they're going to grab one off the internet. We need a screen grab of that video if he wants to prove that he's legitimate. So what do you guys think on this situation with these letters? What do you think, Dolphin?
This guy, yeah, I guess, a few issues with him, like quite a few issues, because it's like, hold on, he's been going at this for months now, right? Trying to get his Bitcoin
Mhm.
or whatever it was that he changed the amount to the last time. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
like, okay, give me this. Now, okay, no, you can just get this, right? Or whatever. If he's had a video all along
Oh,
and,
yeah,
was willing to name addresses or locations or whatever in this video, why didn't he mention that in the very beginning?
exactly. Why did he not? Because he kept saying time is of the essence, and then he said no,
Right.
no longer of the essence. And then when you and I were reviewing the stuff,
Mhm.
we noticed at one point he said there was certain information he claimed to have. Then the next
Mhm.
communication, he said something completely different, and that
Mhm.
stood out to us immediately as to this guy might not be real. Um,
Remember, he also said that they were going to do something, something bad would happen or something. Didn't he say something like that a long
mhm.
time ago?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and he said that he needed to get the Bitcoin so he could go lay low
Right?
because he would be in danger after that
Mhm.
point and all this stuff.
Mhm.
The biggest issue for me is our VPNs and everything's so excellent today, the FBI can't crack the case. They can't
Which I think is, yeah, I think it's ridiculous, but it depends on who your VPN is with, right?
Mm,
Because some of them keep logs, right? So they would
right,
be able to turn over to, like, the FBI, like, okay, this is where, the IP originated. This is what it was before we changed it. But the other ones, like, the European ones, like Proton or whatever, they don't keep their logs, or they don't
right.
log at all, or whatever. So, I don't know, but this guy, so what you said about the money, right? He needed the Bitcoin to go into hiding, but I thought that doesn't make sense either. You're on TMZ, one of the most, like, notable,
Mhm.
news, celebrity, whatever, channels and whatnot, hugely popular all over the place. And you have basically said, I am this person who I was across the border and I saw Nancy. And this is like very, very early on, right? So if the kidnappers, are also watching, news and whatnot, they would have heard about that. And then they would have been able to figure out, like, oh, well, who was around us that isn't part of the crew? Or they would, if this is somebody that's part of the crew, they would have been, you know what I mean? It's like the person ratted themselves out, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah. It's odd, of course. I think it's important to find the guy, not because he's probably he may have some information, I don't know. I know
Hmm.
this, if he's got an actual video of Miss Nancy Guthrie, by God, you better start producing that shit, sir.
Hmm.
Quit with this monetary world we live in. I understand you might need to go lay low because the bad guy might kill you now for
Hmm.
snitching. Snitches get stitches, according to WSU Mom Kim. Um, so it's weird. I don't know if he's got legit information or not at this point. Like Harvey said, send us something, prove it, prove you're not a fraudster,
Hmm.
right? But the
Right.
FBI, the not being able to find the author of the first two notes and these last south of the border communications, what's happening with the way they can cover this up, where they're at,
Mhm,
where they're coming from, because that that's important for a lot of investigations
mhm,
of things that are going on. Like even like you and I were discussing with the wiping tools used on Koberger's phone. That kind
mhm,
of, to me, it's kind of like the same thing. Um, So I don't know what to make of this south of the border guy still. I feel like he's probably a fraudster, but damn,
Mhm.
you're adding a lot of information in there. You got a big imagination, my guy. You got a video of Miss Guthrie with the main kidnapper on a phone turned off in a secure location. You have names,
Right.
addresses, and phone numbers of the two main kidnappers who are directly involved. What's happening
Right.
here?
Now all of a sudden you're sweetening the pot with all this, like, concrete information, you
Right,
know?
to serve
So
up on a
is it
silver
that,
platter.
or now you've had enough time to, I don't know, learn how to fake a video or whatever, you know?
That AI, right? That
Mhm.
monster that we created that everybody embraced that I was like, "Oh god, I don't want to." That is coming back to haunt us, AI is.
Mhm.
And I can't stand
Yeah.
it. It reminds me of going to Universal Studios and getting into the, Terminator ride, whatever
Mhm.
thing you wanna call it, and the in Cyberdyne Systems and the machines turn on the people.
Oh, yeah.
No, thank
Mhm.
you. No, thank you. They predicted that shit years ago. Y'all didn't watch that movie. I don't want no part of your weird AI videos. I can't
Yeah.
get behind it.
I'm
Um,
also wondering if this guy is using, like, a burner phone,
oh,
to send his messages to,
he
and a
probably is,
VPN. Mhm.
versus a computer or a laptop or something,
Right,
right?
right,
He's
and maybe
on a
he keeps switching burner phones.
Oh, yeah, that's a damn good possibility because you know how there are a dime a dozen at the Walmarts, and
Mhm.
everybody loves their Walmart. Um,
Right?
these according to authorities, criminals love Walmart, but hell, I'm in the Walmart all the time, y'all.
Mhm.
It's easy peasy. They just built us a little market, small one, right by my son's work in town. I was like, thank God I don't got to go to that big Walmart. I don't want to go down there, and I don't feel like running into Publix right this minute. It's too far or whatever. So it's very
Mhm.
convenient. But I'm not a criminal because I shop at the Walmart occasionally. Good Lord.
Yeah. I also
Um,
hope that wherever he left this phone that's so easy to locate, once he
yeah.
gets his money, I hope they don't have any cameras around there, so they could, like, ask for, footage to, backtrack and see, okay, well, who left that there?
And if it's in a secure location, it can't be out in the elements, right? He
Right.
didn't did he bury
Well, it
it
could be
somewhere?
buried. Mhm.
Exactly. Did he put it into something and
In a
bury it
bag or
somewhere?
something. Yep.
Yeah, he could have been smart enough to grab a Faraday bag, or something similar and throw it in and put it in a safe location out of the elements. Um,
Mhm.
but the communications that are going on are definitely probably coming from a cell phone, a burner phone, I would think.
Yeah.
I get whatever they're doing though is complicated enough that the FBI can't figure out where they're at. That to me is a problem with investigation technology that needs to get better or improve, because that's
Mhm.
scary. People can pull off crimes and hide behind the internet, right? That's a problem. Um,
Yeah. But, I mean, with a lot of, programs like WhatsApp, who's really, strong on their security, and they're not giving anything up to, law enforcement or whatever, or like newer email platforms like Proton.
mhm,
I got a Proton. I don't even
yeah,
think I actually gave them my real name or anything when I was signing up for it.
right.
So, yeah, if people are
It can be
using
hard
things
to
like
track
that,
them.
they can
Hmm.
definitely,
Yeah.
help hide them.
Now, see, with the fact that they were able to go to Google and get them to scratch data.
Mhm.
What types of things are they able to do with these companies that can try to find these hidden VPNs and things of that nature, right? All of that's a
Mhm.
lot going on somewhere. So it'd be interesting to see how they go forward with that type of to try to retrieve that kind of information because they haven't found these people yet, and you know they
Mhm.
want to find them regardless if the stuff's real or not. You need to prosecute. You don't get to come out here and run amok in a missing lady's case and demand a Bitcoin because you're an idiot.
Mhm.
That's not cool to do at all. And if it was my mother, I'd be so mad. I would just be beside myself. Um, let's see. There was another video we were going to share. Now, when these ransom notes were the first one was a ransom note. The second one was not because there was no money asked for. That's when Savannah. So the first one came, and then Savannah said, "Okay, we need proof of life."
Right.
Then she died, and they sent the second letter saying we can't provide proof of life. Basically, she's no longer with us. And then Savannah goes and makes another video and says, "We understand, we got your message, but we still want her back. We'll pay."
Mhm.
And That person's not been caught yet. Did they freak out and run away? Are they fraudsters as well? They need to figure it out, though. There's no other leads in this case to follow
Right.
that we know of. Why not follow that one to the fullest of the extent? We're going to pretend kidnappings don't happen just because they reached out to the media? And I've pointed this out before. I know it's 2026 now, but BTK did the same thing. Smiley Face Killer did the same thing. A couple of them have done the same thing. Can't explain why a kidnapper would communicate in this way. But now we're hearing that the very first note started with, "Hello, Savannah, I have your mother,"
Yeah.
according to the CBS reports that are out now. And
Oh,
now, yeah, I
I
think it
haven't
was,
heard about what the contents of the first note were.
I think it was a CBS report from yesterday. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull it up. I mean, I thought I
The
had
thing
it
that's
saved.
always mhm. The
Okay, here
thing
we
that's
go.
always bothered me, though, is that they just didn't leave a note at the house,
At the
you know,
house. That
when they
was one of
took
the
her.
first things you said. Mhm.
Because 'Cause I'm just like, "Okay, it's, old, I don't know, kidnapping 101." I'm
Did the
sorry, I'm not
person
trying to be, you
No,
know,
you're absolutely right, because
it's
that
like,
was the
yeah,
first thing you said. You were like, "John Ramsey's
why are
that
you
kid, they even had
risking
a note," right?
yeah, why are you risking additional contact with technology, when you just, like, let them know right here, "Here." You don't even have to type it. Print it out.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't make any sense that there wasn't a note left in the home.
Mhm.
Because they're gonna know their mom's missing at some point. Someone's gonna go over and check at some point, um, generally, so that would have been found right away. You're right. Why not? Did they just want attention? Did they want the media to know, and they wanted w
Well, that would have
that
happened anyway because of who she was, if
exactly.
they already knew who she was, you know
If
what I
they
mean?
were
But
aware
yeah.
Right, if they were aware she
Mhm,
was Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's daughter, blah, 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 and that's why they
mhm.
went and took her. So there's just, weird things that don't make sense. Let me hang on one second. Let me get it pulled up, the CBS report.
Oh, great. I got
What
a
is it?
note, my hotel checkout has been extended another few weeks till July 14th. Interesting.
Oh.
So that's
Oh,
good
really?
news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Okay. I think this is the one where they talk about it. Let's see. Okay,
Oh, okay.
CBS. Savannah Guthrie speaks out after the new details. Most of you seen that. Well, it's on a video we're going to review. Okay, authorities believe two ransom notes addressed to Nancy Guthrie's family days after her disappearance, including a note that said she had died, were likely sent by the person or group of people who abducted her, according to investigators familiar with the case. Investigators believe the same person or people sent both notes and that both were likely sent from the same computer IP address. That's just the first two, not south of the border guys bullshit. The first note demanded 1 million in Bitcoin for Guthrie's release. In the second note, sent a few days later, the apparent abductor revealed that Nancy Guthrie had died. The note indicated that they did not mean for her to die, according to sources who reviewed the notes. Her daughter on the this is okay. Savannah was on the her daughter, Today Show host, said in an interview with NBC in March that the family believes the two notes were authentic. And everybody just said, "Poor Savannah." There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came, and I think most of them, it's been my understanding, are not real. Now, that would be the south of the border stuff. I didn't see them,
Mhm.
she said, but I believe the two notes that we received. Well, this was Savannah's statement that we received, that we responded to. I tend to believe those are real. The first note, sent on February 2nd, one day after Nancy Guthrie, 84, was reported missing from her Tucson home, was sent to three media outlets, two local stations, and TMZ via their online tip lines. That note gave highly specific details about the Guthrie's home, including that an Apple Watch with a white band was on the floor of her bedroom. Okay, I haven't read this yet,
Okay.
and everybody said the letter spake because we all know about the Apple Watch and where it was at. We all know the floodlight was damaged. We can all see it on the YouTubes. We didn't
Mhm.
know where that fucking watch was at inside that home.
Right.
We never knew, and I tried to point that out, that this was specific in that first one, including placement of the watch within the home. Everybody's like, "Well, of course it was by the nightstand." How do we know that? Logically, we would put it by the bedside table, but no, apparently not. Okay, let me see. Let me get back up here before I let me go back.
So, wait, let me ask a question. So, the very first note that was sent to the three different media outlets, that was also the note that said, "Hey, we want this many million by this date, but if you can't do that, we'll give you till this date." I think it
Yeah,
was like what
Harvey
the
break there's a video where Harvey breaks all that down.
Uh-huh.
The whole
Okay.
we'll show it. So, but you're right, they gave 2 different deadlines, and then but now we're finding out more about why they offered those deadlines. So, there's a lot we have not known yet. Whether this port report is accurate or not, guys, I don't know. I'm just reading what CBS News has posted, right? So, according to their sources, and right now these sources are running amok. Brian Hinton says nothing, no suspects. Maureen O'Connell's gonna tell you different. We'll see. We'll see. I've got my eye on some people now. Now I'm starting to side eye some folks, and I don't like being put in that position. Makes me wonder, and it makes me wonder. Fucking retired cops. All right, no shit. I'm sorry, I'm being rude to cops. It's not fair. They're not all bad. Um, the note gave highly specific details about Guthrie's home, including an Apple Watch with a white band was on the floor of her bedroom. Now, I know white band can be seen in pictures of Nancy, probably somewhere. Someone's going to find it. I don't care. This says on the floor of her bedroom, and that her back porch light was broken. Back porch light, that is not a floodlight. Now, is he talking about the floodlight we all saw, or an actual light on the patio? According to investigators, the note was addressed to Savannah Guthrie, according to multiple sources familiar with the note. At this point, release the damn note.
Yeah. Mhm.
Wasn't Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, caught when they finally released the manifesto and his brother said, "Uh-oh, that's my brother." Damn it, man. Oh, shit. Okay. The note was addressed to Savannah Guthrie, according to multiple sources. Now, see, it doesn't say here that it started out, "Hello, Savannah, we have your mother," but they do say that in another CBS report. It may be in here in a minute. I don't know. The second note was sent on February 6th and was similar in language and style, but did not make any demands, according to the sources who reviewed both notes.
That opening
Language and
sounds
style,
familiar.
huh?
That opening sounds familiar. The kidnapping, like it's from a movie.
"Hello, Savannah, we have your mother."
Yeah, just just
Yeah.
that. Not,
"Hello, Savannah, we have your mother."
it's like it's from a movie. And wasn't there something else that they said in this that sort of
Yeah,
seemed like,
it was
oh,
her video.
Savannah said something and
It,
it was from a movie.
it was the Silence of the Lamb stuff.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well, I
Mhm.
know it. We reviewed all that here. It was, yeah. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings publicly addressed their mother's kidnappers in an Instagram video posted after the second note was sent. But going back to the language and style, they reported heavily, people who read this note and the second one all came out and said whoever wrote the note appeared very articulate and all the things. People were like, "Oh, it's AI." I guess people are like, you can't be articulate now unless you're using AI. But that's super weird to me too, but okay. Um, but there was something about the language and the style of the writing that was very distinctive, right? What that means, I don't know. Just an armchair analyst. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings were publicly addressed, and her siblings publicly addressed their mother's kidnappers in an Instagram post via. Remember that we all saw the post that's now been taken down, by the way. But Savannah's video did say, "We received your message and we understand." Savannah Guthrie said in the video, "We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only
Mhm.
way we will have peace.
Yep.
This is very valuable to us and we will pay." I don't, I could not wrap my head around why nobody could understand and grasp that.
I couldn't either because as soon as I heard it, I was like, "Oh, They're all
loud
trying
and
to
clear.
get her body back, you know?
Mhm.
Mhm.
And now to watch journalists accept that and go, "Why didn't I see it?" I don't know why you didn't see it, because somebody convinced y'all on the internet all that was fake because TMZ was involved. Some talking heads, by the way, I may add. Hmm. In emotional remarks on the Today Show, whoops, Tuesday, she declined to comment on reports about the ransom notes and once again urged anyone with information to share what they know. This is unprecedented to say the least, to be sitting here, but I don't have any comment on this story and I'm not involved in our coverage. That's when she was on the Today Show when all this broke, right? When the Howard Bloom stuff broke. This is in emotional remarks on the Today Show. I've watched it. They were reporting on the new information about the note, right? So she says she declined to comment to the reports about the ransom note and once again urged anyone with information to share what they know. Now, I've heard people I'm supposed to follow blindly say that she took the opportunity to ask the public for help. Literally, she's on TV every day and has the opportunity to ask the public for help every single day. There doesn't need to be a news story come out to provoke that, in my opinion. We always get upset when families don't come out and plea over and over and over and over and over and over. I want to take the opportunity to ask people to really beg people to come forward. Somebody knows something, she continued. We are in agony and we cannot be at peace. Well, maybe if you come out daily and ask nicely, you might pull at the empathy of that person writing letters. You might get the empathy of the person who murdered your mother. You might get the information you need. I would take a shot at it myself. It's just my opinion. We need your help. We are begging for your help. There's a lot of shade and horrible things being said about her sister, Annie Guthrie, but nobody's questioning Savannah Guthrie's motives or lack of. But I will. Doesn't mean I don't know what to make of it, but why would you not take the opportunity every chance you got to say, please, give me the information? Is it a tactic to where we don't want the public to be aware she's passed yet because we need more information?
She's
Is it,
probably advised against it.
I understand that, but my question is why? Because all the time she don't got to talk coming out and saying, if you have information, if you are authentic and you wrote me that letter, please do it again. It doesn't hurt to do it every other day. Well, that's not sharing extra information or anything. You don't get it out because you got a letter from a person that may or may not be legit. You just don't get that out. You can still come out and ask for help without giving any information up. That's all I've got to say about it. And that's all I mean. A task force made up of FBI and Pima County detectives continues to investigate her kidnapping and search for Nancy Guthrie and her abductors. So, we don't know everything that was written in these damn notes. Now, Brianna Whitney saw the second note, and she had a video that she put out and explains what she saw in the note. They're still not reading it word for word. Nobody is. And nobody's printed a copy of it anywhere. Sources are leaking information. People who actually read it are choosing what to say about it. Mary Coleman is one of them as well. She also saw it, KVOA. So they're just dropping breadcrumbs everywhere. And they're,
Mhm.
yes, what Harvey said is right. I saw the same thing. This kind of it's just like, show me the damn letter at this point. Good Lord. Okay. Okay, so we all know Brianna used to work there in local Tucson station, and now she's off on her own. Okay, so she was still employed at the station when the second note came in.
Surfacing this afternoon about the second Nancy Guthrie ransom note. Some media confirming that it said Nancy died and that she was buried in nature. I'm Brianna Whitney, Crime Junkie's breaking news reporter, and I have spent months and months covering the Nancy Guthrie case, boots on the ground. And in my former role, before I came to Crime Junkie, I was made aware of what these ransom notes said as I was reporting on the case. I've seen them with my own eyes, so I want to actually provide more context as to what that second note said. The way that this note was written, it's written as we, like we didn't know this, as if it was some sort of team or whoever was involved in this. It said, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. It went on to say that they
Now, if you watch the video of Nancy Guthrie back in November when Savannah did her coming home show, Nancy doesn't appear to be in bad health. You wouldn't know the lady had a severe heart problem sitting there, right? You may not be aware of the pacemaker situation.
Right.
You may be aware of who she is, who her children are. You may be aware of where she lives now, but you may not even ever be aware she's got a pacemaker. Just keep that in mind, people.
They never intended to hurt her during all of this. They continued and said she perished shortly after she was taken. They believe that it was heart related. And then what the reports were confirming earlier today, that she was buried with nature. And maybe the most important part of the second ransom note, it said, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Titus says if Nancy died shortly after the abduction, the ransom was dishonest in the first. When they start talking about it, which it made sense to me in the beginning, the gap between the first and second note, it appears Nancy died in between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Is what this appears to be. If you go by the timeline of the first two letters and what was actually said, I don't think she died right away. I don't believe that. I'm not even considering south of the border guy. Please, that's off the table for me at this point. I'm trying to focus on one thing at a time. I don't think she died right away. Obviously, we all saw the blood on the front porch, but it wasn't a massive amount, and it wasn't all down the sidewalk there. So you got to consider all of this. Yes, she was injured and bleeding, but so if they go to the border, right? And they cross the border, this lady is now traumatized, in stress, right? The anxiety,
Mm-hmm.
the fear, the lack of her meds, the lack of her cane, her hearing aids. We don't even know where they're at. There's a lot going on with Nancy Guthrie. The fear alone was probably enough to cause her to, or the injury even, that could have been coupled together for all we know. That's what it sounds like if this is all legitimate. But we don't want to be cops with tunnel vision. We want to keep open minds in investigation.
So that's what I know from my reporting on this case. And that second note came in the first week of the investigation. Now, the FBI never came out and confirmed whether or not these ransom notes are legit. We knew that they were investigating them, but months have gone by. They never confirmed more. But we do know that Savannah Guthrie said she believes that these two notes are real. We will keep you up to date on the Nancy Guthrie investigation as it continues.
See, we don't get any real information other than what everybody else is saying about what they saw in the letters, which is highly aggravating with these people. It's like,
Well, you know what? The wording though of what she said was in the letters, if that was an exact quote. Now I see why they thought that it might have been something that was translated, because how many English speaking people would say that are out here kidnapping somebody would say she perished?
well, that's what everybody's saying. There's just
And the whole thing about being buried in nature or whatever they said.
because the language from the beginning that was talked about, the language of the letters and the intellectual style and all these things of it. And then that's when people are wondering, was it a female writer? Because it appeared, and especially the second one, because it appeared to be like they had some empathy. And the porch guy, come on, a hard ass criminal that's just there to kidnap. They ain't got no empathy.
No.
Porch guy may have some, I don't know, but in general, the kidnapper's not going to have a lot of empathy, right? Like that. So it's still a lot of confusion. Was it translated or was it not? Nobody's saying until these mainstream media journalists can tell the truth about what they're seeing, then we don't know anything.
Mhm.
And I don't know why they're not doing it. Is it because Savannah has asked them not to? Is it because the FBI has said don't share everything about the notes? I don't know. Why would they not share it if they're journalists and they like transparency? Only thing I can figure is they were asked not to share all of it, but yet they can come out and do talking points on it. So either say it all or say nothing at all at this point. It doesn't make any sense to just drop little breadcrumbs all over the place. I can't stand that shit. Translated chat GTP, in my opinion. Well, if people are convinced they're fake, yeah, I guess everybody uses chat GTP to make up their shit these days. I don't know. I guess everybody does. It could have been a fraudster on chat GTP that got the AI to help him do all this and make it sound. I know. I
Mhm.
absolutely am aware of that. But I also got to understand that this might be legitimate. And how do we know it's not at this point? Are we still banking it because it's on TMZ got involved or the person involved, TMZ, that makes it not legitimate? Or is it just because they reached out to the media at all that makes I can't explain why people are not trying to take it seriously a little bit. But though that's just up to them, I don't know. It it could be all fake. I'm well aware of it, but I just don't know at this point. Why am I still going to believe that at this point when they haven't caught the dude at the door and Annie and Tom haven't been arrested? So I don't know, right?
Something else I was thinking about too. She probably bled a lot more than we realized because she was on blood thinners.
Well, Ashley Banfield has reported that there was blood
Mhm.
in the threshold of the home, right?
Right.
But
I
other
figured that. Mhm.
other conflicting reports from Brian Enton say that's not true.
Mhm.
So we don't know what to believe. What we can see is not a ton. It's an injury and she's on her knees and she's 3 feet from the ground. We've went through this and there's droplets coming from her face. Probably her nose, mouth, we're not sure. It looks like nose. If you go by the blood spatter experts that we reviewed about what they saw. And it made absolute sense that I always said the way those droplets are, she couldn't have been standing up because she's too high from the ground. She had to be closer to the ground. But the amount that's there and the way it just trickles down the driveway and not like a lot, like a trail, people assume she
Mhm.
was carried down. But you're right. She didn't just stop bleeding.
Right, like all the time that she was transported to wherever they took her,
She's
I
bleeding.
think she's still bleeding
You're
because
damn
people
right
like
she's
that,
bleeding.
are like gushing blood.
Look, I know people on blood thinners. I know exactly
Mhm.
how it happens and how much blood will be lost. And you're
Yep.
right. Nancy Guthrie was bleeding in that car. They
My
didn't just.
dad was on them and he was sitting in the kitchen and I accidentally dropped a steak knife and it was the kind that was all metal and looked like a
Mhm.
scalpel, very sharp. It hit him on the side of his ankle. I
Uh-huh.
was lying on the floor with a dish towel,
Yep.
applying pressure and on the phone with 911, half under the kitchen table the whole time until they actually got there because this man would not stop bleeding, you
Yeah.
know?
It's
So,
why it is. You're right.
mhm,
It's no joke. So when they get her in the car, because there's no Jetson mobile coming to get Nancy. They didn't wheel her away in a wheelbarrow or anything funky. There's a car involved. Come on, man. So even if they went around the corner with her, there's a car. Where's that car, right? And we know they tore Luke Daly's car apart, right? They took it. We all saw that in real time on YouTube, how they were searching the car in that parking lot. They put the big drape up where we couldn't see what they were doing in there. They're looking for Nancy's blood. Obviously, the lady was bleeding inside that car. But Dolphin, how much blood loss did she actually have, and did that contribute to her death?
yeah, that's what I'm
You know?
saying. She
Yeah,
probably, probably did. Like you said, the stress,
yeah.
her
And
age, movement, pain, all that, bleeding.
everything.
And
And
if they took her
Savannah even.
across the border, isn't that like an hour drive or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah, hour and a half was it down there? But Savannah said she was always in pain, so I'm assuming
Mhm.
she was probably on some pain medication, and you don't have all that with you now. Man,
Mhm.
she's feeling horrible. So, all that loss of blood just makes you incredibly weak,
Mhm. And
incredibly
she was
weak.
afraid, heart rate's up.
Yes, There was a lot going on, so it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
that she may have passed away in between the first and second note, if that stuff is legitimate. Hey, Lindsay, welcome in. Good to see you. The fear itself could have caused a heart attack, Faye says. It could have. Um, absolutely. There's a number of things that could have went wrong, considering everything Nancy was dealing with, like we've just talked about, right? A number of things could have caused her to pass away. It was probably a contribution of it all, you know? Okay, so let's take a look at what Maureen O'Connell said over on the Megyn Kelly show. Ma'am, you might have broke the internet, that maybe not. I'm not sure. Some people ran with it. Some don't even know you said it. So people are waiting for a response from Miss Maureen. We don't know if she's going to talk about it on her podcast or not. Let me get this pulled up with my timestamp going. And it absolutely contradicts her pal Brian Enton's reporting, by the way. Hence the thumbnail. You sources, you're running amok again in the wild. You might want to calm down again. You're looking quite foolish. And you're making people look foolish by regurgitating your bullshit. And who are we to believe now? Ashley Banfield, Brian Enton, Maureen O'Connell? We are so confused. Are y'all the same person, just spitting out different shit to different people? All these retired FBI agents swear up and down an FBI agent would never divulge information. But hell, y'all all got a source. So somebody's talking. Somebody's spilling the tea. Okay, let me get... Okay, 206. Da-da-da. Get up here, Megan. Megan. We don't want to insult you and call you Megan. Okay. Do y'all hear anything in the background? I think I can hear my grandson's TV or something. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not.
Yeah, I just heard something, but I just sort of
Well,
ignored
if you heard a little a noise, that was my
Yeah.
phone. But no, I
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
That's my phone. It's gonna be
Oh, I
right.
heard him yell something a while ago.
Oh, he may have. I tune that shit out. It's second nature to me, because my youngest is 19. There's so much about these boys I can tune out, unless it's a thump or a noise. I'm like, is everything okay in there? But yeah, I don't mind keeping an ear out because he's playing games and stuff, and I don't know who that. You don't never know when some weirdo gonna try to talk to your kid. I like listening to what's going on. All right, let me pull. Did I get it to the right timestamp? But if it's loud and annoying, y'all tell me and I'll shut my door.
Yeah, exactly. Sheriff Harvey. That's right. I think they're close right now to pulling this case together, and that's what my sources are telling me.
What?
Yeah, things are happening, and but one of the reasons it's taking so long is because whatever defense attorney takes this investigation and represents whoever they charge in this case, you have to operate under the assumption, like from day one, you're doing your trial prep practically. Everything you do is geared toward trial and prosecution, and if you're going to have the greatest defense attorney in the world handling this case, whoever takes this case. So you have to operate under the assumption that a couple of big chunks of your evidence may get tossed. So you have to put a case together in such a way that it would withstand losing some
Man, what are you talking about?
of these chunks of evidence, depending on how you got them or how vulnerable they might be to getting tossed.
Isn't it? Well, I'm going to play it again.
So I think they're just working on these other chunks of evidence, shoring them up even more. But I think we're getting closer. I actually really do think they're getting closer. And one thing, when
Now, she's going to try to just flow into another conversation, and she's sitting next to a real journalist. Not so fast, Maureen. Back it up, girlfriend. What'd you just say?
when James talks about being a negotiator, and he talked about every time a kidnapper puts out a ransom note, just just the words have all kinds of implications. And so the same holds true for FBI agents when we speak to people on the outside. If we talk to them and there's optimism in our voice and we sound upbeat and we don't want to answer questions, the person we're talking to could say, wow, they're probably closer than we think they are. And that's when I go to ground and I don't talk to anybody else. When I feel like I'm getting there. And I don't know, James, what do you think about that when you're getting kind of close?
Wait. I love James, but we're not moving off of Maureen O'Connell yet.
Right.
Why? Could you just expand on why you think they're they're getting there, that they're close to making an arrest?
I think they're getting close to the porch guy. And when they get the porch guy,
Megan's like, really? Damn, thanks for this exclusive that people saw and some didn't.
the floodgates shall swing open.
Oh.
What's your level of confidence on that?
75%.
Oh.
Maureen, that's big news.
I know.
I'm like, that's huge.
Maureen, that's big news. I know. Maureen, you need to elaborate, Miss Ma'am. Come on, you can't drop this kind of stuff and not what? What do y'all think about that? What do you think about her even saying it, Dolphin? What do you? I mean,
You know, I really like her and everything, and I am wondering what she said about, the pieces of evidence, and some big things might get dropped or whatever.
yep.
I'm like, would she say that about some average dude, some rando, or would she be talking like that if it's somebody closer?
It's
You know?
this specific. Well, we already know the defense team will have a field day with this case because of the botched investigation from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we saw Nancy's blue shirt laying outside that house that dogs used to scent track her got left there for days on end. The
Right.
fact that it was an unsecured scene, blood all over the porch, journalists walking
Mm-hmm.
up all over it. There's a lot of problems, right? That a defense
Missed cameras and things like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
there are things that an attorney could attack, but she says is whoever takes this case will be the highest profile defense attorney in this country. Why would we
Mm-hmm.
need Alan Jackson?
Right. Why would you need Alan Jackson if it's just some, and I hate to say it, Joe Schmo? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know.
Mm-mm-mm. Now, I feel like Maureen's theory is falling in line with Annie Guthrie being suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to
And
do
you
is
know what?
what?
Sorry. Something else I was thinking about too is what's his name? Tommaso being
Uh-huh.
Italian, right? What if like he wrote this in his native language, right? And
Right?
then translated it through like Chat GPT, and that's where you get the wording, like the
Yeah, because
persisted and the what was the phrase about being buried with nature or
being buried with
in
nature.
nature?
In nature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people
Something
will
like
point
that.
out that Annie and Tom were both in Annie's more so into
And
the
Annie's into
poetry,
poetry. Yes.
the
Mm-hmm.
writing, and so that would
Mm-hmm.
it would make
He's into
sense.
songwriting, which is basically almost like poetry, so yeah.
Exactly. You know, they're both like
Mhm,
little intellectuals running around down there in
mhm,
Tucson at the hanging out at the university and stuff. You know
mhm,
they are. So I can understand why they would think that. But is that tunnel vision thinking making stuff fit that don't fit? You know what I mean? Just because they
yeah,
could or they had poetry doesn't mean they automatically wrote the letters. But it could,
mhm,
right? Because some think this is just a bunch of bullshit letters and it's a cover up for what really happened,
mhm,
right? Like we got to take the eyes off of us. Let's make it be a fake kidnapping, which is
right,
not something you come up with on a whim. You kind of need to plan all that out, right? How are we
mhm,
gonna pull this off? How are we gonna kidnap mom and get everything and make it look like random, you know? Oh, well,
mhm.
Savannah's got money. We'll just pull off an elaborate kidnapping stunt, right?
Do they have cameras at their house?
Who?
Annie and Tommaso.
I don't know if they did before. I'm sure they did, but they do now.
Okay.
And everybody was trying to figure out how would Savannah know that Alex was out there streaming. Y'all didn't see them all. Remember when all the streamers were out there bringing us the visuals? We saw them installing all the new cameras at that house, even on the roof. They can
Mhm,
look and now they understand subscription, how important that is.
Yeah.
they can watch in real time what's going on at their mother's house now. So we can stop with our fancy imaginations and go back to reality anytime now. I would appreciate it. Not y'all in my chat or you, Dolphin, but it's like, come on, people. But we're going to listen to what she said again, Dolphin, especially in the beginning about
Mm-hmm.
this whole thing, because it's why would she make these statements, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Actually, let me do it this way. It's very odd. And now Brian Enton, though, after this, and I have it, it's on an X post. We'll review it because we got some X posts to review. Oh my goodness, what's going on out there? Brian says no suspects. His sources tell him there are no suspects and they aren't getting any closer. But Maureen's like, they're about to do some shit with the porch guy. Defense attorney, where you at? High powered. Like, Maureen, don't sick them on them. What are you doing? Odd. What does she know that we don't? Does she know things we don't know? She claims she does. Now, she is a retired FBI agent, and I do have a lot of respect for her. Of course, she knows people,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Former FBI is going to get a more inside line than journalists will get from their FBI sources,
Oh
in my
yeah.
opinion. I would think, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
More of a reliable FBI source, maybe, if we're going to allow them to talk and get away with their running amok.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Okay. It was this one. Because I had 2 Maureen videos, but I don't think, let me make this a lot larger so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. All right. What in the
Oh, I
world?
just saw what Simi said.
What's that?
Maureen said she was going to save the bombshells for this other channel, the Big City Crime something.
That's her
That's the one
channel.
you said she was on with. Okay, that guy.
Yeah, she's on with Big City Dan over on her channel. But
Okay.
she let me get all this out of my way here. Yeah, but everybody's waiting on her to do her show to elaborate on her comments. And we kind of need her to at this point. You don't get to come out and drop that kind of nugget on Megan Kelly, whatever her name is, and then do all that and then go away. What? That's a lot of beans you're spilling. Why is going on here? Hang on, guys. Sorry, I have to start over. My thing went wacko. Very
This is good
interesting.
though. You're catching me up on everything.
Okay, cool. It's very interesting comments. Okay, saying they're closer to Porch Guy, fine, but what are you doing with all this defense attorney talk and throwing out evidence? What does that mean? What are we throwing out? The DNA in the house, the blood on the front porch. What in the hell's going on, Maureen? I do need you to have another live stream and tell me. You know I got questions, lady. Okay. So it was in this one.
Didn't they take stuff out of Annie's house?
Hang on. Do what now?
Sorry, I'm sitting here eating some popcorn. I said, didn't they take stuff out of Annie's house?
Yes.
And the
They were in there.
car and
They were in
everything.
there for hours. Yep. They took a lot of photos, took boxes of stuff out, took their car, did an investigation, and no arrest. So I don't know what to make of it. I would assume if there was any evidence that pointed toward Annie and Tom after that was all done, they would have been arrested by now. Unless they're so good, they can hide all their evidence from their car, vehicles, phones, houses, computers, and all the things. They're as good as the letter writers. Maybe, see, they're smart. I don't know.
It's been buried with nature. Your thoughts?
Oh, hey, good to see you. It just continues with the unorthodox nature of this case. None of this,
Shit, hold on. What am I doing here? I like I lost my focus all of a sudden. Get back over here.
Okay, so it was buried with nature.
Yeah. The scorched earth. There's a lot of people out there making connections. All we can go. We'll do it. We'll do that in a little while. We can show all. There's a lot of people trying to make connections between those notes and the words and all the language. Even in Annie's note that she left at her mom's memorial. It there's a lot people. Their conspiracy theories are running amok with it. I know all that's being said about Annie Guthrie, and I still don't. Just because, and I'll tell y'all why. There's just a lot that's being told about certain things. For instance, why would Annie Guthrie go down there and leave a card at her mother's memorial if Savannah had already come out and made a video and said that she died? That was questioned by a large platform. And I said, it's not. And he said, it's very strange. It would not happen. Why would she leave that card if she knew her mother was dead? Because it's normal to go and leave cards at memorials. And that's all I'm going to say about this moment about it. Just there's a bunch of weird shit being said, and people aren't taking time to think about it and talk about it. We're just rolling on everything. And I know I put the brakes on for a minute, y'all. I mean, it's a little weird that Annie's poetry, and the scorched earth and the standing on the hotter. I get it. Everybody's trying. I saw all the connections, especially the ones the interview room was trying to make. But that's still not enough for me. To me, that's based on feelings, right? Not an investigation. Well, she writes weird, and the letter was weird. Okay.
Where did the scorched earth part come from?
From the
Are you
card
talking
that
about?
Annie,
Mm-hmm.
Tommaso, and Savannah walked down the driveway and, together, showing
Right.
unity, and placed that card there. Well,
Mm-hmm.
everybody ran up and opened. Annie knew y'all was going to read the card, people.
Oh,
So,
okay.
it was left right there in the freaking open. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't like sealed.
Right. I
Everybody
never
walked up.
heard what the card said.
We'll get it. We'll pull it up in a little bit since everybody's
Okay.
stuck on Annie did it because of her writing skills. We'll see. We will explore.
Mm-hmm.
We'll investigate. I'm not sitting over here defending Annie. I'm just saying there's no proof, but feelings. So we'll show it. And yeah, people are right. There's a weird, we don't know exactly what was in the first and second letter, except we're being told articulate, said this, said that. We ain't seen it yet, but we saw Annie's card. And if you follow the interview room and you fall in line, you are convinced that Annie probably wrote these notes. So you go do you, and you're still welcome to chill. We're good. No, that's the feminine part video. Stop it. All right.
Did you find the spot?
Yeah, let me get it right here.
Okay.
I had two videos for her because they were talking about the feminine tone in the letters, which Maureen brought up. Since we're all
Yeah,
going
like
to
a long
also
time ago, right?
no, this is one they just did, same podcast we were just watching.
Mm-hmm.
In that conversation, Maureen brings up that it sounds like a woman, and that
Mm-hmm.
wasn't the first time that was talked about.
Right, right.
But
She said it a long, long time ago. I think with
no,
Brian
they
Denton.
mentioned it. No, they were on the interview room, and it came up.
Mm-hmm.
And she may have said something on Inton about it, but that's where the conversation started, and they immediately were shut down by Chris McDonough. And her and Dr. Ann were not allowed to explore the conversation. I was watching it in real time, and I was so fucking frustrated. It irritated me. Like, let the ladies talk a minute. Let them explore this avenue.
He
Dude,
just had them on.
no, it was a while back.
Yeah.
But on this Megan Kelly thing we're watching is also have a video of Maureen talking about the female tone. But let me get back to
Mm-hmm.
this main part we wanted to hear again. Let me get my thing pulled up now because now I'm on the right one. Come on. Okay, there we go. It's exactly right here. Okay, get back right there. Okay, so let me get the screen up now. Sorry, guys.
Harvey.
Yeah, exactly, Sheriff Harvey. That's right. I'm. I think they're close right now to pulling this case together, and that's what my sources are telling me.
What?
Yeah, things are happening, and but one of the reasons it's taking so long is because whatever defense attorney takes this investigation and represents whoever they charge in this case, you have to operate under the assumption, like from day one, you're doing your trial prep practically. Everything you do is geared toward trial and prosecution, and if you you're going to have the greatest defense attorney in the world handling this case, whoever.
Why would we need the greatest defense attorney in the world handling this case? Are they fixing to slap charges on Annie and Tommaso? Huh. That's my prediction. Alan Jackson, you ready?
Whoever takes
Savannah might believe in her sister. She's got a lot of money. You like the money.
this case. So you have to operate under the assumption that a couple of big chunks of your evidence may get tossed. So you have to put a case together in such a way that it would withstand losing some of these chunks of evidence, depending on how you got them or how vulnerable they might be to getting tossed. So I think they're just working on these other chunks of evidence, shoring them up even more. But I think we're getting closer.
What other chunks of evidence? Digital? Data based? Oh, the DNA in the house that we don't know what's going on with, some weird mixture sent to a bunch of weird labs. I don't know. I can't figure out why she even would make the statement we need the best high-powered defense attorney. Porch guy's got that kind of money? Is America going to hold a fundraiser, a GoFundMe for Alan Jackson? Is Alan
Well,
Jackson? I mean, come on. No. Is Alan Jackson going to laugh at this porch guy when he calls?
hmm
Well, that's the strangest statement that she could ever have made.
It also could be because it's going to be a high-profile case.
But
You know,
who's going to pay for porch guy's attorney?
well,
How
shit, who paid for Kaylee Anthony or whatever her name is? Casey Anthony.
Casey
That's the
Anthony's
mother.
different. That what's his name? Baez did all that shit.
hmm
This is
Right. So
Port-
same situation because it was a
okay.
high-profile case with a lot of coverage. Think about it this. You've got Savannah's a celebrity. The FBI came, got involved with it after the president mentioned it. The FBI is like rushing over to get involved and everything. And, it's like a huge case.
I get
So
that.
somebody may be like, yeah, I'll defend this person,
Well,
even
Alan
if it's
Jackson's
some
not going to
random
do it.
person.
Alan
Mhm.
Jackson's not going to do it without the
Well,
money.
no, because Alan wants his money. Yeah.
He's made that clear.
And
So
he's already famous. Jose Baez like gained his fame by defending old girl. Is her
yeah,
name
but
Casey? Yeah.
Casey Anthony. I know
Kaylee's
all
the
about.
daughter. Okay.
Yes,
hmm
Kaylee's the daughter. I know all about Jose. That's that
Right, but
case.
nobody knew who he was before that
Okay, but
case.
she says
And
they're
that
going to
case
need.
made him.
Okay, but I don't think she's talking about that. She says we're going to need the one we already got one. We need the but I understand it's a high profile case.
hmm
I understand there's a lot at stake, but I don't know how Porch Guy and these letter writers, if tied together, are going to need or want or can afford or even would one of these attorneys take the case? Really? Would they even take it? Who are they about to charge in this case is my question.
Yeah. hmm
I just find that a very odd thing to say.
I
A
do
good
too, and that
defense
was my
attorney.
original statement.
Yeah,
And then
she
I
coulda
said,
yeah,
or it could be this.
she could have said a good defense attorney could attack this and that. Maybe they're shoring
hmm
things up. But that's not what this woman said. And
hmm
Maureen never minces words.
Right.
There's more to it.
really do think they're getting closer. And one thing, when James talks about being a negotiator, and he talked about every time a kidnapper puts out a ransom note, just the words have all kinds of implications. And so the same holds true for FBI agents when we speak to people on the outside. If we talk,
Rachel, do you really think she's talking in general? Maybe, but I don't know.
up to them, and there's optimism in our voice, and we sound upbeat, and we don't want to answer questions, the person we're talking to could say, wow, they're probably closer than we think they are. And that's when I go to ground, and I don't talk to anybody else. When I feel like I'm getting there. And I don't know, James, what do you think about that when you're getting kind of close?
Wait. I love James, but we're not moving off of Maureen O'Connell yet. Why? Could you just expand on why you think they're they're getting there, that they're close to making an arrest?
I think
now you're going to need that high-profile defense attorney to help get thrown out these chunks of evidence that she's talking about.
They're getting
Right. That's what I was
close
just typing.
to the porch guy. And when
because it's hard to get evidence tossed, but not when there's a chain of custody issue or an evidence collection issue. Any of the things that could have went wrong at that crime scene will be challenged. And we said that months ago here on this channel. We have a whole entire Nancy Guthrie playlist, by the way.
Did you see Jet's comment?
Let's see. Agree, Donovan. A defense attorney will take it just to get his 15 minutes. I get that, y'all, but are you going to risk it if the people's guilty? I mean, I get that too. But I don't. Maybe I'm missing the big. I understand high profile case. Of course, you're going to want a good attorney, but I'm telling y'all right now, there's something else she's talking about here. And she needs to elaborate.
Oh yeah, I think she is too. Yeah. I was just gonna say too, high profile doesn't necessarily mean, that you automatically go to like a Alan Jackson type.
I know
it could be like a local, high profile
There's
person
still going to be
that would want to take it because they're trying to get more, fame or whatever.
High profile level at a state level or a national. It's the same to me. They're going to be a well-known attorney within their little realm, their little world. No matter how tiny, they're going to be already well known. And I get all of that, y'all. I'm just saying it feels like there's more to it. That's all I'm expanding on.
I agree with you on that too.
Yeah. Go for it. Call up one of these YouTube attorneys that tell everybody to lawyer up. Go ahead.
When they get the porch guy, the floodgates shall swing open.
When they get the porch guy, the floodgates shall swing open. Is he going to tell on his friends or family? Would porch guy sing like a fiddle or sing like a bird? What is it? Play like a fiddle and sing like a bird? Would porch guy do all that? Is porch guy still with us? The cook in the kitchen could have got rid of porch guy already because he's a little bit of a problem. They got your image, mask and all, and now we got a crazy sketch artist out there sketching you to pieces. So you're problematic. Nobody can identify him, point a finger toward him, no arrest. He's an elusive character.
What's your level of confidence on that?
75%.
Maureen, that's big news.
That leaves 25% to be wrong.
You know what though? Wonder if they've gotten some DNA results and some results with the IgG or whatever that they were doing with DNA. And now this is why she's saying what she's saying.
Well, you got to have some evidence so you can't arrest. Right? So what evidence do they have? Is it some DNA evidence finally coming back? Because now listen, Tom and Annie's DNA is supposed to be in that house. Yeah. Right? That's their mom. They frequent there a lot. You're going to expect that DNA to be in that home. So you better be careful with your DNA at that level. But what is the evidence of whatever she's talking about here? Is it DNA? Is it physical evidence they removed from the home? Is it digital evidence that finally led somewhere? Was it a tip? We don't know. How would they find porch guy? And they're closer to porch guys, she says, not the letter writers. but they're closer to Porch Guy. How did they get there, I wonder? Were they, like, when they did the geofence warrant, right? Was there a burner phone number that showed up? Did they find something somewhere attached with that, like an email? Did they get some information? Because they can absolutely pull some of that information out of the geofence warrant if they got the phone number. They may not be able to find who bought the phone, but they can find out other information about it. So those are the things I've been wondering about, right? Would this guy even carry a burner phone into the area with him? They talk about the possibility of the jammer or the walkie-talkie in the pocket, things like that. I don't know. Was there footage we haven't seen where the guy might have his face exposed? Did Nancy try to rip that mask off at that front door and got injured because of it, and that camera actually captures it? I don't know what to make of it, of what kind of evidence they would have to get Porch Guy. We know they don't have any grainy footage of cars that we know of to, find a make and model of a car and see who owns the car, who's it registered to, and all that, like they did with Brian Koberger when they found it in the parking lot at WSU. Do a query, who owns this car? Did that lead to Porch Guy? There's a lot of answers still that we need to. Maureen, when you going live, ma'am? Simi, check and see if they got a live scheduled.
I know.
I'm like, that's huge. If true, as the kids say. By the way, it raises something else Howard Bloom said in his reporting that he wrote. He wrote that they are thinking it was a group effort, like at least two.
Thank you, Howard Bloom, because we would never have known if you hadn't just got a source to tell you that. Thank you.
At this point, because he reports, they think the person writing about the Bitcoin was sophisticated. That the letters, the words, the English, the diction, whatever, was sophisticated. And that the guy on the porch to them seemed too bumbling to be the author. And again,
yeah, I can't see Porch Guy writing all that, but maybe, I don't know.
That they may think that those two notes are authentic. They may think. I don't know that. I'm going off of what I said before. Savannah thinks so, and her info would have come from them for sure. And Harvey reported that the FBI was taking those notes very seriously. So that they're thinking the bumbler on the front porch, alleged bumbler, there's a difference of opinion there, is not the person who did the Bitcoin account and wrote the sophisticated notes and is talking about she perished and she's with nature, she's buried in nature and all that. Like, that tracks to me. That tracks that it might not be the same person. I don't know. James, your thoughts on Maureen's just dropping a bomb on us here on our casual update in the case.
Well, leave it to Maureen, to bring the great news. And I certainly pray that she's right and that there is some closure and all that. I would be over the moon if we actually had an arrest in this case, and I would be very, very happy about that. I did want to go back, Megan, to your.
Rachel's got a good point. Transfer DNA from the bite light is also possible. Were they able to finally get that mixture separated, right? Because IGG solved the Idaho 4 case and was the first time it was used in an active investigation and is the only thing that caught Brian Koberger. But once they got him, the evidence, well, whatever their evidence was there. But it's going to be the same thing in this case if IGG gets the name. They gotta get the evidence. Once you get the name, you can't, like you and I both know, we can't just run to court. Now we got a name. That's the guy.
Right. You got to have
Now
something
you gotta
else.
you gotta have something else. So that's a good thought, Rachel. Did they come up with something with the DNA that may lead back to the perpetrator?
And what she said too, just had me thinking about. Remember when they brought in the shroud, like covering the front door? And they're like, they were measuring it and investigating his height and everything. What if they also were swabbing? but they just
Well,
didn't want all those people outside to see that they were
we
swabbing.
already speculated that when they put the tent up and we couldn't see what was going on. And
Mhm.
Marina spoke about this too. That when people are like, "That mat is still there. Is the mat
Mhm.
still there?" Some say yes, some say no. Chris and Karen said they couldn't see the mat, but we all
Mhm.
assume it's still there. We don't. I don't know. People, somebody in chat may know. Did the FBI take it that day, or did they use an MVAC on that damn thing when we couldn't see what they were doing? Right?
Yeah.
We saw the measuring height thing. We all could see that plain as day. We know that was done, that they came out
Mhm.
and gave us the height later, and they said they were recreating all that. But yeah, what else was done in there that we didn't see? I wanted to see
Right.
so bad, right? I'm like, just
Mhm.
let me peek in there. I want to see I want to see the investigation. But yes, it wouldn't surprise me, even though, here's the thing, if anything was recovered from that mat, okay, say an
Mhm.
MVAC was used,
They've
and
got a problem with it.
they got a problem because guess what? You probably also
Hinton was all on porch, wasn't he?
Brian Enton, Mike Ruiz, your DNA may
Mhm.
show up all up in that fucking mat,
Mhm.
unfortunately. And a defense attorney, especially an Alan Jackson type, is going to say, "Not so fast. That's so contaminated, it's never coming into court,
Yeah.
regardless of what you found on it." And a judge will probably agree.
Your question with regards to Harvey and this second individual who has some information. The reason the Bureau puts out a reward is so that we can get money to people who have useful information. And
Dolphin, I'm going to mute out for a second, run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
so as he started
Okay.
going down that road as to why the individual didn't like that idea, it sounded very criminal to me. And I mean, Maureen and I, for more than 50 plus years, we talk to criminals on a daily basis. And so when he double taps with, well, I have a burglary 11 years ago, that's just nonsense. Okay. That he doesn't want to go to the Bureau because he's probably full of crap, right? That's just the reality of it. He's making up excuses. There's nothing that says we can't give you the reward even though you've had some criminal conviction years ago, as long as you weren't involved in the crime. So I just think that he sees Harvey as an easy mark and wants some publicity and wants a little bit of money. And the reason, to answer your question pointedly, as to why the Bureau doesn't let Harvey just pay the money. Well, it doesn't sound like they told him no. They just gave him the Heisman. They just basically said, we're moving on. We got more important things to do. And if Harvey wants to pay the guy, go right ahead. He'll probably lose the money, but it'll be a good story for him. But again, we just can't be in the business of giving money out to people that, are chasing stories. It just doesn't work that way. And it's not a professional way to operate.
One of my favorite lines of all time, James, giving him the Heisman.
Like that?
I love it. Yeah.
What about, I'm going back to look at the Harvey notes, his special line of notes, not the receipt of the first ransom note, but this other person who's like, they're in Mexico and I know who they are. Now that's the first he's revealed that the person had a burglary conviction. I had not heard that before.
No, he said that.
So the
a long
person's
time ago, I
admitting
think.
that they have
Yeah. It's some of these people.
a record, or maybe Harvey doesn't have an identity on them. So no, the person must have admitted in the notes that he has a burglary conviction. So, that kind of increases his credibility. You hang out with criminals. You are a criminal. More likely that you're hanging out with the criminals, maybe.
Well, we assumed from the get-go that the south of the border guy was probably a criminal that knew the other criminal networks and all that.
Or he's a scammer, which is also criminal.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Fun fact, Megan.
But I'm going back. Well, I'm trying to figure out, Maureen,
Okay.
when did that guy write time is of the essence? And when did he write time is no longer of the essence? Because if it tracks exactly the
Call your pal Harvey and he'll break it down for you.
first note and the second note from the other guy, then that is kind of interesting. Like, doesn't that increase the chances that this second Harvey guy might actually have known what he was talking about?
Well, Maureen hit it, but I want to come back to it if I can.
Sure.
Yeah.
When he says time is of the essence and he doesn't get a response, then, I mean, after he just realizes that's not going to work, so he's going to go to plan C or D. And then the only other quick thing is if someone admits to us that he's got a burglary rap in his jacket, guaranteed he's got 5 other charges also.
Right. And I wrote
Go
it
ahead,
down as
James.
you were playing that, Megan.
They're like, y'all are just idiots. These people are criminals.
I wrote it down because when you work fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, stuff we work forever, it's always critical. Like time is of the essence. They always create this urgency, right? When they want to get money from somebody, it has to happen right now. There can't be any slowdown in the
My family member was kidnapped. I would want things to move fast. Let me get
Yeah, I
you.
was gonna say there was already a sense of urgency, but okay.
Yeah, they're trying to make us not think it's that serious, but we know freaking y'all know better. Quit it. Y'all quit it. Quit it, sir.
process at all, and they always hit the people with urgency. And so when I heard that, I was like, "Yep, that's typical."
It's like, I'm gonna go do a kidnapping and take my time collecting the ransom, and I'll just take her on a vacation and then all that, and we'll chill for a bit and get to know one another, and then I'll let
Yeah.
the family know I got her and she's safe and get my money.
Well,
By then,
he's
nobody.
saying you can apply to like a Nigerian prince type scam or whatever. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
and that's a
Or,
given. I mean, to me,
hmm
that's like a no-brainer, surface level bullshit. Sir, go deeper.
Fraud
Yeah.
101. I don't know.
Yeah, consider the success of
Very-
all the fraud against elderly people. I've got your granddaughter right here, and a young girl screaming in the background. Get to the
That absolutely has happened.
hmm
It does. People get the phone calls. I got your loved one. This is the sheriff's department calling. We got your loved one. You need to send us some money. Not realizing that's not how it works. You literally got to go down to the jail to get your person. You can't pay a bail over the phone and have them released from jail, but people are falling for it.
bank, withdraw money, drop it off here. You can't believe the people that go along with that.
Yep.
When you charge
Oh,
it with
yeah.
emotion and you put a time stamp on it and you push, this is what they do.
Who? Kidnappers?
Scammers.
Well, I mean, they're focusing on the scammers. They're just chalking all the kidnapping up to that never happened because Annie did it.
hmm
Kidnapping's off the table for some of these people. That's what, when they're talking about this case, is you got to remember that's why how they're talking about it is based on how they feel about who did it.
Right.
So they're not even there. A lot of them have discounted that this ransom part is even anything to do with anything.
But the reason they're probably discounting it, besides the fact of, the Annie and Tommaso suspicions, are probably the fact that the note wasn't left at the house,
Well,
like
I mean, that's a
normal,
big.
you know.
Well, I get that too, but
hmm
is there a cookie cutter way to do things? Right? The fact that this person didn't leave a note at the house versus writing it doesn't make it not legitimate in my mind. I don't know why they would do that. I can't explain that part, but I also could accept that they could have done it that way. I don't know why they would do shit like that though, unless they wanted that attention part of it. But why would you do that when you're trying to collect money and get away? Right? So I see
Yeah.
the holes in it, but I still need to keep a complete open mind and not just chalk it up. Because if we all decide it was totally fake ransom, Miss Nancy may never be fucking found.
hmm
And we got to be willing to explore it. And Maureen needs to come out and elaborate a little bit more about this porch guy situation.
Well, okay, so I was pursuing what
Literally, an old lady's life was on the line, and we don't know where her body is. That is fucking ridiculous.
if
We're going to sit up on the internet and play games, though.
it's real. What if that's the real kidnapper and this is a real guy who knows the kidnapper and they're writing the same thing? Time's of the essence? It's not of the essence. What if it's not real? Neither one's real. Then what you're saying is actually really smart and really interesting too, because you got two bad guys behaving exactly the same way at the same time, right?
Right.
Then you got two. Well, we presume two. There's still the possibility this is the same person, but
Look,
you got two bad guys who are like, emergency, emergency, I'm in on it and I know things. No response. It's not an emergency, but I might be able to help you out a little. Like,
Just to mention the guy
you
sitting
seem to be
around.
saying, James, this is like tried and true. You've seen a million of these,
Oh, yeah.
like where they do exactly
and
this
just
pattern.
think about the conduit. It's TMZ, right? Why go there? If you really have useful information, first of all, you're going to the family. I mean, every kidnapping I ever worked, that they called the family. They didn't call
Okay, before I got to go take the puppy out for a second. But before I do, he's about to say this. We
Mhm.
understand, sir, and I get it, but you don't go discounting it all the way. We're just scammers.
Mhm.
I get it. So once again, our ransom notes are still fake, to some people. So I
Mhm.
just don't know where to sit with it yet. They just need to investigate the shit out of it to prove to me it's fake. I can't just go by, well, scammer, they just wouldn't reach out to the media. You don't know that, sir. You don't know who you're dealing with on the other side or what their mentality is. We
Mhm.
don't. We don't know that, so we cannot go on assumption alone in textbook cases.
TMZ. They didn't call the local news station. They called the family and said, "Hey, we got your kid. We want the money." That's how it works. I mean, it just again, I think I said this the first time I was with you, how unorthodox this thing has been. The communication through TMZ or your local news. I mean, you go direct to that family, and certainly if you know it's Savannah Guthrie, you go to her directly. Hey, here you go. I want my money. And again, I smell fraud, and it's good publicity for TMZ, and that's why they keep going there, and he's getting a good story out of it. I wish he had kind of paid it to see what would have happened. He probably would have been out that
I
money,
know.
probably.
Right.
And we
Especially the
know
south of the
that there
border
was yet a
ones.
third party, not to be confused with these first two parties, that came in with a demand for ransom that went directly to Annie Guthrie's phone. That he's been caught and he's going on trial, I think, soon
Right.
for doing that. But my point is
That was
simply
Colella.
Annie Guthrie's number must be pretty easy to get, or at least at that time must have been pretty easy to get. If some loser criminal was able to do it and text her, I've got your mother, whatever. So if these kidnappers,
Wow. So
Didn't that loser criminal know Tommaso or something, or have
which
some sort
one?
of connection? Colella.
No, nobody's proven that he knows him.
I'm trying to remember
Nope.
what people said the connection was. Was it something about the band
I
or
couldn't tell
whatever?
you if people, Simi, somebody tell me, did they tie Colella to one of those bandmates? Because everybody tried to accuse the bandmate in the beginning, and he came out and spoke to the media. Um, I have not seen any proof, and I've got Colella's
Mhm.
uh, affidavit.
Mhm.
We can look at that in a minute, but I got all that, and there's nothing in there about Annie and Tom. Nothing.
Mm.
It tells you what was other things in there, but I've not seen a connection to Colella in any way except that he called somebody, and then he also texted them, right? And he chose to reach out to Annie and Tom, and everybody's like, "Though because it said, did you get the Bitcoin yet?" As if, did we get our money yet? Right? People translated it to that. I don't know why this freak did that. He could be a scammer too. But why
Mhm.
would you ask, did you get the Bitcoin yet? And that's all you ask that we know of. Why call Annie and Tom? I can only figure it was probably the easiest two to reach out to. I don't know if you could find Savannah's information that easily and readily available. I don't know about her brother's information, but everybody was talking about Annie and Tom, putting all their information out there, by the way. Everything about them they could dig up was out there for the world to see. I don't know why he would reach out to Annie and Tom, but I haven't seen a
Mhm.
connection to Tom yet. And people are still highly suspicious of the bandmates. Now,
Oh.
because interview room wants to point out that Annie surrounds herself with these type of people. I guess you could say Tommaso might, because he knows people in a band. So now we're going to say that people in bands are criminals as well.
Well,
That
one
is,
of his bandmates has a record
well,
for
maybe
burglary.
so. I saw all that.
Mhm.
I'm saying I have seen all y'all. I've done. I don't even know how many shows. I've seen it all. But just like all those theories in Idaho 4, they led to nowhere
Right.
so far. And I don't want. I just. So I guess when we try to discuss this, we're going to go back to all the other stuff. Like, what about this? What about? I don't know yet. I'm exploring one thing at a time, y'all. But I heard. So I wonder if I should do a poll. How many of y'all actually think this is all bullshit and it's a scammer? Or there's a possibility it could be real. Depends on which expert you listen to today. Honestly, it's crazy. And everybody form their own opinions. I'm just saying I can't take anything off the table right now. Not Annie or Tom are not off the table. Scammers aren't off the table. Legitimacy to these ransom notes, all of everything's open right now.
Mm.
wanted to reach directly to the family, seems like they could have done it. This Nimrod did it with Annie.
Right.
You don't have to go through Savannah, whose number is definitely going to be protected, but Annie got the
So the way the inner room wants to put it is if they surround themselves with all these people. What if they did know somebody nefarious, right? A bandmate with a past, a friend with a past, a friend who needed some money real bad. What if somebody knew who Annie was? They knew who her mother was because Tucson's daughter presented her mother up on a silver platter back in November for the whole world to see. We're going to forget that part too. That was not like, oh my God, they got that much money? Annie's mom? Y'all see that? It could have been just that simple too.
seemed accessible, and they didn't do it. They went through TMZ, just to bolster your point. You were going to say something, Maureen.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's Derek Colella from Hawthorne, California. And I looked up when that story first hit. I tried to find their contact information, and I was able to find even some scrapings of it for both Tommaso and for Annie.
And Maureen has been all over Colella's ass. She's the one that I got the document. We know when the courts are coming up. They talk about it on her channel.
Because they're small business people.
She wants to go to the fucking hearings that bad.
And they're in the area, and he's a teacher, and, parents, whatever. I could see that. I could also see, some people are saying, why didn't they reach out to Savannah? Well, as you mentioned, Savannah obviously is going to be impossible to get a direct line into. So I
hello, Savannah. We have your mother.
I agree with exactly what you're saying. Derek Colella's hearing, by the way, is July 2nd. And that's going to be interesting.
Is Annie a jealous, vindictive sister? Hello, Savannah. We have your mother. That's almost as sick as, don't worry, I'm here to help you.
Megan, because after July 2nd, his case will be considered adjudicated. And once that happens, if there is anything more to the Derek Colella saga and this case, he's going to be able to, then he'll be free to work with the prosecution. So if anything is going to come out of that, it'll come out after July 2nd.
And July 2nd is his next court date.
Yep, I'm adding that
I
to
just
my
went back
calendar
to
right now.
Yeah, she's been on top of the Colella stuff. She can't let it go. She's watching everything about it. She's on it.
the
That's where I've been getting my updates on Colella from, is through her.
Nerdy Addict report
Okay, here we go.
that we had in March and that we discussed on this show. Again,
We did discuss it back then outside of Nerdy's post.
it dovetails with a lot of what we've heard today. But I just want to read you what Nerdy reported at the time. I now have two sources confirming that one of the letters sent to the media in the Nancy Guthrie case allegedly states the sender apologized.
Now, he did post that after the second letter. But apologized. Howard Bloom comes out. I've got my sources said that there was an apology and it broke the fucking internet. But Nerdy literally tweeted it right after the second letter. I didn't miss it.
Claiming so that's now Howard Bloom, this Brianna Whitney, now of Crime Junkie, and Nerdy all saying that there was an apology. Again, unclear to me whether
Savannah says, we received your message. We understand. We're still willing to pay. Still willing to pay.
they're saying there was an explicit "I'm sorry"
That's a sick mind to me messing with her with some letters like that when her mom's missing.
or just the tone of the letter was an apology. Howard Bloom puts apologize in quotes, that's what he was told. And Brianna, who saw the note, says that it includes an apology. But okay, for whatever it's worth. He says, the sender apologized, claiming they did not realize how serious her heart condition was and that she has, quote, gone to be with God. Now that's different. No one else is referencing gone to be with God. We're buried with nature is where we are. I can kind of see how you might confuse those two. I don't know. They're both sort of ethereal, an ending of sorts. I don't know. We'll see. According to these sources, investigators believe the message came from the same individuals who previously demanded Bitcoin, though this latest letter reportedly made no demands and was framed solely as an apology. While this has been validated by 2 independent sources, it has not been publicly released or confirmed by the media. And then came Howard Bloom. So I just find that interesting. Like, why does he have gone to be with God?
Exactly, Dolphin. I mean, it was like
and the new ones don't have that.
It wasn't like a "I'm sorry" apology like that. It was just, "Hey, she passed. We didn't know it was that bad." That's an apology, but people want to take that it was an apology to heart, like someone's going to sit down and write a heartfelt apology. It wasn't that, you know.
That it was behind, I don't know, she was buried in nature. But in any event, that too confirmed back in March how serious her heart condition was and that they didn't realize.
Back in March, not the other day when Howard Bloom broke the internet.
So what's your bet now, Maureen, having heard all this? That Savannah's right? That this problem...
No, they don't want to listen. Because some talking heads on the internet said, no, kidnappers would never send a letter to a TV station. Especially TMZ. You idiots. Stop it. And everybody said, okay.
Probably these first 2 really were from the kidnap.
Including the rest of the media. They all said, okay. We were warned about they a long time ago, y'all. Talking heads.
And that this is the actual kidnapper, either saying she's gone to be with God or buried in nature, but feeling bad about it, or at least trying to convince Savannah and co. that he or she feels bad about it. Is that your bet, that these are legit? Or no?
I would say
Savannah and possibly the authorities are wrong.
I would say they might be legitimate in that someone knows, someone close to them overheard them, a girlfriend to some of the guys that took her, something along those lines. Just because of the position of that Apple Watch, people say that was so specific that you really could not have been able to know that. And it's not like
on the floor versus the bedside table where everybody insisted it would be, because y'all was in Nancy's bedroom and you know. Huh. I wonder if it got knocked off to the floor when they were getting her out of the bed. Pretty sure that's probably what happened, and they know it was on the floor. Huh. Interesting. I wonder where the fucking thing was found in the home. Because if it was literally found on the floor in the home, then they know this letter is legit. They know something that we don't know. Remember that.
Seeing it on the nightstand, it's something like
that makes all the difference in the world to the FBI. Was there really? Nanos, we need to see all those pictures your boys took when y'all entered that house. We didn't get to go in there right away. Did y'all find that watch on the floor? God, I hope y'all got the pictures of all that.
Ripped it off her wrist and they threw it and it landed something like under the dishwasher in the kitchen, some random spot that you
see right there. She's speculating. Did it come off, fly off, land somewhere, go under a piece of furniture? And she was right. According to the reports of what we're hearing, what the note said.
Would not know that unless you were in that room, you know?
No, the other thing is the pajamas. Like, I don't think you actually could know what pajamas.
Yeah, how in the hell are we all supposed to know what kind of pajamas Nancy wore to bed that night? How's Savannah supposed to know without a doubt what her mama wore to bed that night? Don't your mama got more than one sleeping pajama sets? A couple, maybe her favorite pair of slippers by the bed or whatever that she wears around the house. Who knows? But the person described what Nancy was wearing that night. Now, Savannah and Annie probably more than Savannah would know what Mama's pajamas look like because she's there all the time. Savannah's not. But it was very specific information. So we don't know how specific it was, and how do we know what Nancy wore to bed that night? We don't.
Nancy owned from what we saw on the Today Show. That's the one thing. I agree with you, James, on the Apple Watch and the floodlight. You get both of those if you were a contractor inside the house, potentially, if the Apple Watch were just in a generic place, you know, like you see where the charger is and that's where she charges it and you're there as the cleaner and you mark that in your mind. But what pajamas she had, that would be something, you know, you'd have to be her housekeeper basically, I think, to know that. And what pajamas she was wearing when she was abducted, That would convince me.
Did you have that?
I think, if you,
do you have that somewhere?
yeah, that's what they're.
Did that pique your interest, sir? Ever so slightly? What, Mr. No, this would never happen like that. What was that?
Reporting that Howard is actually just referencing back to earlier reporting that they knew what she was wearing, that the outfit correctly described what Guthrie had been wearing. That's how he phrases it.
And they went further and said she didn't have her slippers with her or something too. Remember, Megan, way back?
Yeah, that's right.
So about time y'all.
If they verified that, that means they saw it on footage.
What?
What she had on, and that she didn't. You know what I mean? Like her pajamas.
No, there's a chance that the cameras at Nancy's home did capture Nancy coming out that damn front door where we see the blood. There's not a doubt in my mind, because Porch Guy really wanted to get that camera off, didn't he, with his vine? After Nancy was taken from that home and led down that sidewalk, in my opinion. My theory is that's what happened. And then they go back to get it. But but nobody has said what Nancy was wearing that night. Nano's never described what she was wearing that night, right? But if you're Annie Guthrie and you're in the home a lot, helping your mom do things, you're probably going to know what her favorite set of pajamas are. Savannah probably knows what her favorite sets are. They can say, Mom's so-and-so appears to be missing from the bedroom. Mom's favorite gown is gone. The one she would wear every night is gone. My son would know. If I went missing and he came in my room, he's going to be like, wait. Mama's favorite shit's gone. Right? Because I'm like, yeah. So it's not hard to, there's no information about what she was wearing, is my point. Only the person that took her would know exactly what she had on that night. Only the person who took her would know where that watch was placed in that house. And turns out it may not have been by the table by the bed all night like everybody assumed. It was apparently in the floor. So there's specific things in the note that we don't know if are true or not. But now this guy's all perked up wanting to know, how do we know about this, what she was wearing, what's going on? But did it
I think they have more footage though.
Yeah. So are we gonna be satisfied that Google only was able to scratch a couple of seconds and then go back even further and this big gap appears, but they got a scratch from the 11th of a screenshot? Are we sure that was the 11th? I've never been convinced. I don't see a timestamp nowhere. I see speculation, but no proof it was on the 11th. Just a bunch of speculation.
Well, if and we don't know, but if they had that would convince me too. What do you make of the possibility that this is more than one person, Maureen, and the theory that Porch Man is not the sophisticated Bitcoin and letter writer?
Well, with regard to the sophistication of that letter, I've said from the beginning that, ChatGPT does great job. You could, even if you had...
you're helping to push that theory too? All right. Well, the masses are convinced it's just a fake fraudster with ChatGPT. Okay.
To translate it, for example, and then say, make it sound more sophisticated. You can do that, and it does it fine. And I know that Harvey said, it doesn't look like ChatGPT. I'm not sure how he would know that, but okay, he does have a tech.
But how do you know it is?
Team. So I think that it's been my opinion since the beginning that it's probably two people, because any more than two, you're just exponentially increasing your risk. But Jim Clementi, the Fitz's old partner, and also an FBI profiler, he said he's seen no evidence that there's more than one person. So he's been trying to train my brain to think that the possibility does exist, that it could just be one person. If it is one person, they had to use.
Yeah, always could have been one person. I was never convinced. Now I think it would be easier with two, because someone needs to drive that car. So what are you going to do with her? You're going to secure her, like gag her, handcuff her, tie her up, put her in the car, cover her up, and then be the sole person in the car with her driving, right? Or would it be better to have a second? But the more people you add into the stuff, the more chance someone's going to talk, right? So
Mhm.
you want to keep it down to as minimal people as possible, especially if you're pulling off an elaborate kidnapping. But I don't know that I can get behind 1 or 2 people because there's a possibility that it could have been both. It's about like you said, the back door's propped open. Was that the original intent to go out the back door for some reason, try to avoid camera and go out that one side of the house because the casita had a camera. You don't want to go that way by the garage. You need to go the other way where there wasn't a camera on that one side. But was that too treacherous for Nancy? Once they realized this lady can't walk without a cane, that's not going to work. Then they would decided to go out the front door. I don't know, but I've tried to go through the scenarios too. But we don't know. What do you think? It would be more than 2 automatically, or still those you training your brain to be open to 1? Y'all training your brains out there. Um, I think logically, a lot of us think there was probably 2, especially if you consider was that a walkie-talkie in his pocket, right? And the way he walks up, the way Porch Guy walks up to Nancy's property, and then like where's the car? Where'd they park? So I don't know, 1 or 2 people. It logically, just like Brian Koberger's case, it could be 1 person all alone. All along, it could be 1 person.
Some sort of a dolly to move the body. It's just too heavy.
What if it was a Porch Guy? Don't look like he's an old man. Somebody who knew of. Somebody sitting at home one night with their TV dinner, sad, wishing they had more, watching the news and see Tucson's daughter and her mother. And like, oh, shit. And they start stewing about it. I don't know. They're local, apparently. Could have been any damn buddy.
Even if she was slightly ambulatory, she was bleeding, presumably from her face. And so, and you're going to have to do something to restrain her if you're going to put her in a car and take her someplace. And
if there was a woman present at Nancy Guthrie's, I've always said she was in the car. Because there's somebody at play in this scenario who does have empathy, and I've said that from the beginning of this case. Somebody's got empathy. I'm not sure who it is. But I've always said there could be a woman in that car waiting on Porch Guy and Nancy. And I don't think that Nancy was rolled up into some equipment and carried and tossed around. I think they got her down as best they could. It maybe took 2 people to get her down them stairs, 1 on each side, since she couldn't walk without her damn cane and had a bloody fucking nose. Could have been a woman present. Yes, ma'am, it sure could have. But we all know Porch Guy is not a woman, unless he's a manly woman.
And to your point about the kidnappers and Mexico and stuff like that, the vast majority of the kidnappings that we see in this country are drug related, and by that I mean someone has a load of dope and they get pulled over by police and the dope gets seized. Whoever those people are, they're still on the hook to the cartel to pay them for the money that they owe them, and so oftentimes that's what will spark a kidnapping. Now, that kidnapping in a situation like that, the victim will stay with sometimes a couple that we've worked here.
Rachel says her comment was about the writings. Yeah, the notes. Are you behind? Yeah. Well, the notes sound feminine. There's a video. Maureen's going to talk about that. I don't know if it's in this segment here. I'm just going to take this one down and go pull up that one. I'm kind of bored with their conversation now. I feel like I know all this already. Hey, Doug, welcome in. Man X Cat says, where's Nancy's laptop? Don't know. I'm assuming it was in her house. I'm assuming they went through all of Nancy's, if Nancy had a computer, laptop, iPad, phone, whatever digital devices she had in that home, apparently were still there when she was taken. So I'm sure FBI has combed through all of that digital data, looking for a Bitcoin connection, a wrench attack possibility. If a wrench attack occurred, did Nancy Guthrie have a Bitcoin account? Did she have a crypto wallet, or was that just Savannah and we're going to make Nancy force Savannah to give up her passcode key to her wallet? Why the fuck weird? I don't know. Hopefully the FBI's got a hold of all that, right?
They've stayed with a family and until the money is paid, and then they release them. And I'm sure James.
I can't get behind the cartel. I couldn't get behind a cartel hit in the Idaho 4 case.
Oh, me either. I'm just like, yeah.
That's the first go-to is a cartel hit.
Like,
y'all
geez,
know how
people.
cartels operate. By God,
Hmm.
do we need to host a show on how cartels actually operate? All right.
I was gonna say, have I missed something? Like,
I
are
know.
cartels actually bothering little, 84-year-old women?
Well,
Like,
Nancy could have stumbled upon information that the sheriff was hiding about the illegal smuggling going on out there in the
oh,
ranches.
right,
I'm assuming.
right.
I don't know how
Mhm.
Nancy's got a secret ranch I don't know about, and they're smuggling drugs across it, and she's just like, I'm not having this shit. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know how they're tying the cartel to it. Why the cartel would take the lady from Mexico said to everybody, the cartel's not going to do that. They'd take
Yeah.
Miss Nancy and drop her right there in the front yard and prove their
Yep.
fucking point.
Yep.
And
There's
they
too
don't
many moving parts or whatever, you know what I mean?
they don't walk into a
It's not
house in
simple.
Idaho and slaughter
Mhm.
4 individuals and leave a
And leave 2
mess
survivors, yeah.
and leave 2 survivors on top of that. Fuck.
And a dog.
Can speak.
Oh, Lord.
This poor Murphy would have probably gotten it too if it had been the
Yeah,
cartel
Murphy.
'cause
Murphy's
he was
like, "Thank
barking.
God." Murphy's like, "Shit, I'm out here. I'm living my best life, even though I miss
Mhm.
Kaylee, but thank
Yeah.
God that son of a bitch spared me. Thank God Brian Koberger liked animals and wasn't intimidated by the Murphy."
Mhm.
Hmm. Do them dogs intimidate anybody? If y'all have that kind of dog and you think that's gonna protect you, you might
No.
wanna look at another breed as an alternative to bringing as a
Yeah.
companion dog. Get you a companion dog for your little buddy there.
To that also. So, going down to Mexico, they what's happening here is far afoul from that, because they're not running this operation like a cartel would run a kidnapping, because it's a hit and run, get it done, get the cash, get her out
Thank
of
you.
there.
This is why I
That is
love this
not what
woman.
happened here.
I just
not only
said.
Yeah. We like the no nonsense stuff.
Mhm.
We cut through the bullshit, man. Cut
Mhm.
through the bullshit. But tell us more about this defense attorney stuff and evidence getting thrown out and shoring up stuff. What, ma'am?
that, but James, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We never intend. That does not sound like a Mexican drug cartel to me. But I am an amateur.
Not the ones I've worked. They don't speak that way, and they don't write notes like that. Frankly, so no.
But you was sure interested in maybe some information about what Nancy was wearing that night, weren't you, sir?
But that's just my experience. So that's not the norm.
But what do you make of multiple people?
You know, Brian Koberger wasn't the norm either for a serial killer in the making. He's a hybrid killer. They don't all fit the textbook profile.
Yeah.
That doesn't, ruling out the Mexican
Textbook kidnappings tell us this is how they go down until they don't.
gang doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's not like a gang of 2 Americans. And let's not forget about how the back door was propped open by like a planter or something.
Yeah, I've always thought.
No. Ashley Banfield lied, according to some people. Them sources are crazy. So I think the back doors were propped open with Nancy's flower pots. That's pretty specific, unless we got a rogue source teller out there who likes to tell tall tales.
Yeah,
No,
you
this guy was
definitely need something heavy to keep those things open because they'll swing back.
Yeah. And if you
Mhm.
want to get her out with ease, if you're the only person in the house with her and you're the only
Mhm.
one escorting her out of the home, it would
Mhm.
make sense to prop them doors open. You don't let
Yeah.
her touch them trying to get back out either,
Yep.
right? The less touching, the
I
better.
do it
We
all
got
the time.
saliva, right? We got saliva going everywhere. Did they get some saliva off that doorknob at any chance? By any? Well, hopefully that Nanos' team thought enough to take swabs of the doorknobs at the patio where the doors were propped open. That's investigation 101. Doors propped open. Hell, swab everything right there, right? Let's hope Nanos did that. Let's hope crime scene techs were like, "Sir, Sheriff Nanos, we really need to swab that door. That's probably fucking important." And what did it yield? Was it straight up DNA? Or because he had to grab that doorknob with his freaking hand, right? So with the dominant hand's probably doing that. The dominant hand's probably the same one that put the bite light in the mouth. Did he have his bite light already in his mouth and already had saliva on him when he touched the knob? Lord, the more I pick apart your crime scene, Sheriff, I'm concerned about a defense attorney even more now that Maureen has come out and said what she done said. Oh, Lord.
trying to come in through the front door. We believe he exited with Nancy through the front door, but I think the working theory is that he will end up getting in through the back door since the door was propped open with something.
Yeah, I've always felt it was multiple people. I still don't, I don't know how you get the guy on the porch saying she's with nature and we're terribly sorry. I just don't put those two together. I think it's a team. I think it always has been. I don't really believe these ransom notes are legitimate. If there was any type of, desire to get paid, which they always want to get paid in these situations, they would have extended a lot more effort to make that happen, and they didn't. So I think it's interesting, but I know scammers, and I just feel so frequently that this is a.
He knows scammers. You don't know criminals? Did you just work the scammer division? Rachel says she trusts Ashley. Yeah, I think they all feel like they're vetting their sources, though, Rachel, right? Even Enton. I don't know what to make of these sources anymore, anybody's, because Maureen and Brian have done a lot of, shows together. They talk frequently, but her source, she just said they're fixing to arrest somebody. They're going to need a damn defense attorney in a minute. But Enton posted, no, there's no suspect. So which source do we believe? And can we believe Ashley's, source about the back doors? At this point, we don't know what we can believe. I guess that's where everybody has to make their own, take which we will. Now, I believe there is a good possibility them doors were open, right? So we had to kind of look at each source and say, do we believe that or not? And how are we supposed to know? It's hard to figure out.
Game.
They need to calm down, sources. For real.
They're playing a game. They're trying to get paid. They haven't proven anything to me. And just to go back to your point real quick about if they did have specificity about her nightgown, and I know you said something like you'd be convinced. Well, I wouldn't be. I'd still need to know more. I need to know how many people went into that crime scene, how many people would have known, what she was wearing, who did they talk to. I mean, I would still need to go a long way before I could fundamentally say, yeah, that's them without them.
Well, we got to find them first.
Showing me a picture of her or letting me talk to her. I'm just, as an FBI, I'm not going to say to the family, yeah, they've got her. Let's pay. Let's do what we need to do. I'm just not going to do that.
I don't think the FBI did that either. I think the FBI maybe they believe it wholeheartedly because of where the watch was found and what Nancy was wearing, according to the kidnapper. And the FBI is not going to come out here and tell us a damn thing, clarify nothing, hold a press conference, give us a lead, nothing. We ain't getting shit. So whatever they've been doing behind the scenes, we're never going to know about it till after the fact. Completely after the fact. Then they're going to be very vague in their press conference when they come out and talk about it, because you do not need to know our investigative tools. It's a secret.
Because there's nothing here yet that proves to me, yeah, they had her, but they had Miss Guthrie.
You're raising good points, because I'm thinking we did a week, fraud week, one year when I was on vacay. We did a pre-taped 5-episode series. That was June of 2 years ago, June of 2024. And we played as the final episode of Fraud Week, my own family's attempted defrauding.
Okay, pay attention. And Megan has had a stalker in the past. It was a whole fucking ordeal. All right. So people who say, oh, these media personalities, they don't get these crazy stalkers. They absolutely do. And we have had a retired agent come out here and speak on multiple platforms, multiple news shows about when he worked in LA at the police department. They had a unit specialized in these stalkers, and NBC repeatedly came to them with cases of stalkers stalking their female talent. But we're going to pretend that don't happen either in America. And Monique Tepe, I'm sorry, people don't, a stalker killed her, an obsessed individual. But we're going to pretend that stuff doesn't happen. We can't do that. We got to keep an open mind. Doesn't mean anything. I'm not telling you what to believe. Just saying, for people to say, oh, that couldn't happen either. It's ridiculous.
Where my husband's mother, as you point out, the elderly, who at the time was 86, I think 85, and she received a phone
Okay, she's going to tell a different story here because she's got two she tells in different pieces, and this one is about what happened with this part, and then there's another one when she talks about in depth about, and there were even actors playing parts. The FBI was brought in to the Megyn Kelly case, and there were actors put in place with their scheme. Okay, it was fucking elaborate.
phone call from a hysterical woman claiming to be her daughter, her own daughter, saying she'd been in a car accident. No, saying that she and her partner had been pulled over by the cops and accused of drunk driving. Excuse me. And that her partner had punched out the cop. And meanwhile, she and her partner don't drink, but like it was COVID. So like you didn't.
Okay, they're just gonna talk about the scamming stuff. So yeah, we know that kind of stuff happens, right? We all are well aware that scams happen, but so do crimes. So I don't know what to think about maybe more information will come out about these letters. Maybe more leaks will come out. Maybe more sources will actually produce it so we can see what it says. But I don't know if that will help people get anywhere with it, right? I don't know that if seeing the entire notes, if people's minds are made up that they're fake, they're going to be made up regardless, right? But I would like to see them. And I don't know if that's going to provoke somebody to say, oh man, that really could be the person I think that I've suspected. We don't, who knows what will jog somebody to come forward with information. No, sheriff's personnel's not up to snuff. We have, that's what I have concerns about, Rachel, and we've talked about that so many times here. The lack of, and we've all heard the story. No experience. The homicide team called in hours later. It was not a well done crime scene. We know that without a doubt. There was a lot of, we don't know what they did collect from within there, though, what they didn't. We know they left the mat. What else did they leave behind? And how much can we trust what they did collect? How contaminated is that? Is there a good chain of evidence on that? There's so many questions. And I don't know if it was just a whole entire bad department where everybody's just crazy, or if it's the sheriff saying, oh, you don't got to do that. Don't do that. Don't swab that. Are you fools? What are you doing? You better leave your crime scene techs alone and let them do their job. And they shouldn't need directions on how to do their job. Now, a cop may say, hey, you know what? I need you to come over here and test this area. There's something going on here. All the logical areas should be tested, all the doorknobs, it's just investigation 101. But can a defense attorney tear down their investigation? Probably so. As far as physical evidence goes, not the digital evidence is going to be different if they even have any. But I don't know what kind of digital evidence they would have at this point. And there has to be more video. And does it show Nancy coming out that front door? We've always wondered that. All right, so the point of playing that whole Megyn Kelly piece was to see Maureen say they're close to an arrest, shoring up evidence, worried about evidence getting tossed. High defense profile attorney mentioned was going to be needed. All that stuff. Like, whoa, Maureen, you gave us a lot to think about, ma'am. Thanks a lot. What's Harvey going to do? Is this south of the border guy now going to respond to Harvey today and give up some proof that he's really got a phone with some information on it? I wonder what will happen with that. Do we think that this person who wrote the first two letters, now that people are telling that it has a feminine, sophisticated tone, is that Annie? I don't know either. Let's review a couple of X posts in just a second, and then we're going to move on to something else. There's a guy that's been posting over on X. First, let me get this. This one first. Okay. Now, So this was yesterday. So Maureen had already came on to Megyn Kelly's show and made her statement. And then Enton posed this. I'm told by a source close to the investigation there are still no suspects or significant leads or updates in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And then he had dropped a video with the latest here. I haven't even watched it yet, I don't think. But that was his source tells him, right? And everybody's been relying on
Mhm.
Enton's reporting and Enton's sources, and and we're fine with them. But it completely contradicts what Maureen said. Does that mean her source is better and his is not that good after all? We don't know what that means. I need the sources to calm down. I'm not playing. I wasn't playing last time. You don't that we're going to get accused of causing problems in cases. Y'all are causing problems. We appreciate information, but don't hide behind a source. I could be making that shit up. I'm not accusing any of these folks of making up their sources, because that'd be weird. Okay. So I wanted to show the Enton post and just show that there is some contradiction out there. I think Ashley Banfield's got a little different reporting. I haven't really reviewed her latest stuff. Okay. And we talked about how Savannah has deleted those videos from her Instagram of her brother, and sister. Both of them now have been deleted. I don't know what that means or what to make of it.
Yeah, that's
It is
interesting.
interesting. I don't know why she would do that. I mean, it's not because there's information that is too late. It's all been out there, right? It'd make no sense to delete them. So I don't know what
Mhm.
was up with her. I don't know what to think about.
Was she getting negative comments or
I don't
something?
know. That's a good possibility, right? Were people coming in and accusing
Mhm.
Annie? Because I'm gonna tell y'all what, they unleashed the lion's den onto Annie Guthrie and the church lady friend of Nancy Guthrie on the interview room, in my opinion. So now, if there's videos of the family, two of them deleted, why would she do that? Was she getting negative comments on that feed about her sister? Because America thinks they're fucking better than her and can go in and attack her without any proof other than a feeling and a talking head told me so? Man, I hope not. God, I hope not. All right. So there's another guy on the Twitter over here who's super interesting. There you are. You didn't go far, Bubba. Now, he's been making cryptic posts, if you will, claiming to have information that can take down the Sheriff Nanos instantly. But for some reason, he's sparsing it out in DMs instead of just coming out with it. He claims he sent it over to Mike Ruiz last night after Mike reached out because somebody finally bit. I'm not sure. Apparently, the sheriff's got a little gambling issue. I'm not gonna,
Oh
we're not
god.
gonna. I don't care what he said about those two.
Mhm.
Let me find his post. Okay, because this guy's been posting. Okay, he reposted 857. I call BS on the new and old TMZ. Okay, good for you, 857. We can sure take you to the bank. You're. Oh no. Okay, this is one that he's done 12 hours ago. And he says, "Hey, lame stream media, here's a story for you. Sheriff Nanos, Nancy Guthrie, tags Pima County Sheriff, DOJ, PH official, FBI, Tucson Police, KVOA, K Gun, KOLD, JLR investigates. Da Juice, 857 Tucson." If you wonder why Nano seems a little busy to actually work this case, perhaps you'll notice his gambling habits are out of control, and he is allowed to gamble, but not on the clock. He's allowed to gamble, but not on the clock. Is that a rule? Sheriff, you can gamble, but
Wow.
please don't do it on duty, sir. We've got receipts, folks. And that withdrawal of 25 grand was yesterday. Time to resign, Nanos. Indictments are coming. And what is this? FanDuel Sportsbook account? Where'd this come from? What is it? Okay. Then he posts this 13 hours ago. This was posted by someone on TikTok named Ted, the architect. I personally think this person is full of shit, but nothing would surprise me in this case. And then he tags his people. And the commenter said, Nancy Guthrie is buried in a shallow grave right over the border by a small lake. She died from her heart giving out, not trauma from the young captures that did this strictly for money. You will find her bones by a lake right over the border. I won't speak of this again. I've been getting hundreds of messages. Now, who's sending you hundreds of messages if you just spoke on it once and leaving it alone? And why didn't you go collect some money if you got information, instead of leaving a comment on a TikTok post? But they're going to retweet this shit like it's gold. And we're going to ignore some ransom letters sent directly to Savannah, describing what her mother wore and where the watch was placed in the bedroom. It's fine journalism. We're going to try to save the little puppy. Okay. I received over 1,000 messages, mostly good, as well as some serious death threats to myself and my family. I will not live my life in fear or back down. If you watched, that would be Chris McDonough. Tonight, I posted a video of him and his wife stating earlier tonight of the fact that Christopher Nanos is under investigation, which is a fact. Now, Chris made some kind of comment about Nanos being under investigation. I don't know how him and his wife know that. Maybe because this guy told him in a DM. I don't know. Included in the DMs I have received, I got one from at Mike RR Reports. That is Mike Ruiz from Fox News. I have provided my contact info to him. Chris, it is time to resign, and the time is now. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. And there's his original post back on June 11th. This message is for Chris Nanos. The information I have on you will end your career in law enforcement. I'm respectfully requesting that you resign. I will release this information into the right hands when the time is right. I saw that when he posted it back June 11th. Here it is, June 26th. Where's the story? Why are we playing on the internet with so much at stake? So maybe Mike will get to the bottom of it. Huh, Mike? Get his information, get the story, get it out there. Get that breaking news and get that scoop and get Nanos gone. We're here for it. It's time to be journalist, according to the Delphi attorneys. What is this? Can you private stuff, Rachel? I don't know. I don't go on Instagram unless I'm doing recon. Whether she privated them or deleted them, either way, they're not there. They're not visible to the public. So were people leaving bad comments? Because it makes no other sense for her to take them down. If that's what you were referring to. Sorry, I'm just looking down at chat. Blake Lively. Oh, good Lord. If I was that girl, I'd delete my whole life. Not like that. That sounded wrong. I would private everything. I would private everything. I cannot.
Yeah.
Look, that I don't know. Ugh. That's kind of like that Johnny Depp.
But she thinks she's fantastic,
Oh,
though.
I know
So,
that.
yeah,
I know all about it. Miss Little. I know.
she's not going
I
anywhere.
don't fucking fucks with the Blake Lively case, and I didn't fucks with the Johnny Depp case. I do not care about that celebrity bullshit. You weirdos, you're actors, every fucking one of you. How can I believe any of y'all actors? Fucking Grammy time. What do they get? Oscars? Did y'all forget they're every single one actors and they're all dramatic, including Johnny? Jesus Christ. I don't want to even talk about them cases. I don't even Ugh, people didn't want to hear me out. Amber Heard's crazy, Salty. I know. So is he. Be honest. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't pretend he's normal. That makes you look weird if you go that far with it. That was my opinion on that case, and I rest my. That's all I got to say about that kind of shit. And Blake Lively, sit all the way down, ma'am. You should have done that years ago, actually. Who the fuck we kidding? I can't with the narcissistic behavior, them pick me people. It's all about me. Go on with your drama. Jesus Christ, we're trying to get to the bottom of who took Miss Nancy. Right? Yeah. But yeah, they're probably on private or deleted. Who knows? And we don't know the reason why. But it's just odd. I'm not trying to figure out if they're private or deleted or why. I just find it odd. Okay, so now we're going to pull up this other and move on. We're not moving on from the Guthrie case. We're going to talk about some other things here. When the interview room started with this next installment, they did. We had to listen to how all the training and experience that he has. We had to go through Karen's entire CV of how many years of dedication and highly accredited journalistic skills that she has, all the things. So we know to believe them. We were also reminded that Monk, I'm no shade to you, guy. You're cool, I guess. You seem like it. He is not just a guy with a sketch pencil playing with lighting, as I suggested. He is an actual artist that sells paintings. Are you for hire by the FBI, sir, so they can get your sketch out there officially? Because according to the interview room, it's pretty fucking good. So maybe the FBI could use your skills. They seem to be lacking in a lot of things right now. And if we need to resort to sketch pencils and change lighting with screenshots, let's go for it. Let's do it. Now, they're going to frame their show as we're here for the citizens of Tucson and how concerned and outraged they should all be, and they should at this point, about what's going on and not going on in their community. They've been trying that shit, for weeks on end over there at their weekly and monthly meetings they've been holding. There have been people in that community trying to do everything they can to get Nanos gone, but somebody is helping that man stay in power. And I said from the beginning when we learned all the stuff, he don't like the FBI investigations, all this. I'm like, whoa, wait. All of that and this guy's still the sheriff? Who's making that happen? And why? I will keep asking that. Now we got a gambling episode going on, but long as you're not on duty, dude, don't do it. What's going on in Pima County, and who's above Nanos making sure he stays in office? That the entire town and community seem to be afraid of. Ask that question, Chris and Karen. Let me pose that theory to you. See, if I want to go all conspiracy theory, I'm going for a good one, right? I want the good one. I don't want to. I got a feeling this could happen. There might be tunnels involved too. There might be a fucking tunnel to Nancy Guthrie's house. Y'all know that, right? Howard Bloom reported during the Idaho 4 case when he wrote a book about the case before it ever even got close to trial. He claimed that Brian Koberger had the IDs of the victims in his box drawer glove thing, whatever situation that was happening. Turns out that was not true. It was wrong. It was misinformation. Just keep that in mind about the apology letter. Seems to be a lot of corruption happening. Well, when we look at what is that detective's name that's coming out and talking? The guy that got desk to the water hose complaints. Somebody stole my hose. Aaron Cross. He's made it clear there's something going on in that town, right? We know that. But where the corruption comes in is who's over Nanos. Why keep that guy in office? Because he's going to turn his head and look the other way? Because he's also getting a kickback? Is he getting kickbacks for some things? Who's kicking him back? Let's go deep. Let's don't go surface level and say just say it. Fuck, let's go look at it. Let's really look at it. What's going on? And I'm going to ask again, who's keeping that man in office? And I've asked that from the beginning. I also said, was there a woman involved from the beginning? I also questioned the legitimacy of those first two notes because there was very specific information. I could be completely wrong on all of it, though. Uh-oh, my grandbaby's in there getting down with his little friend on his game. I'll have to shut my door. Okay. I really don't feel like watching this entire interview room episode. Dolphin and I watched
No,
it.
please, not again.
She's like, no, God, I'll take the dog out again.
Yeah, I'm already getting hungry. I was just pulling up DoorDash because I was like, do I have it delivered or do I
Stop it.
just get up and go get it?
Stop
Yeah.
it, because I'm getting hungry and they don't deliver out here in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, because I wanted to
Let's-
eat earlier, before we started, but then I was like, no.
Yeah,
I was like, I can hold out, but
I know. I'm like that sometimes when I start. I'm like, I was so good about getting like a brunch before I went live, and then I kind of got out of the habit, and I'm like, 'cause I'm not hungry, whatever. And then through the show, I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting hungry. This is not cool because I'm like in the middle of something, So I try to
Oh,
keep some
yeah.
snacks right here, but yeah, when you start getting hungry, it's hard to focus. Like, geez.
Yeah.
But I really,
Do you
yeah.
know if
Go ahead.
Do you see Pinto's question? Do you know if the helicopters use like thermal imaging looking for the body?
The Guthrie case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it came out in the very beginning
Don't
that they.
remember.
Oh, I know. They did not. What they did, but what
Mhm.
happened was they only sent their helicopter up, and we've done shows on this. It's out there, and all the media outlets know about it. So they
Mhm.
sent the helicopter out because Nanos had grounded the pilot before Nancy
Right.
Guthrie, and when confronted with, "Hey, we need to get that plane up," he delayed it, and then he finally let the guy take the plane up. By then they were did that and then Cross and somebody else said every department would love a plane like that. All the thermal imaging and all the this is other communities or other towns borrow their plane, right? It's so fucking
Mhm.
advanced. But Nanos had grounded the pilot for whatever reason Nanos had that day. But when he finally let the guy up, they did go search, but Nancy wasn't seen anywhere by then. They were
I think it
gone.
was a disciplinary issue or something
Well,
with the
yeah, that's what
guy.
he claims it was.
Mhm.
Every person that Nanos has sat down has been because of a disciplinary action. I just didn't want to go all through it. Yes, he grounded the pilot because for disciplinary reasons that they dispute. It is what it is. But he did get it up a
Mhm.
couple of hours later. So even if she had been a walk away, it would have took them several hours to locate her walking around the neighborhood in the dark, going, where am I at? So that they did use it, but it was hours too late, and by then the vehicle was long gone. By the time they realized Nancy was gone, Nancy was already long gone. Well,
Yeah.
maybe she might have been around the corner for all I know, until things calmed down. But things didn't calm down once the heat was on. Been the fucking neighborhood filled up. So if the person stayed in the neighborhood, now they got a problem because there's media every fucking where. Damn. So I'm stumped on if they ever left the neighborhood or not. I'm like, so much. All right. So we reviewed this last night, and I took a couple of notes. There was a lot that stood out to me. A lot that bothered me. The I now want people to understand. I have a reason that I feel this way about Chris McDonough. And it's not like a personal, I want to attack this man thing. It's based on information that I'm not going to hold him responsible today for what he may or may have done 30, 40 years ago. But what I will say, due to your training and experience, you are taught the Reed technique. And I can't overlook it. And I saw the Reed technique in action in the Michael Crow case, a 15-year-old boy, forced confession of guilt for killing his sister. Several officers were investigated and a civil suit was brought forward, and Chris McDonough is named in the suit. It's a matter of public record, and I have the document. Because I don't want people to think I'm just some ranting lady out here running her fucking mouth and don't know what she's talking about. I have concern for a reason. And I've been clocking and gauging this guy for fucking months before Nancy Guthrie. Because there was another case they were involved in doing work on, and I'm like, huh. So, because you might see me around somewhere or hear me say I watched something. No, I've always got an ulterior motive for what I'm doing. And I see the Reed technique in play on the live streams. The Reed technique was used on Richard Allen. What is the Reed technique? Where cops tell you things that aren't true. Where cops tell you we've ran tests, we have experts to say this is true when they absolutely have none of that. A lot of the forced confessions in the past, or false confessions, I should say, came about from Reed technique interrogations. It's highly problematic. And I will drop the link. Let me get it. Because I can't play it. I will get a copyright strike. You guys can go watch it and make up your own mind. And remember, people change. So I'm not saying anything. I don't want nobody to bully anybody because that's not my end game here. I think that's ridiculous to begin with. Don't do that shit. But just take your information and be informed. And then take everything with a big ass grain of salt after that. That's all. So I do need to drop this link. So let me grab that real quick. It's
I wonder, does Five Guys, like, when they do their delivery, I wonder, do they staple their bags? Because if I get fries from Five Guys,
yeah,
I wouldn't trust that the driver wouldn't, like,
they do. They
reach
know
in the
they
bag and steal some
well, my
fries.
Five Guys did. When I was
Mhm,
in town, when I was at my sister's, I would order from Five Guys 'cause
mhm.
I like the burger without the bun, right? And the
Yeah.
fries, yeah, all my shit was always packaged and sealed up. Now that's the Florida Five Guys. I don't know about your Five
Mhm.
Guys.
I'm in the
Mine
mood for, like, a
mine did me
kosher
right.
dog.
Yeah, mine did me
Mhm.
right. Ooh, that sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, their dogs are really good.
I haven't had their dogs at all.
They're
No.
very good. Mhm.
Okay, let me
Split
grab
and
this.
grilled. Mm.
What? Yeah, that
Yep.
sounds good. All right, let me get this link, and you guys can just go watch, check it out for yourself. Maybe we'll go over the document eventually. I mean, it's not a big fucking deal. I'm just saying that you have to sometimes. Is it going to let me? Oh wait. Okay. Yeah, I can't play that. I'll get a copyright because somebody's weird music's in the background. That's an old video, and I, damn it, if I was a shade throwing lady, that would we could, maybe I'll send that to some people. Um, they're better at that than I am.
I've been noticing that people, like, change the play speed on things. Does that help them get around the copyright?
No, they're just doing it because it's faster speed, and plus you can get a lot more into your video if they're on faster speed. It's a time thing.
Okay.
But if that sound is in there, no, no, no. Like if that music's in the background, you're getting it. You're done.
Mm,
You're getting something. You're either getting a warning, a
mhm.
copyright strike, a shared thing. There's a lot of things that could happen. I have to be super
Yeah.
careful about some things I play. Even like Olap's video, if I shared that, where I'm sharing revenue with Olap now because of the music in the background, which is fine with me. I don't care, right? But that's the kind
Yeah.
of things that go on that the people have no idea about. And I just had to
They're
delete
trying to
the
charge $4.55 for a bottle of Coke?
probably, yeah. I just had to delete a sound from
Shit.
our last live. I had to
Oh,
go
yeah?
back. Yeah, there's some 5 or 8-second sound in the background that's a copyright thing, not a strike, but a copyright
Mhm.
thingy. And you have to just go in and you just erase it, and it tells you, yeah, it's all done now. But it's fucking aggravating bullshit.
Mm.
Okay, that we have to deal with sometimes. So I'm careful. All right, let me grab this. and get this link into chat. And this can be found on YouTube. That's where I found it. Just a little quick YouTube search. That's all I had to do. Not like I deep dove him on, nothing like that happened. It's just a quick little search. And boom, there it was. So there's a link. Everybody can grab and go give that a view later and just make up your own mind and see how things can be done and educate yourself about the read technique a little bit. Now, moving forward, also remember manipulation tactics. There's a lot of people out there right now trying to school you on how Megan Connor uses manipulation tactics to tug at the heartstrings, and Lauren Matthias is out there doing the same thing, and how they're absolutely right. They're doing it, and they're not making a secret out of it. But they're not the only ones out there doing it. And so when are we going to start calling all of them out for doing it and demand change versus showing one person's faults over and over and over and over and over? I know them all. They're weird. I cannot stomach that chick. But if we're ready to talk about all of the ones that are out there actually doing this and what it means for society and going forward in criminal cases that they're supposed to be caring about, that's why we don't like Lauren Matthias, people who are out there pointing out all her faults. We don't like that stuff in true crime. We want the truth to be out. We want facts and open discussion. So pay attention. They're not the only ones doing it. But I just understand it's more popular and fun to go at her because she's an easy target. She makes it easy. I get it. All right, let me get these up. Dolphin, if you want to dip at any time or go eat, I get it. I understand. But
Oh, I just set up delivery, so I
cool.
will keep an eye on it, and then I'll just run down to the lobby door to get it.
Okay, cool.
They told me to give them a delivery pin when I go pick it up. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they started doing that when I was in town. When I was getting, it was the delivery pin that I would give them. And the
Well, that's
Five Guys
good.
was just like 2 blocks from me, so the food was always fresh.
Yeah.
I'm like ordering somewhere close. I was lucky, but I do.
It's literally
I'll tell
probably
you,
a mile or two from me
right?
on the
Being,
same street,
the only thing about being back out in the country, that in the middle of
Mhm.
nowhere, that sucks is I can't get my DoorDash, right? I can't get my Five Guys
Yeah.
when I want it, or my barbecue. I've got used to getting that barbecue and and all by myself,
Mhm.
mind you. And yeah, but that's okay. My son can grab it on the way home, the barbecue at least, and it still be fine when he gets here. But not the Five Guys. See, I got to go all the way to town now if I want it. So that part does suck. I'm
Oh,
not
wow.
ordering. I'm not ordering some fast food and having it delivered 15, 20 miles.
They said my person is already waiting for the order, and it should be here in like 11 minutes. Let me call them real quick just to ask for mayonnaise in the bag.
Okay, go right ahead. All right, guys,
Mhm.
let me get us all set up here. Oh. Dolphin, tell them to seal the bags, right? Do they even read our notes? Right? Do they even read them? Some do, I guess, but sometimes you have to wonder, are they going to see this that I want extra? Text your DoorDash driver and say, could you please make sure they staple that up? There's some places that are real. I DoorDashed for a while. There was places that were amazing restaurants that package that stuff up so well. And there's some that'll throw you a bag that's open. I'm like, could you fix that shit? Are you serious? So use your common sense out there, drivers. Don't accept that shit. You're going to get blamed for opening that food and eating it later. No, we do. Ew. I appreciate the places that do seal all their food up the way they should. I'm not going to order from you if you don't. That's stupid. I'm setting myself up. You set yourself up for failure if you order from a bad place that you know is going to send you shitty food and questionable packaging. All right. So I'm going to, well, let me get my shit together here for a minute. All right. So they go back to Tucson. They went to Tucson, Karen and Chris McDonough, and they went to Annie's house. They went to Nancy's house, took some footage. They go to where Annie worked or where her shop was once located, and realize that it's, got a homeless encampment nearby. It's got a car lot nearby, 3 Walmarts, anywhere America. So anyway, they've showed you how somebody, if you needed a porch guy, for instance, you could have got him from this environment. I'm trying to word
Okay, I'm
this.
back.
Okay. I'm trying to word this in a way so I don't seem like combative, but there's no simple way to say it. They
Uh-oh.
presented the fact, because I'm tired of the sugarcoating. I've seen people go like they're dancing around it. It in the interview room wants other people. I feel like they want you to say it so they don't have to. And if you pay attention
Mhm.
to the way he speaks about the case, that's exactly how he's presenting it. I'm just offering the
Mhm.
information. Now you run with it. Sir, I can't do that. That's
Mhm.
weird. Not if you're not gonna say it, why would I? But he implied that and he actually said this is the kind of people that Annie surrounded herself with. So
Mhm.
so you said that, all the things he's been doing. So now tonight they go in, or last night, we had to hear all about his wife's education. I never doubted it to start with. She's a journalist. I've known that since I began to watch your show. I never ever thought she wasn't. But I guess the only reason all that was done was not only to get us to respect Karen, but to know she's so much better than everybody else. In fact, she's up there such a high standard journalistically with Savannah Guthrie because they both know world leaders. All right, I'll move on. Now, Karen did get a interview apparently with Nancy Guthrie's neighbors. We'll get to that in just a second. I got to go let the puppy in before I get this going. So I'm going to let me do this. Let's see. I don't want her to get too hot out there. They're actually, both my dogs are outside.
Mine's behind me, snoring up a storm.
Okay, so they have, let me get this. Oh my God, no. Okay, I'm just going to let it start. They're going to explain while I'm going to get the puppy. I'm going to let them explain this, and when I come back, I'll take it down and we'll start the segments I want to start. Let me get this up there because they're going to try to explain to y'all why they went. They didn't tell nobody. That's how you do it. You don't tell nobody you're going and all the things. I respect it, but I know that already. But I'll let them explain things, and I'll be right back, guys.
Kind of under the covers, for lack of a better term. Nobody knew we were there, and we just kind of showed up. And
it's a better way to gather information and then come back and report back to you guys.
And we did our thing. And so tonight we're going to, talk about a whole bunch of things. And for those of you who are brand new to our channel, I'm Chris. This is the brains of the operation, Karen. I'm a retired homicide detective, still working with the Cold Case Foundation, working active homicide cases around the country. And Karen is an investigative journalist. And so tonight we're going to cover a whole bunch of stuff. And what we just kind of recap what we did last week, or actually a couple of nights ago, if you weren't here, is, well, let me ask you, sweetheart, what was the biggest thing that jumped out for you, from your experience and your thought process as we were driving away and we were talking in the car about what we just experienced?
I think the biggest, most surprising thing to me in coming into Tucson, driving around, talking with so many different people, I was really, really surprised that you really wouldn't know that Nancy Guthrie was a woman, 84-year-old woman from Tucson who was still missing, because we just didn't see any evidence of that in the community, with one and we'll call it 1.5 exceptions. We didn't see any flyers posted around the city of Nancy or of Porch Guy. We didn't see any billboards. We were told there was one billboard on a major freeway.
On the 10.
But you know what?
We didn't
We
see
came
it.
into town and we left town and we were all over town and we never saw it.
Yeah.
So not everybody would see it. You know, I was shocked. All the places we went, public spaces,
People we talked to.
there wasn't anything about Nancy Guthrie still being missing in this community. And of course, driving by Nancy's house, the memorial that everybody saw in the news for months is completely gone.
Yeah.
Now, with one exception, there is still that banner that says "Bring Nancy Home" at one of the local TV stations outside of the TV station. But you know what? That's not even in a highly trafficked area. You have to go drive by it if you're looking for it. So again, just, you know, Chris, the biggest surprise, the biggest shocking thing was that there doesn't seem to be anybody looking for Nancy or the perpetrator that we call Porch Guy.
Yeah, and the other thing that was really weird for me was, you know, we were watching a lot of the streamers, local streamers down there, and, you know, shout out to all of you guys, you know, Tucson 857, AJ, Alex, I mean, JLR, they were all down there at various times doing their thing. But what was really interesting is to learn about the dynamics of not only the community, but just how they had been pushed out of Nancy's neighborhood. And it almost sounded like it was like an intentional effort to do that. Now, I cannot, you know, on this program tonight, hang on. Whoa, sorry about that. I can't on this program tonight say definitively that there was an organized effort just to kind of stamp down, you know, the media. Excuse me, I swallowed that water just before we
Are
started.
you having a coughing attack? All right. Well, while he's coughing and recovering, yeah, Chris was saying what I was saying, that, you know, we wanted to check this out ourselves. Of course, we saw what everybody has seen on YouTube over the past many months. And again, there was, even if you went looking like we did, it was just so odd. And it was so surprising that there wasn't more forward facing anything about Nancy and the case.
Yeah. So the more we didn't see, the more I was curious as to why we're not seeing it. And of course, that led us into, you know, the areas of asking questions about, you know, the.
Okay, so I'm back, and I was in the chat with you guys. Why does he sound like you have him on 0.5? I don't know. I'll speed him up though, because we're gonna have to. Thanks for reminding me. I meant to do that already, because they are such slow talkers. But if I go too fast, my ears won't compute because I'm half deaf. All right, the words will get jumbled up, and I'm like, what'd they just say? Y'all tell me. We don't want all that. Dolphin says the dog walking up and getting comfy in the background was funny. I know we were more focused on Buddy for a minute there, weren't we? We were like, the dog. The dog. Okay, so they're talking about how, go away. Talking about how they get to Tucson and there's nothing. Nobody seems to be concerned about Ms. Nancy or her whereabouts, and there's nothing. But that is a good question. Why? You know, why aren't there flyers of Nancy all over the place? But do people look at flyers anymore when they walk through a front door? Everybody said that in the Sebastian Rogers case. They need to have all these missing boy flyers at the Walmart and all that. And I'm like, y'all, can I be honest? When I'm walking into the grocery store, my first go-to is not to stop and look at the missing wall. I don't even know where it's really at in the store. If I see it, I see it. But I'm not looking for it if it's not right in my face, right? So why not keep it out there? But they're just basically accusing the whole town of a conspiracy at this point, in my opinion.
Criminality, where are the folks hanging out? We had dinners with folks. We had our own sources that we tapped into. And that's kind of one of the benefits of being, in.
They also have their own sources they tapped into. When is somebody going to call out these damn sources? Well, not the media, because they need them. It's going to be up to us little old YouTubers.
This business since 1982. We used to do a lot of work with Phoenix PD, believe it or not, because our crooks would leave Southern California and just hit the 8 or the 10, and they're right downtown into Phoenix.
I know. I mapped how close it was from Cali over to Phoenix, Arizona, Tucson way. I know, Chris. You ain't telling me nothing I don't already know. Big Bear's looking pretty comfy and cozy for a hideout, if you ask me.
So I came to know a lot of people over my time, as well as, we used to live up in the mountain in the Arizona area, in, Show Low area. Those of you who know that area, we lived up there for almost 2.5 years early on, many years ago. But that said, we had a lot of contacts. And so we reached out to those individuals. We talked about it. And one of the striking things that was a very consistent theme was even that Circle K store, which is, less than a half mile from one of the family homes, there wasn't even a flyer.
Annie's house, the Circle K with the Bitcoin machine, where Karen noticed that big giant monitor. They got cameras in there, Chris.
And if you didn't ask somebody about the Nancy Guthrie case, I don't think anybody would have known.
Well, the people that we did talk to, and they were a wide variety of people, it was really interesting because some had heard of the case, some hadn't heard of the case, and the ones that had heard of the case, when you would talk with them and ask them a couple more questions, they too were scratching their heads going, yeah, why are there no flyers? Why is our community not talking about it? And certainly on the local TV news, it's few and far between when they're going to watch an interview with the sheriff about the case.
Exactly. And it seems like there was just this containment of the flow of information.
I don't care if someone shows their face on the internet or not. I don't. I got a little picture. But they seem robotic. They're like, her eyes are like, I guess she's looking at the computer screen. But I don't know. It's very robotic in a sense. It's not comfortable, I don't feel. I'm not.
Relationship to Nancy Guthrie. So that piqued our curiosity. If you ever want to pique an investigative journalist curiosity, I mean, those of you who don't know Karen, I'm just going to give you a 30-second
braggadocious moment coming in.
Piece of understanding who my sweetheart is.
And my background.
And your background.
My professional background.
Her professional background. Now, here we go. HTC style. I got all this. Now, I'm curious to know what journalists think about what they did in this show. Andy, are you still here? I'm curious to get your take in a few minutes. How would you have handled it?
No background.
And honesty is accepted. Even if you said, yeah, I'd have done the same thing she did, I could accept it. But I'm curious.
And, one of the things that folks have asked us, how did you guys meet and all this other stuff? Well, Karen was a professional journalist. I mean, she has a degree, a BA in journalism.
That's right.
She went to school for it. You can see, in this particular slide here real fast. And I'm just going to give you a heavy duty, quick 30,000.
I'm not a journalist. I did not go to school for journalism.
1,000-foot overview. And I don't think the Pima County Sheriff's Office quite understands this piece of our dynamic. Okay? I come from a homicide background. My wife is a journalist. These are some of the awards, just some of the awards. She started out at
the Los Angeles Times.
So
in their boot camp.
Now, I will say, I've always known y'all have had some background. You got an impressive background, but it doesn't make you the authority on everything. That's what we just need to remember. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. It's kind of weird that you come out with all of this. Like, it's almost a pick me thing, right? Pick me over all the other YouTubers because I've got this and I'm bringing you integrity. And we support boots on the ground efforts by the YouTubers. Now, he caught a lot of backlash for that. Not because he's supporting, you can support the Constitution all day long, but when he was talking in his other episode about the arrest of Alex, he got major pushback from his host, right? They're like, he fought the cops, you don't do that, they're like going all in. And then Chris wants to go, no, He had the right to be there, all these, and they all just kind of fell silent because the read technique was in full display, and they just all fucking fell silent because it was his show. What are you going to do?
Boot camp at LA Times in Southern California. She's been a public information officer. You see that on the left. She's got all kinds of certificates of training from DOJ, all kinds of stuff. She has gone and covered stories internationally from Cuba, which is this one on the left, to Gaza, and she's met with world leaders, and that's her sitting right behind Netanyahu in the Middle East.
Wow, that's impressive. You hear that, Andy?
She has been around the world, and she's an award-winning journalist. The top picture up there is also in Cuba. This is at the wall in Gaza, just outside of Gaza in the Middle East. This is the same wall on October 7th that they breached when they attacked the area.
And this was a few years before that.
Yeah. And so my wife, we don't talk about this a lot, but she's nothing to underestimate. Trust me.
There's a lot of women out there you better not ever underestimate, Bubba, because that's your first mistake.
This is her flying a blimp. This is her in D.C. She's been doing this for 35 years plus now.
Yeah, we don't fall in the streamers category.
Right.
For sure.
We don't. We don't fall in the streamers category. What are you doing right now? You're streaming on YouTube like the rest of us, but you just got some credentials to throw behind it. So which is it? You're not like the ones you support, boots on the ground guys. They're the YouTubers. They're the streamers. You're not. I don't know what I'm confused now.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we're also not with a network either.
Yeah.
So.
And
we're not with a network. We have no constraints. Here we go. Let it fly. Y'all can't tell. We're going to put the information out. Unlike the mainstream media who wants to keep it all a secret. All right. Well, the reason we're letting them tell us how much integrity Karen has, we're going to see in a few minutes, and we'll evaluate.
And so she ended up at the doorstep of Sheriff Chris Nanos. I'll call him Nonads tonight.
You call him that every night.
I don't think he understands.
You're such a potty mouth you have there, Chris. You call him Nonads all the time.
That this gal has been here, and now here, and here. Okay? And you have to respect a journalist. You just don't think because they have a YouTube channel that they're not in the profession.
You have to respect a journalist just because they're in a YouTube profession. You better respect her, Sheriff. She ain't just a YouTuber. She's a journalist. How dare you diss my wife? She's a journalist, damn it. So is my friend Andy Kopsuk. Well, I doubt that the sheriff would return her email, a request for an interview.
Okay. And I think he hasn't quite wrapped his mind around that yet, because tonight Karen's going to report on a lot of information that we're learning and that we have learned, okay, about what's going on there at not only the sheriff's department, but just in general with this investigation. And our question was, how do we go from this picture on the left to the picture on the right? And is there really something?
All right, so they're concerned about why the memorial got moved all the way down to KVOA, where the big banner is, and they're going to go into their theories. Y'all can go watch the entire show if you like. Now let me skip forward, because one of the biggest things I watched it for was to see what Karen had to say about Nancy Guthrie's church friends, because we've all been curious since the time we realized how she got reported missing, right? The church ladies, she didn't show up for church. At the house, they were going to watch the YouTube church, to be exact. People like the details. They were meeting up at the church friend's house to watch the YouTube stream of the church. And she never showed up. They call, they text, do the things. They don't get her. They reach out to Annie. And then that's what we knew. So Karen found these ladies. One was willing to talk to her. And they literally going to tell you this lady don't care about Miss Nancy. And my take on the conversation was completely different than their take. But throughout leading up to the call or the communication Karen had with these ladies, they're setting up the show and telling us all how this entire town does not care. They all want it to go away. Oh, that's a big conspiracy right there. Like, that's huge. Like, why would the whole entire town be in on something like that? That we should all be concerned about that. And if that's the case, I'm really concerned. Who's sitting over there with like the big dog calling all the shots, got the rein on the nanos and the whole entire department, except for a few rogue cops, and the whole entire town snookered, willing to back this person blindly. But so the whole town does not care. And now the church ladies don't either. So I'll let y'all form your own opinion, I guess, when I play it. That was my take. They literally say it, so. Let me pull the. Let me close my door because my grandbaby's getting a little excited. Okay. Much quieter now. Okay, let me get the timestamp for that interview or that section of the show. Okay, so they talk about it in two different segments, and we'll play the first one, then we'll skip over to the second part of where they talk about it. All right, let me get the correct spot pulled. Because we've all wanted to know more about that, the time Nancy got there, right? Or the time Nancy didn't show up. What time was it that they realized she wasn't showing up? What time did they place the call over to Annie or the text? All those things that we would love to know, we didn't get. Like, I feel like there's something playing in the background in my ear. Hold on. All right. All right. So here's where they start having their conversation about meeting up with Nancy's church friends. And I don't know how Karen got their information, got their phone numbers. Their names were published in an article. And I guess she did her journalistic investigation and come up with their phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a problem with her reaching out to them for comment. And then report what they've said, right? But Chris and Karen were both on the phone call, but I think the lady was only aware that Karen was on the call because he says he was listening in. And they also recorded the phone call. And then they played the phone call without permission.
Yep.
And we went, and Dolphin and I checked. What was it, a one-party state, we think?
Yeah, they are.
One-party state. Florida, you know, that's a no in Florida, Miss Ma'am.
Really?
Oh, you don't do that in Florida.
Oh, Georgia's one-party consent state too. So
You
yeah.
cannot do that in Florida. That's why I'm like, why are y'all playing people's recordings in Florida? Will fire your ass. Florida's like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
We got different laws than everybody else. Y'all know that. And we got the biggest, broadest FOIA requests in the country. Florida's like, you better not record. No, you don't got permission to record me. You do not got permission to play it. None of that. You're going to get your ass into some trouble. So I'm sure they did their homework before they did it, because Karen, and Chris, they aren't ignorant. They're journalists and detectives. They got a lot. They know better. But ethically, was it the right thing to do? That's my concern. This is a private individual that just happened to be the last person that Nancy was supposed to make contact with. Happens to be the person who reported her missing. Has probably seen the entire shit show unfolding about this case for months on end. I don't know what this lady's thinking. This is a church lady. But they feel some type of way about her because she didn't want to talk, which I thought was her prerogative.
Okay.
Does that make her suspicious of something? Does that make her not care? Does that make her part of the conspiracy to cover up what really happened to Nancy Guthrie?
Well, let's talk about how I wanted.
Or is she covering for Annie? Because she's the one that called Annie. Oh boy, that's the connection, ain't it? Hey, yeah, Karen, I see you right through them eyes, girlfriend. What time did you call Annie? Oh, that's different than what's been reported in the media. Is there a discrepancy in what Annie has told police and what the church lady told police? Karen don't know because lady wouldn't talk to her.
To reach out to Nancy's church ladies, Nancy's friends, wanting to explore, get more background about Nancy, what was going on that Sunday when she didn't show up for.
Simi, don't make me do it. Isn't that special? Of course it's the church lady. Good, my favorite character.
To watch church with her friends.
Which, by the way, we were successful. You were successful in contacting them. So, and speaking with. We're not going to name names, but you had phone conversations. So this is the first
we're just gonna
anybody's
play her
heard of
voice.
this.
We're not going to name names. There wasn't that many ladies at the thing. There was probably, I'm thinking maybe 3-4 ladies from what the articles I read. But yeah, y'all don't need to share names. Don't do that because you told 14,000 viewers last night that this lady does not care about Nancy Guthrie. So don't you dare put her name out there. Because those people you supported a little while ago has an entire community of attackers. An entire community of them. Don't believe me? Go look. So thanks a lot, Chris and Karen. Great work.
And so
now Savannah's videos are gone as well.
Well, let me just remind everybody, we reported on this. I don't know how widely reported this was, but back in the early days of the investigation, the New York Times had a piece and they interviewed 3 or 4 of Nancy's friends.
Don't pretend you and Chris don't know what's going on these streets. He tweets about it. He talks about it. Y'all know. We read the article here on our stream, Karen. We're journalists too, maybe.
And I'm just going to give you a quick background. In that article, it talked about Nancy celebrating her birthday the Tuesday before she went missing. She turned 84. That Friday, she spent the day, or part of the day, with friends at her home, and they were playing Mahjong. By the way, if you don't know what Mahjong is, I'm going to tell you. It is a tile game, a tabletop game. It started back in China, 19th century.
You're about to find out, right?
I was waiting on that laugh because we were like, really, Karen, we got to sit here and listen to an explanation of this fucking game?
Mm-hmm.
But we bared through it.
Versions of this, but it's usually played with 4 players who receive and discard and exchange tiles. And the goal is to be the first to collect 14 tiles.
I bet she got a set for her and Chris to play now.
Of a certain combination.
Ooh, yeah.
Mahjong is fast paced and requires skill and a bit of luck. It's similar to the card game Rummy, or Rummy Cube. Chris.
Any Mahjong players in the chat?
Yeah, feel free to chime in.
You
for
guys
chat.
are the pros. Go ahead.
I told Chris it sounds like it was a fun activity for her to spend time with girlfriends and keep her mind sharp.
And it sounded like she was like all the time, just the churchies just doing it, right?
Yeah, I think they played regularly. And
okay.
Yeah, okay. So anyway,
Yeah, Savannah tells us how her mom plays regularly. It's a big deal in their household. We've known that for a long time.
that Friday, stay with me, everybody. Before the friends left, Nancy asked one of her friends, "Are we still on for Sunday?" That Sunday, February 1st. And so the women would gather. This was a standing get together at on Sunday mornings where they would watch.
Well, we knew about what went on Friday and Nancy's birthday and all that. We knew all that stuff too, and that she was supposed to go meet them on Sunday. So maybe the interview rooms of 14,000 viewers only watch the interview room. So they got to make sure they get all the details in.
The replay of the church service from New York City that Savannah attended earlier that morning. Okay. So everybody knows that. And then, of course, on February 1st, when Nancy did not show up at her girlfriend's house,
The girlfriends called.
the girlfriends called. Well, first they texted Nancy, then they called her, still no response. And then they contacted Annie, Nancy's daughter. Okay. And the rest everybody knows. So, also, by the way, I want to throw this in. In that article, in that newspaper article, it said that Nancy insisted on walking to the end of her gravel driveway to get her mail on that Friday. That would have been
So Friday, Savannah has told us how her mother can hardly get to that mailbox at times. Nancy was a fighter who did not give up, obviously. We see her 3 months prior to this kidnapping, looking fine as wine, except she couldn't walk well and has some pain. Now, Friday, she's insisting on getting that. I'm 84, man. I just had a birthday. I'm not giving up. I'm walking to that mailbox, and her friend helped her. So it's just more information about how her mobility was really that bad, right? Without assistance or a cane, full-on help going a longer distance. So it makes sense that she would have put into a car versus walked down the road to another house that was awaiting in the dark. She wasn't scooped up and carried. It could have been and all that, but I doubt it. That's a lot going on out there in the road. And what if somebody woke up in the middle of the night and got a glass of water out of the kitchen and peered out their kitchen window and go, "Oh, shit, there's a man in the road with carrying a lady." No, that's risky business.
January 30th. And she needed the help of her girlfriend, meaning like, taking her arm or get down to walk down the driveway. So I thought that piece jumped out at me too. I thought that was really interesting and obviously shows her struggle with mobility. Yep. Potentially she balance issues and whatnot.
It just showed me her strength and determination, because I already understood she had all those problems. Her daughter told me.
Yeah. What did you make of that?
Her daughter told me.
Remember, everybody, the sheriff had said, I think it was either the next, I don't remember if it was the first or the second press conference, where he said this lady is as sharp as a tack. She has some mobility issues. And the conversation about going out to the mailbox had come up a couple of times. Well, it was apparently she couldn't make it down to the curb. And now you remember, everybody, where that is in relationship to her front door to the mailbox. But
I'm not sure where he's going with all this.
Significant piece,
other than it shows.
I don't think he is either.
It's just she had bad mobility that we already knew about.
We already knew that. Yep.
She came through the front door. Okay? She came out of her house to the front door, and her girlfriend helped her, helped her down the steps, down the gravel to the mailbox. She gets her mail, and then she's escorted.
For some reason, I don't know why, but I've got a feeling, knowing old ladies who live alone, big bulky doors, I've got a feeling Nancy rarely used that front door.
Those doors are heavy.
Yeah, she's got to pop that garage open, come out of the kitchen door into the garage and down the driveway. She don't got to go too many I just don't know why they're convinced she come out that front door.
Back. So we wanted to press on that a little bit. If we could get to that place during.
Did the church friend tell you y'all went out the front door, Karen? She hung up on you, right?
Karen's conversation. Go ahead.
So, all right. So that's just kind of the background. As I was talking with Nancy's friend, I really sensed a reluctance.
Right away.
A reluctance right away. Well, they don't know what you're going to say or ask and how you're going to spin it once you get your information. They see what's all in the media. They have to.
Right away.
And how did that strike you, in your experience?
I was really surprised I was very surprised. Look, we are 145 plus days into this investigation. There have been no arrests. To the public, very little movement, especially if you're in Tucson or anywhere. And so I would think, well, at least her friends would want to talk about Nancy, not about the investigation, but about Nancy to keep her name
Patterns of life, right, Chris?
out there. And there was a reluctance. There was
Pushback.
big time pushback. So again, that really surprised me.
So
Really surprised me. And Chris, it kind of brought up a question of like, was she asked not to talk about this?
Why did it surprise her so much this lady was reluctant to talk? Because if you pay attention to how the media, like even the Tepe caller, the 911 caller, was accused of being the killer. And Dolphin, I did review that podcast last night after
Oh, yeah.
after we got done.
hmm
I saw you linked it. I was like, okay, cool. So I did listen to that, and that got y'all. So then when the 911 call was placed in the Tepe murder investigation, the internet immediately blamed the 911 caller. It was wild, without any proof. Right? I guess somebody said something somewhere, and oh boy, everybody ran with the feeling now, and it's a lot to take in when you're being accused of things like that when you did nothing wrong. But the podcast in the Tepes last night, it was on the Netflix has a podcast out, guys, and that's where I listened to it. But they talk about that. For these two to now, so this lady comes out and speaks. Will people try to find her and get to her? Because we saw, all the stuff that's been going down out on the YouTube streets with the neighborhood and things like that. Them being reluctant to speak is not a huge surprise to me, nor does it make them suspicious. But immediately they got red flags. Immediately. Remind you, I'm sure you killed your sister and you're just blocking it out. I'm sure of it. My voice analysis stress test says you're lying.
Oh,
So
he said
here's
that?
Karen on the phone, talking to this.
Yeah, in the Michael Crow case, Chris
Oh.
Nassona was called in to do a computer stress analysis test. And
hmm
he goes back in the room and he tells Michael, you failed the test. You're lying.
Lady, and the
Rick Allen was told in interrogation, we analyzed the voice on the video by a professional and we know it's you.
impression, because I was listening, the impression that I'm getting is why does she not want to tell us in terms of,
And it was a total lie. That was never even presented in court. Where was that? Where was that information? It was a fucking lie, and it's part of the read technique. You lie and tell the perp you got evidence you do not have, hoping they cop to it.
Yeah, I get that. But why are these two surprised that nobody wants to talk to them
I don't
after
know
they show
why.
up, 5 months later,
Now they've been covering the case, but yeah, boots on the ground suddenly
But
calling 5
to
months
these
later.
women,
Right.
yeah.
Right,
hmm
suddenly calling. Don't you know a lot of outlets have probably called?
Yep.
They did speak out to the New York Times. And I think there was one more article because I read 2 here. But not any information then she didn't show up, right? And we placed a call. That's basically all we've known. But so I don't know why they automatically went to there's a problem that she didn't want to speak to us. Chances are she's probably in Nancy's age group as well, wouldn't you think?
hmm I mean,
of
they
And
jumped to that conclusion because they're doing the same thing everybody else does. They're trying to, what is it, confirm their bias,
Yes,
confirmation bias. It's like, oh, we think something's up here, oh, yeah, there are
this is
no
true.
billboards. These ladies, these little church ladies who should be respectable, blah, 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 or whatever, don't want to help, all that. Like, this
Yeah,
is stupid, but
it
okay.
is. And it's not any different than what Lauren Matthias does all the time that people point out over and over and over and over and over and over.
hmm
In my opinion, it's the same thing.
anything about Nancy's personal life, what time
And these two will also bring you a doctor on board to help you get there.
she called, what time they got over there, what did Annie say, what did Nancy say, when they left. And so it was kind of like this real weird interaction, as if no friends anywhere wanted to talk anymore about Nancy. And Karen finally got to a place where towards the end of the conversation, where she hung up on you.
She did.
She hung up on Karen. Okay. But just before all of that, what
Can you believe that, guys? She hung up on Karen, my sweetheart, the safest creature on earth. They hung up
People
on
at that age, get to the point where they don't have time for bullshit.
They don't care about no Karen. Karen
She's
who?
like, "Thank you," and,
Goodbye.
goodbye, right?
I said good
She
day.
didn't even say goodbye.
No, she did not even say goodbye. She didn't say have
Mhm,
good day, nothing. She like, peace out.
just
mhm.
kind of read. I have just kind of read what that verbiage was.
The old Irish goodbye.
Towards the end of how this whole thing went.
Yeah, it was kind of a strange mix of reluctance. I don't want to talk about her. But she also said that I appreciate you reaching out. And she said, I'm glad you have a heart for keeping it in the public eye.
This is a quote.
That was a quote. And I was saying, okay, yes, I need your help. We need your help. We need you to continue to talk about her. And
Can you give me more color, basically?
yeah. And
Okay, so why are we ragging some church ladies about getting more information on Miss Nancy Guthrie when the America's sweetheart has all the information you two need? But y'all go ahead and go at the church ladies and not Savannah Guthrie. Go ahead. Do you, boo.
so it was,
And then talk about how you know how this family's feeling. Do you?
again, it kind of goes back to the theme of tonight's show is it's almost like Nancy has vanished. Not just physically vanished, but ghosted from Tucson.
Ghosted from Tucson. She did literally vanish, Karen.
Yeah.
Not just physically, though. She's ghosted by her entire Tucson.
I'm sorry, what's the population of Tucson
I forgot. I have to
and the
look it up.
surrounding area? Because it's not like it's Moscow. It is a lot larger,
Oh,
right?
God. It is bigger. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's ridiculous. Where is it at? 540,000 in Tucson. I don't know about Pima County, city limits, all that. That's just all I know. 500, yeah, lots of people. But
Okay.
Lordy. Hmm.
People are not talking about her. There's no
What was that?
I said, oh, I was looking for with the suburbs too, because
Oh, I don't know.
all major cities, like inside the city limits or whatever, it'll be something, really small. But when you look at suburbs,
Oh, I know. That's what I said. I didn't know if this was city or county
so the
involved. I
greater
don't.
metropolitan area, this is 1.09 million residents. So yeah,
There's still a
I
lot
can
of
kind of
people.
see why people, are just kind of like moving on or whatever.
Well, that happens in every city. I don't know what
Mhm.
they're talking about. Life does
Happens,
go
yeah.
on. No matter
Yeah.
what, things are still moving. The world doesn't stop
Mhm.
because you need it to. It's going to go, and by God, you better keep up or you're going to get left behind, and everybody knows it. If you fall out behind, you can't go to work because you're whatever. Then what you going to do to pay the bills? She needs to stop it.
Yeah.
I
I think
mean,
people, like, especially people like this, need to learn that the news cycle and the interest, in stories is a lot different. This isn't the days of, what is it, baby Jessica who fell down the well. Then
well,
the
baby.
whole country was like, oh God, and holding their breath and whatnot. You know what I mean? And everybody was watching it.
Well,
They've got
back
people
then,
right there that don't even know that this woman is missing
no.
in that area.
No,
Hmm.
because back in the day, back when baby Jessica fell down the well, and
Hmm.
prior to that, everybody gathered and had their dinner at home as
Right.
a family, and the
Right.
nightly news came on. And that
Hmm.
was your only news source. We didn't have, in the 1970s, my parents did not have access to CNN and all that,
Hmm.
24-hour news cycles. Didn't
Hmm.
exist.
Right.
We got the World News Tonight at 5:30.
Hmm.
That's the world and national news headlines for 30 minutes worth. And then we got, 30 minutes to an hour of local news.
Hmm.
And that was it. And the newspapers, because my pawpaw read the papers every single day. He taught me to read by making me get up there and read the paper to him. I'll never forget it. That's how he taught me to read. And he made me read that paper all the time, and I had to say the words correctly.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it
people
was a
on
whole
social
different
media
thing.
are in a bubble. You know what I mean?
Well, even if you're catching news now, you're catching it when you can.
Mm-hmm.
And how many people are actively watching I don't watch a lot of news.
Right. Me either. I
Local?
haven't actually turned on
Mm-mm. Me
traditional
neither.
news in God knows how long.
Me either. If there's something local that pops off, my son usually tells me, or I'll see it accidentally when I go do recon on Facebook, because I just don't watch a lot of news. So people are not out there studying the news 24/7. They got
Right.
life. They're busy.
Mm-hmm.
Kids have got a ball game after work. Everybody's got this and that. And by the time y'all get home, and y'all all know the drill. So you're right.
Mm-hmm.
There's not. But why this shocks them that these particular women don't want to talk to them and they can't wrap their heads around it, that says a lot about them.
Yeah.
And so you're, like you said, also trying to build their case and make it fit to their narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just church ladies, if you're going to hold their feet to the fire for not speaking on the details of what happened that morning and information on Nancy Guthrie, then by God, ask the same question of her daughters. And she has a son,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yep. I mean, and
Physical
honestly, from these
remind.
women's perspective, sorry,
No,
they
you're
really
good.
don't have a whole lot more to offer
No, they
other
don't.
than she was supposed to, join us. She didn't. We called her daughter. Like, what else do they have? You know what I
Other
mean?
than the
To
specific
offer.
time they reached out to Annie, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, right? You
Right.
said, yeah, why are we doing this to these poor old ladies?
Mm-hmm.
And journalistically and full of integrity, I'm not sure that was the right move to show you got integrity.
Yeah,
But
you come out of the woodwork 5 months later, and then you secretly record this woman, and then you play the recording for all your
for
14,000
14,000
viewers
people, yeah,
without her consent. You know?
yes. Mm-mm-mm. All right, so you're better than the rest of us, though.
Of her in that community. And again, it just left us scratching our head going, well, how are they going to solve this investigation? If you don't have flyers out, if you're not reminding people of the reward, if you're not pressing to have the 1-800 call FBI phone number for tips, how are they going to solve this case?
Yeah. And so here we are.
Without those tips, how will they solve it, Karen? No evidence found that might help them get there. The FBI, call the FBI with your tip. Maybe it'll solve the case because they got no evidence, apparently.
On the phone with one of the church ladies who was, one of the RPs, the reporting parties. And you got this sense of they don't care.
What? You got the sense that they don't care. That's a pretty strong statement to make about a lady you don't know.
Yeah.
To accuse them of not caring about their friend they watched church with. How about you go to your little music Spotify channel, Chris, and make yourself some more music, sir? Sing about the Savior. You go do that, why don't you?
Or they do care, but somebody's told them, do not say another word to anybody ever. Just keep it under your hat. Because
who would tell them that?
I mean, wasn't this man a detective?
Yeah, he wants me to say it so he don't have to. Annie, don't tell nobody. Don't talk to nobody. Don't you do. Who else would tell the church lady not to talk? I think Savannah, there was an early report that Savannah had asked her family's friends, friends of the family, not to talk about this stuff. That was in a report. We read it here. I got to go back and find it. Well, I don't know. That's a lot of work.
One of the statements, what did she say towards the end where she says, we appreciate your heart, yada, yada?
She says, I'm glad that you have a heart for keeping Nancy's story in the public eye.
Oh.
And then she says, no, I don't want to talk anymore. What does she say? I've had my
last interview about Nancy. And I was saying,
wait, who says that?
Wait, why?
Somebody who's fed up.
Why?
Who says that?
I mean, like literally, because you can, she had a nice tone with that. But when somebody tells you they've had their last this or they've done their last that, they're fed up,
Exactly. They've probably been reached out to by a lot of people since this has happened, trying to get statements and information. and you're just another one in the sea, right? Trying to reach out, but they literally just sat there and told 14,000 viewers that Nancy's church friend does not care. Man. And who supports that shit?
Is that even a thing? Even a thing. My phone's going crazy over here, so hang on for a minute.
I wonder why. That made me real.
Sorry.
No, sir. That made me super curious. Sure enough, did.
But finish your thought, hon.
Anyway, I did find all this to be
What's it say, Chris?
really strange. And again, common sense would have you think, look, this is their dear friend. This is happening in their community. Why would you not want to just do a very small part, participate in, a story to help keep her name out there? And it goes again to this larger point.
So we need to rely on the church ladies to give up information so we can keep Miss Nancy's name out there.
I'm sorry, when did we ever hear that the church ladies were her dear friends? You don't even know how long she's known these people.
Well, yeah, the chances are a couple of them she's known for a long, long time, right? She's 84 years old. There's a chance she might have known a couple of them for a year or more. We don't know the dynamics of the group. I feel like there was at least 1 to 2 of those ladies that have known Nancy for a very long time.
Yeah.
Probably very, very well. I have no doubt in my mind they know it. And they are probably in a lot of pain that their friend never showed up that morning and will never come back. So while we're talking about human emotion and feelings, we need to always remember that, Chris, they could be in mourning. They lost someone dear to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know how that feels, sir, remember?
Point of what we're talking about tonight, where why is Nancy not visible in this community as far as being a missing person and an unsolved case?
Yeah, so Karen is, trying to be an advocate for Nancy, speaking to her girlfriend who was also an advocate for her on the very first day she, went missing. And next thing you know, this is how she leaves the conversation. No, I don't want to, I've had my last interview about Nancy. And we're like, well, first of all, you haven't talked to anybody other than the New York Times, and now you're talking to us.
How do you
It's
know
like,
that?
how many
Making a
interviews
lot
have you
of
done in
assumptions.
between?
A lot of assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
Speculating, and going to call that their evidence, though. We make it clear when you look at my banner, facts, opinions, and theories will be discussed. But they're over here, matter of fact, with their stuff almost. It's weird. I don't, and how they can come out with that amount of ego and arrogance and tell all of us how great they are with their credentials and their training and experience.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget, you've got world-class journalists over here and, famous detective over there. So,
Exactly.
oh yeah, between the two of them, oh yeah, they should be able to suss out what's going on with the church ladies, right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Outside of maybe the law enforcement agencies. But then she goes, but I'm glad that you have a heart keeping it, not her, keeping it in.
He's an expert on language now. So because they didn't say her, they said it. It meaning the story.
Case, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem with it in that sense, but okay.
We said that last night immediately, didn't we? When we caught what he said, we're like, "What, dude? Stop it!"
The public eye.
Good catch.
And then so Karen's like, okay, well, that's fine. Can I call you back? And she hung up. And we were like, okay, let's get this right. You've just been talking to her for a couple of minutes, probably 3, 4, 5 minutes, whatever it was. You're trying to get the flavor of her. You're talking about Nancy, and then something shifted in the conversation. And that was when Karen started pressing, well, can you give me a little more insight on, her family life? Her next thing you know it, man, it was if you had just dropped, I don't know, what's a good description?
I don't know
Well,
where you're going on that, but it shifted. And again, there was this huge reluctance. And it leaves us just asking the question of why.
Yeah.
And it's not one person or one aspect. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah. And so we started asking more questions post that. And you also called her other 2 girlfriends left a lot of messages. They have not called you back on those pieces of paper.
So 3 of the girlfriends of the church ladies they tried to reach out to, one spoke to them. Now, was it always just 3 ladies plus Nancy? But they reached out to 3 of the ladies and one spoke to them.
Puzzle. And so it was almost as if, okay, something's going on here. Something bigger is going on here. Because you can't even get the friends to talk about Nancy Guthrie. You have one spokesperson in a family talking about her mom. We're still searching, we're doing this. And so we went there to validate it. It's like, okay, we're hearing this on the national news. You've got a sheriff who is talking primarily.
They went there to go validate it.
Yeah.
I think I missed that last night.
I must have missed that too.
We
I
was
like,
probably
wait,
talking.
what? Yeah.
We were
my
probably-
goodness.
That might have happened when you took the dog for a walk and I wasn't paying attention.
Maybe. Yeah. I was like, wait, what?
Okay. They went for validation of the church lady's story.
Well,
Belly to one
he said
NBC.
the one family member is the spokesperson, so he's talking about
Yeah.
Savannah and what she's saying. And he said, so we went there. She said that they're still searching or whatever. And he said, so we went there to go validate it. I was like, oh, so you're trying to validate Savannah? What she said? Like what?
Yeah. I thought that was their golden girl. They keep putting her up on this pedestal and poor Annie's being dragged through the mud. Annie, if you're guilty, baby girl, I tried. I'm saying I tried. But
News station
if you're guilty, you're guilty. We're going to get you.
in KVOA. Okay. He kind of dodges around different things. And so we started asking him questions about things we were learning and some of the directed patrols about how the sheriff has dismantled those in and around Pima County. And read some of the emails, hon, on the curly shuffle from Nanos.
Well, the thing there's another piece of this that I'm going to point out.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't, at least, the rest of us, there's no direct line to the sheriff. You go through their PIO, Public Information Office, and there is a professional. His name is Kevin Adger.
Kevin, Karen's been bringing you up for a couple months, sir. Now we got your name. Is that done on purpose? Because she's mentioned you more than once, but never your name until now.
And
It pays to pay attention.
in charge of the PIO office. And even asking basic questions, they are not forthcoming. They stall.
Isn't that where Chris got his information about Annie's car? Huh. But now they stall. Okay. Which is it, girlfriend?
And he won't even talk. He won't even answer a question. Everything gets put through to Sheriff Nanos, and you get some canned, sometimes nonsensical answers to basic questions. And again, this guy's whole job is to provide public information so the public has knowledge. And it's a runaround.
Thank you, Dolphin, because I'm trying to point that out to everybody. The cash cow's not the only problem out here on these streets.
Oh, for sure.
She's not even close, and I will call her cash cow until I don't see her face on the internet anymore.
Now, again, we're not sitting here whining about it. It's part and parcel
you
of
are.
the whole.
You went beyond whining. You flat out accused Nancy Guthrie's church friend lady of not caring about her just a few minutes ago. Don't sugarcoat it. It's time to take off the sugarcoat.
Way everything we've seen with Sheriff Nanos in this investigation. You guys have seen his press conferences, disasters. It's not the rank and file. It's the leadership. The problem is with Sheriff Nanos. He's not even letting his public information office team do their job. I know that. I was a public information officer. I was a civilian hired. I wasn't a sworn law enforcement officer. I worked directly for a police chief, and I did so for a number of years. And you know what? You always had to be ready for the media to either show up with broadcast news with a camera or radio or print or whoever, and you always responded. It's not good enough to not respond and to ignore. And so in my opinion, this is highly unprofessional, trying to get any answers out of the sheriff's department. We're not surprised, and we're not even frustrated by it, but we're going to start reporting a lot more of this to you guys again, this is stuff kind of in the weeds, but it's part and parcel of what we're seeing with this investigation.
Yeah. And so, as we continue to follow the bouncing ball here, we had a couple of questions, about, obviously, because we had met with some of our folks down there, and we were.
Okay. So now we need to skip forward to where they play the call, because I'm not going to review this whole thing.
Thank God.
I know.
I was
There's
in
too
the
much.
elevator earlier when you
Yeah.
told everybody to go watch it, right? And I was like, watch it with alcohol. That's what I should have done last night. Oh my
Get
goodness.
that cocktail ready. I know I was
Mhm.
drinking coffee sitting outside, and then I probably should have come in here and got some of my son's whiskey and tossed it in my coffee. He got this nice bottle of whiskey gifted to him, and he rarely drinks, and there's like over a half a bottle in
Oh.
there. Yeah.
Mhm.
I should have thrown some in my coffee. Got down to the cowboy way. All right. I can get down with the cowboys. I ain't scared. Saddle up my horses and save a horse, ride a cowboy. Hey, hey. I'm saying. I'll take a good
No,
cowboy.
funny.
No, just for well, you got to have your own dwelling, cowboy.
Yeah.
I don't dual dwell with nobody. Well, my child and my grandson, but I do as far as a partner in life. We separate. We separate. All right, so let me get this back up and get to the timestamp where she brings up the call. She says it's a bit in the weeds. Ma'am, you're all the way off in those weeds. What are you talking about? You need a lawnmower.
Yep.
Shit so high you can't walk. Fuck. Making the
I just
neighborhood
can't get
look
how they
bad.
came out of the woodwork with this, like they're exposing something,
Well, here's the thing. These two have been blaming Annie and Tom forever. So
Okay, 'cause I
anything,
haven't been watching them.
oh yeah, everybody knows it if they've watched them long enough. And now he's got a few other people on board with that same theory, and it's obvious in their interviews when they're discrediting everything else. But we need now a high-powered defense attorney. But yeah, he's always blamed Annie, especially when they realized the FBI took the car and took it and never gave it back for a while. They had a huge problem with that. He told everybody they do not take that car like that for no reason. They do not keep it that amount of time for no reason. And then Maureen mentioned one night on their
That's a
panel,
bit
yeah,
ridiculous.
they had to put it back together, all these things, because she was getting information too from her sources. He didn't want to hear it. He does not like pushback, even from his own panel members. And if you watch it and evaluate it, you'll see it. They will fall silent because he just will not stop. I give him the benefit of the doubt for a very long time. And I got now coming out of the gate with all his wife's credentials. Now you've done it. Now you've done it. She got hers from the same place Lauren Mathias got hers, apparently. Fuck, all media interviews heads of state at some point if they're depending on their job. What does that do? Make them better? Did they ask the hard questions when they interviewed the Netanyahus of the world? Did they? Or were they
Did
soft?
she actually interview him, or was
I don't
she
know.
one of many in a room?
Probably one of many in a room. Let's be honest. Come on.
I've never heard of her.
No, but my question would still be, did you ask hard questions or were you a soft person? Because you claim you're a hard ass. Don't mess with Karen. Y'all be surprised. Don't underestimate my sweetheart here. Does she ask the hard questions? Apparently of church ladies.
Going hard on the church ladies.
Yes, that's journalism right there, man. That's fucking award-winning shit. I mean,
yeah, but church lady nipped it in the bud, said, this is the last time, right? She's like, I've had my last interview, and click.
Okay. I do have this in the right place. Yeah, crazy. All right, let me. Are we good? What are we doing here? Okay. So now we've skipped a little bit forward because they're sparsing out their information, guys. We got to keep the show going and all the things. So then they finally get back to the church ladies, and we didn't when Karen played the call. And I was surprised. I had no idea she was going to play that call on the live. We'd heard Chris say, I was listening in. Now they've done recorded her call. Won't share her name, but they're going to share the call with 14,000 viewers.
Karen is like, towards the end of the conversation, she's like, well, can I talk to you more about her, et cetera, et cetera. And listen.
Okay, well, would you be willing just to talk to me a little bit about her?
No, I've done my last interview about it. So, but I'm glad that you have a heart for keeping it in the public eye.
Okay, there you go. You heard it.
And that lady sounds a little older, so I would think she probably knows Nancy well. And thank you for having the heart of keeping it in the public eye. Boy, he makes a big deal about that. Do they think that does he honestly believe that him and Karen, JLR, Alex, and the Juice are the only reason Nancy Guthrie's name's still out there?
I guess so. I don't
Okay.
know.
I wouldn't know what to do without all their boots on the ground work, so I could refer to it for my reporting.
That is one of the reporting parties that said Nancy Guthrie has disappeared, and she's like, no, I have done my last interview about Nancy, so I'm glad that you have a heart for keeping her in the public eye.
My question is why?
My question is why.
Mine too.
And then she hung up right after that.
Okay, well, can I try you back? And she hung up. All right.
She hung up. Karen's like, can I call you back? Boom. She hangs up. You heard it first here on the interview room. You heard it first here on the interview room. And that is an investigative journalist.
You heard it there first, guys. That's an investigative journalist. She records phone calls for a piece of information that's not even important and then airs them live on a YouTube stream without any pertinent information in there to be gleaned.
None whatsoever.
Nothing.
No, I know. I sort of checked out, I would say, maybe after about 2 months, 2.5 months. Boots on the ground. I haven't heard anything from Boots on the ground except for who is it? JLR's DV. What is it? Arrests or warrants? People getting arrested in front of the house.
Exactly.
Somebody going to the bathroom in front of the house or whatever.
So
like we've heard nothing, and I haven't even been paying attention. But that's what I've heard.
That's all there is.
It's crazy.
We've all been paying attention. Trust me. Everybody in this chat, everybody here right now knows. All we've heard from these boots on the ground reporters is all their arrest, all their
Nothing new about evidence,
Nothing. But now
nothing new about DNA, right?
Oh God, no, nothing from the sheriff's department or the FBI. We've got no
Can't
results.
get the sheriff fired or to resign. I mean,
Sheriff is still there. No DNA results are come back yet. No arrest. No IGG. Nothing. Radio silence and crickets from the powers that be. But
no
the boots on the
recall for
ground
him.
reporters,
Yeah.
they're only getting into trouble, getting arrested. Now we're reading their arrest reports versus an arrest report on Porch Guy.
Right.
But we're all, I'll let that shit be. That's between them. I would support the Constitution hands down. I don't have to support behaviors. So let it rest, right? But yeah, that's all there is to report is what they're doing to each other. And JLR beating up his girlfriend. They all held fundraisers to get their attorneys. And now the Juice was exposed on Twitter because apparently at the very end of his live stream, y'all want to get in the weeds, we'll do it. The Juice was caught. I have the video clip at the very end of his live stream, the one with all the politeness. Girlfriend says, why did you stream till 3? Oh, I got to get that last hour in to earn that money. That has now been edited out of the live stream, but the clip is will always live on the Twitters. So y'all go do you, boots on the ground. Chris has now directed y'all and gave y'all some advice on how to conduct your on-the-ground investigation. You're not going to get anywhere sitting in front of Miss Nancy Guthrie's home. Get out there where Annie hangs out with all those unsavory needle chasers, as he put it, and ask questions and find me Porch Guy. Find me proof that Tom hired him. I don't know. So that, that's enough of them.
Thank you.
I'm not even looking at that stuff, shabugs, what they're doing to each other. That to me, it's not about any of them. This was a story of a missing, like Sebastian Rogers is a prime example. No longer became about Sebastian Rogers. It became about all the creators covering Sebastian Rogers and all the infighting that to this day still lives large on the internet. And Sebastian Rogers is nowhere to be found. And people barely say his name anymore, but they know all about the drama that was caused in his case, and it's living large on the YouTubes today. And I could sit here and literally call every single one of them out, but I don't think they want me to do it. So all the drama that they do to each other when these cases pop off, Delphi's no better. They all do it, and it's icky. Why are we doing all that? So I agree. It becomes personal and it's incredibly obvious, and I peace out on that shit, right? I'm more concerned as to why this journalist is calling up these church ladies and throwing them completely under the bus and airing that phone call. And it's no different than what I see Lauren Matthias and her husband doing over there on HTC. And there are hundreds of live streams about Lauren Matthias and her horrible behavior, the way she treated families and victims, the lack of integrity there that woman has, the lack of empathy, everything. And then we got these two over here at the interview room that I'm supposed to respect just because, saying that Annie Guthrie is guilty of something because there's a couple of things that make them think that. But there's no evidence rooted in it. You know what I mean? It's just I just don't know. To me, it feels like if we're going to focus on Lauren's journalistic integrity and all the things people continue to point out over there, why not are we doing it to other people and making this a better space? Have we gotten to where in our society we just accept what is and we just live in it? No matter how icky it is and weird it is and why we're all doing this crazy shit, instead of going, wait, slow down. Maybe we do need to go back to reality a little bit, right? And open up conversations. And we don't want to get into the weeds, right? They're not going to find Miss Nancy, not Nerdy, not Alex, not JLR, not Ted, none of the Juice, none of them are going to find her because right now they're all fighting and supporting one another. But they're keeping Nancy's name out there. Y'all go do you. I'm over it. Salty, the first time I ever heard you speak was when you were going off on Joe. And that's when I knew. Thank you, Shabugs. Well, I hate that that's what brought you to me, but I appreciate it. And he's out there doing boots on the ground work again. I got my eyes on the situation. We do not tolerate messing with those victims. And now Lauren's over there doing it again, apparently covering a case nobody on the YouTubes besides her and Joe Schmo are covering. And she's cahooting with the witnesses and the victims. And I saw that mess on somebody's stream. Andy's doing the legal stuff. She's out there doing the Lord's work, as she puts it, saying we're other folks doing it. Andy's out there trying to do the Lord's work and bringing documents to the table. And the real trauma this stuff will cause, right? But a lot of people also are into the, let's get the tea and chill and talk smack, because that's fun too, let's be honest. But this space doesn't change until we force the change, period. And I don't want anybody that's my friend or it comes into this chat to think they should just go by that person saying, I got all these credentials, therefore I'm right, and then spit out this kind of nonsense. If they had something to back up their nonsense, I would feel different. But
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I would feel different if they had something concrete to bring to the table, but they just got a weird feeling, and I can't run on a damn weird feeling. And now we're hearing chatter come out, that the FBI and everybody, they're wondering, did we make critical mistakes with these first two notes? By not playing ball at least a little bit? Did they make a mistake when Harvey offered to help play ball with south of the border guy just to get him out? Did they make a mistake not doing that? What stopped them from going that far, FBI? Because that ball's in your court with that, not Nanos. I want to be clear on that. Nanos has got not a damn thing to do with those ransom notes and findings south of the border guy. Porch guy's on Nanos. unless the FBI can scratch some data that leads to Porch Guide. They did finally get that IGG that convicted Brian Koberger. Although there was a massive investigation underway, and lots of people were questioned, lots of people were wondering what the hell happened to our friends, and we're just wondering what out loud what happened. And yeah, the internet's still running crazy with all that.
I can't wait to see if they have the notifications for Nancy's cameras on her phone and whatnot.
You mean if like an image popped up, here's a notifications? We don't know. We've been asking that forever, and nobody can answer the question. They won't
Because
answer it.
subscription or not, those would have popped up, And
Yeah.
if she was wanting to, watch animals and whatnot, like you would think she would have had those up.
Well, you would think so. We've asked that question for months. We have no clue. We don't know what Nancy saw on her cameras, why she wouldn't have noticed January 11th has a screenshot from a guy from that day. There's a lot of unanswered things still.
Right.
And I don't know. I feel like if Nancy literally had the camera, even without a subscription, like you said, she would have got a notification. There's a guy at the front door on the camera now without a backpack, and this weird guy shows up. But if that happened, you'd think she would have reported it to her kids. Oh my God, look at this notification while I was asleep. This guy's at my front door. Y'all know I can't hear at night and stuff. Mom, we need to get the subscription. Do we got an alarms? There's a lot. We don't
Actually,
know.
another thing, maybe you know this. You know how they started showing all these other videos of people prowling around people's houses in that city and whatnot? Like, I wonder, is that something that the local news covers? Like, do they not realize that people prowl around a lot? Like, why didn't they, upgrade her security or whatever?
No, I mean, locally, you'll hear things. Look, there will be a lot of times on Facebook, the people will post, look at this guy walking through our yard. Anybody seen this guy? All
on the
that.
app.
But yeah, on their apps. But as far as media reporting that kind of stuff on the regular, like this was seen tonight at so-and-so's house on so-and-so street, no. It has to be a crime committed for them to report on it, right? But all the neighbors should have known, people in the neighborhood, I mean, it's small town America crime or big time America crime, big town America. That what was going on with the night crawlers is happening in everybody's city, believe it or not. It's happening in Pensacola, Florida, and that ain't a huge town. It ain't a tiny town, but it ain't that damn big. It's not big as Birmingham and Atlanta. Right?
Yeah, and you're
It's not
right.
even as
'Cause now
big
that
as
I think about
Mobile.
it, I do see it on the app where somebody's like, "You guys better
All
come
the
get your
time.
kids," and then there's a video of kids creeping around somebody's car, looking in the window to see if they left something or
I
whatever.
bet you I
But
can go
that's
on my
like,
Facebook right now and see somebody posting a video of somebody, this random person in my yard. We think this guy stole my trailer, all these different things, right? Yeah. But the news is not reporting all that on unless they do an expose on it, right? All the night crawlers in the neighborhood. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they've had a lot of burglaries, in that area. They said
Well,
they
I
had
don't know.
wrench attacks, right?
No. The wrench attacks are very specific. They're not like all. They had one. Okay, they had one. It's not like a
Oh,
very.
so it's not a rash of them. Okay, I
Oh
gotcha.
God, no! A wrench attack is a complicated thing. They're wrench attacking you to get your crypto wallet account, to get your Bitcoin. That's what a wrench attack is. Strictly Bitcoin. All those random night prowlers were probably breaking into anything. They were trying door handles.
Right.
Petty theft in the night. That's why America, if you're not locking your cars up at night and removing your firearm, what the hell are you doing?
I have no idea.
I'm not taking a chance on the night prowlers, and I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
I
because
don't
I've
never
seen
know.
some people who are like, "Oh, somebody stole my laptop out of my car." Why would you
Fool.
leave your car parked in the driveway and a laptop like out on the seat or whatever? Like,
Exactly.
that's
My
just
mama said, "You
stupid.
just invited that shit, dumbass." You better lock them doors and put everything up. Don't be a fool. Know your surroundings, know your area, and don't trust that just because you live in a pretty gated little community, you're immune to the bullshit. We can't assume that either. Your chances are better probably because you're not frolicking down there where Annie's hanging out at, but according to Chris McDonough. Yeah, tiny towns too. It's everywhere. It's a no-brainer. So when all the videos were coming out, And I know where they were all coming from and who was putting them all out there. That to me was like, yeah, that's fucking America, man. Welcome to America.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't see any of those guys being porch guy. No backpack match. There's just is porch guy a prowler in the night that got lucky, and got lucky meaning what? That Nancy's door was open and he's going to go in and rob her, and then decided to take her instead. Never made sense, right? So it's not the prowlers in the night kind of people. Somebody obviously took her, and if it wasn't Nancy or Annie and Tom, who was it, and why? Hello, Savannah. We have your mother.
I don't understand this, the family not having access to the cams and that they didn't have the app. I don't understand that.
We don't either. Why
Like,
would you
has
do
that
that?
been corroborated?
No,
Okay.
no. We're assuming they may not have had access. It might have been stated somewhere. Savannah might have stated it in her interview. I have to
Mm-hmm.
take a look. There's something that came
Oh
about.
God, that one with
That
Hoda,
like,
I couldn't even watch the whole thing. Like I didn't,
oh
I
no, I
did,
got
but
to
I
tune.
didn't pay attention to it.
Oh, I had to. I had to
Mm-hmm.
tune Hoda's ridiculous ass out. And her, I no,
What she kept
I can
doing.
tune that shit out. I gotta know the deets. I gotta know. I don't want to hear about what happened in the interview later from other people that's gonna misinform me. I want to see it. I can tune her ass out long enough to get through this bullshit. That's exactly what I did. But we have not been told they could see the cameras or not, right? But we all wondered, why would you give your mama these cameras and have this? If Nancy was just viewing wildlife, would Savannah and Annie have downloaded the apps and been able to see her shit? You would think they would have. To a lot of us, it's a no-brainer, but we don't know why they didn't. You know, hindsight's 2020. Are we a little too comfortable with life sometimes, and we don't really need that? If Nancy only got those cameras to watch wildlife, security wasn't in her mindset. So I can't answer why they would or would not have the access to the cameras. And if that's going to tie Annie into anything suspicious because of that, I can't get there either, right? But I don't know. It makes sense. So if y'all don't, like we say, hopefully these cases can bring out red flags that can alert us all. So if your elderly parent lives alone and has a ring cam and nobody has subscriptions or access, shore this shit up. Go take care of mama. Say, mama, we got to talk. We got to download this app. I need access to your cameras. Y'all know the drill. Don't be a victim. We're just not going to do it today. Dolphin's got a phone call. Let me check what chat's saying. We know there was the ring cam. We know there was two cameras on the guest house. One trained right there on the driveway. One trained right there on the backyard. The one trained on the driveway should have absolutely seen Tommaso bringing Nancy home and pinpoint the exact time of that drop off. And will let us know if Tom walked her into the house or not, won't it? If they recovered that video. We don't know. We heard they got thumbnails from the other camera on the other side of the guest house toward the backyard with people in the backyard, but that's all we know. Pima County Sheriff, y'all heard he's denying all the interviews because the guy don't know what's going on. He's scared to death. I'm fixing to get exposed for my gambling debt. People on Twitter still tweeting about me. I'm getting all these email requests for interviews. I'm going to throw my hands up and run off in my Corvette in about 5 seconds. We're not getting shit out of that guy. We're not getting nothing out of the FBI. So at this point, FBI, Pima County Sheriff's Department, stop failing Nancy Guthrie. Get your shit together and work together. Take your egos and set them down. I don't like what I'm seeing right now across the board. All over the media, this is about Nancy Guthrie and why y'all can't get your shit together and go find her. And people should not be on the internet doxing people and making baseless accusations. It's sick. We were told that the
Okay, I'm back.
PCSO asked to see the cams from Annie. She said they did not have access, right? That was in an article or something. It was 'cause, or maybe it was one of the sheriff's word salad press conferences. Yet the family, as far as we know, did not have access to the cameras. And so we expect Annie to be sitting there watching her mama's Ring camera all day, 24/7, or they're going to get that they have the subscription notification. We've been over that and hashed it out over and over and over. Let's go back to these letters and who wrote them. And is the FBI any closer? And will south of the border guy reach out to TMZ today with proof of this damn phone with a recording on it?
Probably. He seems desperate, so
Don't he?
and
'Cause
determined.
yeah, I'm
To get
waiting.
his Bitcoin. What's it up to now? Has it gone up?
What his demand?
Bitcoin. No, the
No.
value.
Oh, I haven't looked. Let's see.
Because I
I
know
don't
it was
ch-
like 60 something or 70,
Oh yeah, it
right?
fluctuates.
Back when. I'm just
Oh,
wondering what it's up to now since it's been, such a long time.
oh well, it fluctuates daily. It's a daily
Yeah.
thing. I just don't
Yeah,
check
I
it like
know.
I used to every day. I was
Oh,
on my job every morning. Right
I'll
now,
look
one
it up.
Bitcoin is worth $59,624
Oh, so it's
$25.
gone down.
Oh yeah, it does that
Okay.
all the time. Up and down, up
Mm-hmm.
and down. Right now, it's down 14%. They'll be back up to maybe in a couple hours. It could go back
Mm-hmm.
down in a couple hours. That's the game of Bitcoin. Up
Yeah,
and
yeah,
down
I
it
get
goes.
that. I just didn't know
Yeah,
what it was currently. If it was like
it's
worth a
around
whole lot
60
more
still.
now,
No,
or
God, no, it ain't gonna go that much more. Not in that
mm-hmm.
amount of time. So yeah, it's still around 60 grand for him to go lay low like he said he needed to. He's got to go underground and lie low for a bit once he talks to the FBI. Brian Enton dropped a video 15 minutes ago. Let's pull it up about the Nancy Guthrie notes claims to have video. Famed FBI. Oh God, he's got a talking head going to tell us it's fake. Let's see. Where you at, Bri? Come here. No, don't do that. That's like Brian Koberger. Can't do that to my boy Enton. He's about to go on a road trip across America leading up to the July 4th. I
Oh
saw it on
gosh.
Twitter. I saw it
Good
on
luck
Twitter.
with that.
Hey, it's wholesome America, Dolphin. Stop it. Don't. What?
Actually, had I gone on my road trip to CrimeCon, my house would have burned down because I would have been here. Remember?
Good thing you didn't go to CrimeCon. It was a shit show anyway.
Oh, was it? What did I miss?
You missed Christina getting pulled aside by security and getting a talking to because she might be harassing or might not be looking at Lauren Matthias sideways. Yeah, all
Again?
that. Yeah. Girl, where you been? You are behind on the times.
Yeah, I am behind. Okay.
CrimeCon 2.0 was another shit show, and they all act completely shocked and surprised. But I'm pretty sure we spent a lot of time last year unpacking the bullshit of CrimeCon.
Right.
So we all should have known better.
Mm-hmm.
So go find out and see if it's changed. I doubt it. I doubt it will change when it gets to Orlando. Y'all have at your CrimeCon, people. Y'all have at your CrimeCon. I don't want to go down there. I don't like security coming at me or cops. I call you when I need you. You don't come to me. I call you when I need you. You come toward me. Watch me go. Ask them. No. You better know my name and come correct. I don't got to talk to you. Hey guys, thanks for checking out the show. Brian's so cool. Okay. You can't really say anything bad. I'm sure people talk bad about him, but I don't know why. Something to do today? I don't know. Okay, here, take it away, Brian. I'm gonna go check on the kiddo and the dog, guys. I'll be right back.
Really appreciate you guys. Thanks to everybody who has supported my content and everybody who subscribed to my channel. It's Friday. It's been just a very busy week when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case in terms of information coming out about these ransom notes. And now there is even more that has come out. And this is in relation to another note that TMZ claims that they have received a new note, which I'm going to get to all the details in a second. In this episode, I'm also going to interview really famed FBI profiler James Fitzgerald. He actually helped solve the Unabomber case. And I'm going to have him really zero in on everything that we've learned this week when it comes to the first 2 ransom notes that we know went to the local TV stations. The ransom notes that I've reported the FBI believes are real. That's the one first that said, Dear Savannah, we have your mother Nancy and demanded a ransom. And then also the second note where we've now learned the person said that Nancy Guthrie was dead and was with nature now. Super interested to see what Fitzgerald has to say about all of that. Again, this was his job, like reading into notes like this and trying to figure out who was behind them. So I'm going to have him go through everything, which is going to be really, really interesting, which we know is what the FBI is also doing behind the scenes. First, though, let me get you guys the latest on what TMZ is now reporting about another note that they've received. They say it's the same man who's written to them in the past who claims to know who the kidnappers are behind the Nancy Guthrie abduction. And he said that he can lead police to these kidnappers, and he's just asking for 1 Bitcoin, which is, the whole thing is strange. But nonetheless, I think we have to consider everything at this point. And this is obviously separate from those first 2 ransom notes. But this is the latest from TMZ. According to TMZ, they say whoever wrote this note said, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. Only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he's referring to the anonymous tip that went to the group of searchers in Mexico. He says he has video, and this is a new element here. He says he has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what would probably have been the last day of her life. That's a big claim that he makes. He says this contains my definition of delivering it on a silver platter in terms of what he says he can give to TMZ. He says he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers, says he has that video in a phone. So that's something new. The video in a phone, and the phone is turned off in a secret, secure location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. He says if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver the phone on a silver platter. Gives a Bitcoin address. And Harvey Levin, who's obviously the boss at TMZ, has asked that person to screen grab something to prove that what they're saying is true. Something on the phone to show proof that he's not a fraudster. Harvey Levin says that he has alerted the FBI to all of this. I think a lot of us are skeptical of these TMZ notes. Is this just someone looking for attention? TMZ seems to be taking them seriously. TMZ seems to think it's the same person who sent emails in the past. So perhaps the FBI hopefully will look into this. These notes are obviously separate again from the first 2 ransom notes that we've been talking about all week, but I want to get to James Fitzgerald, get his take on this latest TMZ note, and then what I'm really interested in is his take on the first 2 notes. Really appreciate you joining me as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your podcast is awesome, by the way. I always put the link down in the description. And you're the perfect person to talk to because we've had so much come out this week about all of these notes, which I want to get your take on. First, though, this new TMZ reporting, and I'm a little skeptical with this TMZ stuff. It seems separate from the first 2 notes, obviously, that came. But they are now claiming the guy who's been messaging them has sent a new email where he says that he's got the names, addresses, and phone numbers of the kidnappers, that there's a video that he has on a phone that shows Nancy with the main kidnapper, and that he will basically hand all of this over for 1 Bitcoin. What do you make of that?
First of all, and again, Brian, thanks for having me on your podcast. This guy, I don't think he's legit. I'm going to say that up front. I'm not sure any communication, and people are calling them notes, letters, whatever, posts, but I'm just going to call them communications, however they showed up. I don't think any of them are authentic, and that includes this most recent one. So 2 things. Why to TMZ? I mean, from the beginning, but certainly this one, where this guy is now alleging that he has some kind of a hidden phone in a secret place, whatever, and it has pictures of the last day Nancy was alive, and names, addresses, and ages of the 2 kidnappers. Okay, you think the 2 kidnappers would know who this guy is? who is putting this stuff out there. And if they do, they're going to take him out. If they're really these badass, alleged kidnappers, which again, I don't think they are. So why is he doing this? If everything you just said, and we're hearing from TMZ, et cetera, was true, go right to the source, meaning the sheriff's department or the FBI, and let them work this case. And they wouldn't go public with it, which they shouldn't. And that way this guy is safe. And his buddies or his colleagues, whoever they are, neighbors, and he knows where the body is and where it's buried, whatever, he'd be safe. So like virtually every communication we've heard of so far, and we've never seen them. And as you know, along with being a profiler, I'm a forensic linguist. I want to see the actual language. That's what I want to see. Hearing snippets, well, someone said this and someone included that. Okay, what is the actual language being used? But even that aside for now, the content of what we're discussing, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would he risk himself and if I've done the math right, I think one Bitcoin today is worth like $61,000.
Yeah.
US dollars. That's not a whole lot of money to put your life on the line. So, and this guy may just be looking for a quick buyout. I'm not going to ask him for 10 million. They may not pay that. You know what? 61 grand wouldn't be bad though, tax free, whatever. So I'll just ask for that. And if there even is a phone somewhere in some hole in the ground, it'll be bogus with nothing on it. So, and I'll end it with this. The investigators would be remiss not to follow up on this. No ands, if, or buts. But they shouldn't be taking too much valuable time away from other leads they could be following, whatever they are at this point in time after, what are we talking, 4 months, 4.5 months at this point?
Yeah, almost 5, yeah.
So I don't see a whole lot in this. And again, why go to TMZ? Go right to the source if you're serious about it. They never did. And on top of that, and you were probably going to go here next, I've said these 3 words in the first month or two. Now I'm modifying it a bit. Proof of life, not game playing, machinations. Something's hidden here, something's there. Now I'd ask for proof of death. If you want some money so we can recover the body, that's fine. Give us proof of death. And that could be done somehow. And just like with proof of life, this has all been game playing, circular information. They may have, lucky guesses early on with, the watch on the floor or whatever, or what she was wearing.
I don't know if the watch on the floor is just a lucky guess. I really need to see the photos of the house to see if that watch was on that floor when the cops arrived. The cops know that, right? FBI should know that by now, unless Nanos is, not showing them all the evidence. Shame on you, Nanos, if you're not. There's an old lady at stake. You don't matter, sir, with your gambling bullshit.
And
I just
the
think
watch on the floor was in the original messages with the 4 million and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay,
the very
those are
first one.
those are the letters that they've taken more seriously, though.
Yes. South of the border guy, they're not so sold on him being,
Right. So
they've
it
always been trying
stands
to find him, but
right.
yeah,
So it stands to reason that whatever he said, watch on the floor, blah blah blah, was actually true, and that's why they've
yes,
taken it more seriously.
right. But
Hmm.
a lot of people are still downplaying that.
Yeah.
That was just a good guess.
Hmm.
That's a damn good guess, right?
Hmm.
That's a damn good guess.
all these letters
Were they specific about where on the floor?
are bogus, and they're undertaken by opportunists. And there's no one happier than the actual abductor. And you notice I don't call him a kidnapper. The actual abductor is the one happy. He's saying, "Oh man, whoever these goofy
I've been saying abductor off and on. I switch between kidnapper. It depends on who I am today. One day she's abducted, one day she's kidnapped.
people are, they're taking the heat off me for a while." So that's a good thing, and that's where I stand. Kind of a wide-angled answer to your question, Brian, but I just wanted to get some of that stuff in up front.
I don't know, Dolphin. I've wondered, is this a loner, a drifter? We can't be sure. A lot of folks move
Yeah.
out there on their own. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They're on the streets. It is what it is. I don't know if there's a lot of family to be had unless the kidnapper, abductor may be involved with a family member of some sort, but I
Hmm.
don't know about the south of the border guy, if he's even got any family to speak of. He could have been a foster kid that grew up and don't really have a family for all we know. I don't know. But you would think they would try to find somebody, because you know that the actual, okay, so if this was an actual kidnapping and they've seen that this guy's out there talking, right? So it makes sense that they would be trying to find him to eliminate him. That elimination murder Dr. Gary Bricado talks about, I'm sure south of the border guy's worried he will be eliminated at any time.
Right.
So he's probably, and then that leads the question, where you been all this time? Between the first time you were reaching out to TMZ and went radio silent because nobody played ball, until now, where you been?
Now you're back again, right? And now you have this video and blah, 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 and all this and names and addresses, which, wait a minute, you never were like specifically saying all that before.
Exactly.
My thing though, too, is I still haven't quite decided whether or not somebody taking her, like, in the very beginning, if kidnapping for ransom was the original plan all along,
Yeah.
or if they took her while she was hurt and then she passed away, right? And then they kind of were like, let's see if we can get something out of it. Or I don't know, like, why there was a delay in the first ransom letter, right? And then you had all this time. So then you had that first ransom letter plus the two different deadlines for payments. Then you also had that second one or whatever, and there was like, oh, okay, we're waiting for, the family asked for proof of life, but then obviously that never came because they couldn't give proof of life because by that time she's already gone.
Yeah.
And they were still hoping to get this money and maybe, I guess, trick them, into paying or whatever and thinking they might get away with it. But then after that, you never really heard anything from them anymore, right? Other than the quote unquote apology letter or something,
They only sent two.
the explanation.
They only sent two. They sent the
second one is the explanation then, right?
Right.
Okay.
The original demand was for ransom. Here's what she was wearing, and here's where that Apple Watch is, and here's about some information on a broken light.
$4 million by this one date, and then if not,
after
$6 million by the second date.
Yeah, I forget how much money they're asking for in its second date. Then now we've heard after the second deadline was up, they were giving 3 days. That just came out. Okay, they were going to give 3 days beyond that last deadline. But when they did the first letter for ransom and describing the clothes and the watch, Savannah posted the video reaching out to the, proof of life video.
For proof of life, right.
Then behind that came the second letter. She died. There's no proof of life. And then Savannah comes out again. Well, we
understand.
We understand. We're still willing to pay. Then they went radio silent.
And they went silent. Okay.
Did they get scared? Did that? We don't know what happened or why they didn't respond after that at all. And did they just cut their losses and run, right? Was my speculation. They just said, you know what, this is too risky. We don't got a body to give them back. If I go take that money, man, the Miz is to fuck it. We're cutting our losses and we're out of here. How far away did y'all go? Right? And do you know South of the Border guy? Because apparently you took her according to South of the Border guy, you took her from her home south of the border, and he's got a video of it now. But we're going to go back to the first two. But yeah, that's how that went down. And Megan Kelly, if I play it's going to be long, and I'm about ready to get off of here for a bit.
Yeah, no.
One of her shows, she does a really good. They do a slow breakdown, which I've already known about the sequence of the notes and how it all, went down with Savannah's post. How they're all realizing now what I realized months ago. So it's out there, and maybe the next show I'll bring up the timeline of it all. But yeah, that's what happened. Was one video? What, they get a note, Savannah makes a video, they get the second note, and then they go radio silent. And then everybody discounted them. And poor Savannah for falling for it because somebody on the internet said it was fake. Well, like these people here, talking heads. They can't wrap their head around the fact that it might not be. I don't know. I guess they got more training and expertise than I do to know something. But I can't take it off the table yet until they prove that it's not, that it's fake. And you know how Savannah responding to them, I don't know what to make of that. Will the FBI allow it? Well, they won't. Well, none of these FBI agents will tell us the truth. They all
Mhm.
say different things about how the FBI would have played a part in Savannah's videos and what was said. They will each tell you something different. I've watched all the experts speak about it, when I
So
was
she's
evaluating.
never come out to say anything else to these people, like, after that then?
Outside of the 2 family
Mhm.
videos,
Mhm.
yes, she made another one. And she's made posts, like, just showing videos of Nancy, right? But
Mhm.
no more coming out and pleading for help or pleading
Like
for her mother back.
directing, yeah,
No,
directed towards a kidnapper or
no,
whatever.
none,
Okay.
nothing. Not after they
Mhm.
went radio silent,
Okay.
and now those videos are no longer visible on Instagram for
Mhm.
whatever reason. And
Oh, and
then
then she did make her message at Easter.
yeah, that on the
Mhm.
on me on the post, and then she
Mhm.
spoke recently on the Today Show when the news broke about the apology second letter.
Mhm.
Um, and now everybody are attacking Savannah now. How dare you? You've known your mom was dead all this time and you didn't tell us.
Actually, I thought you were gonna play that. The what she just said on the Today Show. Do you have that in your list?
Which is it?
The
Uh-uh.
one the, Today Show interview or whatever segment that she just did
I think, yeah, I'll pull it up.
with this note? Yeah, because I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't? Yeah, she's gonna
Uh-uh.
let you know she's not covering the case or she's not reporting on the case. But I'm sitting here, so I've got to respond.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right, and Simi saying, "Yeah, Maureen seems to think they're going to be nabbing porch guys soon."
Yeah, we played that video. We a little bit ago, Simi, she was on Megan Kelly talking about it. We just got through reviewing that whole thing. But Brian Enton reports, they're not any closer to a suspect or the porch guy. Again, sources, calm down because you're all conflicting your reports again.
Mhm.
Maureen felt pretty confident, coming out and saying that.
Yeah.
That's pretty confident, ma'am. Okay, that's not it. Hold on. That's the old one. I have it
Let
on
me
my
see.
playlist. Where'd it
So
go?
what it would have been like maybe last week or
Yeah, just a couple days ago. All
oh.
this is just happening. So let me look here. If it's on this one. They may have changed their thing where I can't. Is it a day ago? I didn't have it on today's playlist. I'd have to go look for it in my history. But let me look for it here real quick.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to find it. Found something on the Irish Star, but it's not a video. Let's see. Check YouTube.
Yeah. Let me get that. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's too late. Okay. Okay, let me get this guy here.
Oh, Inside Edition
Wait a minute.
has one that's like a little under 2 minutes. Entertainment Tonight.
Here we go.
Oh, today, 4 minutes.
I don't remember. It wasn't long. It was just her
I can
sitting
put
there.
it backstage.
Oh, I
Will you
don't know
be
if I
able to
can
get it
grab it.
there? Oh,
Hold on. Let me look. Let's see. Put it back there and let me. I don't know if it'll.
where's your chat back
Da, da,
here?
da, da.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, and I'm like, where? Let me get back there.
Oh no, that's all of the chat.
It is.
No.
Where'd it go?
Oh, here. Just
All right.
DM it to you.
She's
'Cause
got
I
it to
don't.
you. Hang on. Let me go look at my thing. Sorry, guys. Let me grab this real quick. Let me find it.
Oh, private chat. There we go. I
Did you?
had Restream on half of a window tiled, and then the actual YouTube chat on the other half. I see private chat and backstage, so just put it there.
Hang on one second, guys.
Oh, I see. And that chat, that's YouTube chat. Okay, I see.
Okay, let me go grab it, and then I'll have to put it. Hang on, this is gonna take a second. It's just hard. You can't just go to Discord and play it like that. I gotta grab it, and then let me grab the link. Oh. What in the hell? Okay, hang on, guys. So sorry. 1 second. And this one. It's not wanting to play. Just 1 second, guys. Let me figure this out.
I can try and share it. Let me see.
See if you can pull it up. Here we go. I got it. Not going. Okay, let me get it to that part.
Okay.
Here we go. I think this is it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I see the Today Show one that's 3 days ago. It's 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Yep.
Okay.
The bravery and courage with which you have done this job every day since that happened, nothing short of remarkable.
Wow.
Nothing short of remarkable.
I love you guys and I love this place, and this is unusual and unprecedented, to say the least, to be sitting here. But, you know, I don't have any comment on the story, and I'm not involved in our coverage. But I can't pretend I'm not here. And so since I am, I wanted to just take the opportunity to ask people, to beg people to come forward. Somebody knows something. And this is a news story today that is on your radar, but this is the life that my sister lives, that I live, that my brother lives, that our extended families live, that our children live every day. And we are in agony. And we cannot be at peace. So no matter how much I try to come out here every day and smile and find that joy, and I will, I promise I will. This is a moment to tell you that we need your help. We're begging for your help. And I'm not going to miss that opportunity. And so please, if you're watching,
yes,
no matter how small, the reward is there. You can tell us. It can be anonymous. Please do the right thing for us, for our family, for our children. And we love our mom, and we'll never stop looking for her. Never.
To your point, if you have any information, if you're watching, if you're listening, if you have any information at all that could help investigators and could help this family find just a modicum of peace, the phone number is right there on your screen. 1-800-CALL-FBI.
And that was it.
Oh, I thought she may have said something. Okay, more about
Nope.
the note. Oh.
No, she's not commenting on it because she's not reporting on it.
Mm-hmm.
So just take the opportunity to plead with the public for information again. Or finally, something like that. I don't know what this case is wild, and every case it seems to get next level with every case. You know what I mean? Even
Oh,
the
yeah.
drama of the people covering the case. It's like we need to stop making it about the people covering the case, and y'all quit becoming suspicious of each other and getting mad at
yeah.
each other. It's not that serious. It ain't that deep. I don't like what some of them were doing, but all I had to do was literally turn them off and not pay them any attention. Right? I didn't need to go reporting people and making wild comments and doing all that fuckery, as I call it. Why are we doing
That's
all
exactly what it is.
that? Exactly. And then eventually Nancy Guthrie's name will go away because it's going to become about the people covering the case, just like in Sebastian Rogers.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And today, those channels that were covering Sebastian Rogers, guess what? Half of them are gone. Half got banned from YouTube. Half got
Oh
called
yeah.
out. Half got exposed. Half get made fun of daily on Queen Bee. And probably rightfully so. I don't know. I don't pay attention to all that drama. I'm not that girl.
Yeah, me
I do.
either. And I was asking about what's her name? Cluminati.
Girl, she's
I don't
gone.
know, about a month ago. I didn't know she was gone. I was like, oh
Girl,
wow, what happened?
you two said goodbye with that mouth finally. You're a little too much, ma'am. I don't know. They're all over there fighting about Sebastian Rogers' case still. And they're all
Jeez.
fighting with that Brittany J chick and all of it. It was a nasty mess. It's not about Sebastian anymore. And it hasn't been for, a year. It's all about them. Yeah, she got banned from YouTube. Last I heard, she was on Kick.
Wow.
I don't know. She pops up on Queen Bee occasionally, I think. I don't know. Some people try to keep me in the loop. Sometimes it's I'm scrolling and there it is. I'm like, oh, what these fools up to? Oh, they're okay. Never mind. Bye. Whew, But yeah, she got off the YouTubes. And, and you and I know we knew about her long before that Sebastian Rogers case because
Oh
of the
yeah.
Act 4 stuff, But a lot of the people are gone. A lot of the people that were causing fuckery in Delphi, they're gone.
Yeah.
All them people causing fuckery in Koberger case, eventually they'll be gone. That's the danger of building your channel on the back of one case and staying on that case year upon year upon year upon year and never covering anything else. I get it. Fight the good fight, but you just go do that and be that. That's cool. We're okay with that. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. I am starting to get hungry. And of course, we got evening things to do around here. And I got to make the grandbaby do his chores before his daddy gets home. He's going to want that money for that game later, Dolphin.
I was thinking about firing up mine now. So yeah.
Yeah, he already knows. He's like, you're right, Grandma. I bet I'll do it all before your dad gets home, baby. And it'll look like you were perfect. Learn how to play the game, boy. Don't let him come in and you start asking for it. He's going to ask you where your chores done. Just get them done before he gets home. So we're going to go do that, guys. Y'all have a fabulous weekend. I don't know if you'll see me back this weekend or not. Sometimes I go live on the weekends. Sometimes I don't. It really depends on what I got going on here around the house and what's popping off on these cases we're following. Now, Dolphin and I did check in on the Tepe case last night.
Yep.
Piqued our curiosity because we hadn't heard anything in a minute. And what we said when he was going back to court, it was August?
I think so. I forgot to put it on my calendar.
We'll get, you know what? I'm making a note.
Definitely wasn't anything coming up soon.
No, there was not a lot of information that we don't know yet. I would like to take some notes, though, on that podcast again and maybe talk about some of that stuff he said. But I do want to get some updates that we can find. There's some stuff going down with the Barry Morphew updates. What's his name? I see his nasty face, but his name left me. The guy in Idaho, the Monkey Vaughn case, Stacy Wandra.
Oh, yeah.
Shit. So, and then Barry Morphew, I think, just got his trial postponed, but I don't know. That case is so crazy. And we haven't heard anything else, any updates on the Atlanta Moore case, other than the autopsy has resulted no findings or cause of death yet.
Right.
I guess they're waiting on toxicology and further lab reports to come back, maybe, to further their findings there. Because it sounds like there were no signs of foul play, though.
Yeah.
So, if it was not a sign of foul play, did she take something? What was that prescription that she went to the CVS to get?
Yeah, it sounds like they're waiting on toxicology.
Yeah, because we haven't heard anybody say that she did not get a prescription at that CVS. The Uber driver took her to the CVS. She goes in to get a prescription. She never comes back. He literally goes inside looking for her. By that time, she's walking through the complex, now being seen camera here, camera there, camera there. And then she's gone. And then she turns up in the woods, deceased. So did she get a prescription from the CVS? Because it sounds like she did have some mental things going on. if you're being fair and evaluating it without going, oh my God, the husband's weird, right? There is some weird things with the husband, but I don't know what that means yet. But I got to learn. I need to know more about her toxicology and stuff like that first, right?
Yeah, I've got to dig into her case a little
Yeah,
bit more.
especially with no
What time of
signs of
night
foul
was it?
play. Huh?
What time of night was it that she was at the CVS?
Oh, I got to pull my timeline up. I don't know. Hold on.
Mm.
I got a lot of
It was
cases
dark
roaming
though,
around.
right?
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of cases roaming
Would
around in
the
this head.
pharmacy have been open?
Yeah, the pharmacy was open. Everything was open.
Mm-hmm.
The Uber driver said she went into the pharmacy and she didn't come back. Let's see. Okay. So June 11th is now we've learned recently, right, that June 11th was the day she got released from that, well, we've been told it's Three Rivers Hospital for her mental evaluation that she went in. So she was
Right.
released June 11th prior to 2 p.m. was the report. The
That's the
facility
same
arranged,
day.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the facility arranged for a cab to transport her over to Lexington, where she requests to be dropped off at the CVS on Sunset Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then at 6:38 is when she's at Moore is at the gym. Her gym membership is used to check into the Planet Fitness. That was at 6:38. So from the CVS drop off to 6:38, what was she doing? All right. Then that same night, 7 to 9, is when the additional footage shows her walking through the gym toward the wooded area near the Lowe's and all that.
Right.
So again, where was she from 2 o'clock until 6:30 checking back into the gym? And then why would she need to Uber to that CVS? Was that right there in the same, her husband finds the car at the Lowe's, allegedly. So what is her car doing at Lowe's if she's in the hospital? There's some things we don't know yet, guys. So it's
Right.
crazy. And there's not a lot of information coming out about that. I haven't seen the private eye that the husband hired. I haven't seen any more interviews with him other than the ones that he did with Jesse Weber, and we've already evaluated those here, but I haven't seen any more new ones that he's done. And the husband's not talking, right? So we're not getting a lot of information. But as soon as I find new information on it, of course we'll bring it up. But yeah, right now we don't even know what caused her death. So it's hard to speculate on what happened. No, with the little information I've got, right? I don't want to be a Chris McDonough.
I've got another question. Do you think CVS is in, what is this? This is Kentucky?
Where was
Where
it,
she
guys?
was?
Was it Kentucky? Yeah, I think it was
I wonder, do they
Lexington.
sell alcohol in CVS's there?
I don't know. A lot of them sell like wine. They won't sell you tobacco. They stopped doing that decades ago. But I always see wine everywhere I go. It's okay for an American.
Yeah,
to drink
Florida
that
is
rosé.
different though.
Yeah, well, I guess y'all don't have alcohol at your CVS.
Nope.
Huh. Circle K, you got the Fireball on the counter?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
pay
don't
attention
drink
to
and
Circle
do
K.
not drink and drive America. Well, whatever store you frequent. Do not
Oh,
drink
it
and drive
says
America.
yes.
But you can buy your Fireball to go right here at the checkout counter to get back in your car and leave my store with. Why did you need to buy your little mini Fireballs at the checkout when you're getting in a car to drive? Come on, people.
It says in Kentucky they do beer, wine, and spirits.
Yeah, I thought most CVS's did. Georgia don't?
I can't recall seeing beer and wine in any CVS. Nope. Nope,
shit,
nope. CVS does not sell hard liquor in Georgia. It says, but they do sell beer and wine.
Yeah, they sell beer and wine at my CVS's. It's everywhere I go, I see beer and wine for sale.
Right, but the hard liquor is like,
you gotta go
when
to a
I'm on
liquor store for
vacation in
that.
Florida, that's when you can get it in like a drugstore
We
or
do not
something,
sell hard liquor in CVS in Florida. You got to go to the actual liquor store for your grain alcohol. So wine and beer, yes, all day long at CVS. But your liquor, yes, you got to go to a liquor store or grocery store that has an attached liquor store. I don't go buy liquor, but yeah, they got to go to a liquor store to do that. But yes, CVS will sell you beer and wine all day like everybody else. You got to run too, Salty. Dolphin, do those 30-minute goodbyes. My daddy does that too. Wait, so we don't do the Irish
That's
goodbyes,
her.
Simmy.
That's her, Simi. Trust me, I would have been gone.
She
But
would.
then I
She's like,
started asking questions. But yeah.
we always do that. We're like going to get ready to hang up, or like they were talking privately, and then the next thing, another hour has gone by, and we're both now starving to death, or whatever we were doing an hour ago. So yeah, it happens. All right, guys, for real. Peace out,
Yeah,
Simi.
since we've been called out.
We've been called out. My feral friend will do it every time, and I love her for it. All right, guys, y'all go have a good one. Touch the grass. Be safe. Take it all with a big ass grain of salt. And Dolphin, thank you so much for coming up.
Oh,
And
you're welcome.
we
This
appreciate
is
you.
fun.
Well, I
Took
hope
me
we
away from all my fire business.
good.
Yeah.
Good. I was hoping to get you distracted. That's why I wanted you to come up today. I was hoping to get you distracted. So good job. All right,
Mission
guys.
accomplished.
Well, if South of the Border guy reaches out to TMZ, I will be back live with breaking news, and we'll get Dolphin back
Okay.
up here with. All right, guys.
Okay.
Y'all go have a good one, and y'all be on the y'all ping me if we get some news from the South of the Border guy. All right, peace out, people.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love.